of making it known citywide in any number of ways that your crown is not where it should be, Bitterblue, and plenty of people saw him and me walking to your rooms together after the trial. Bitterblue sighed. She supposed it was the sort of thing he would do if he were angry enough. "We've got to find out who framed him for the murder," she said. "Yes," Poe said, "that's an important question. Let me go confront him about the crown, won't you? Please. I'll see if I can learn anything about the framing as well. I also think I should talk to that false witness. Don't you agree?" "Yes." "All right." Bitterblue let go of him, sighing. "I'll stay here. I've some things I need to think through. Helda, will you continue to chase my advisors away?" In her bedroom, she paced. Could Saf really, truly, honestly think I'm behind the silencing of the truth seekers? Behind all of it? When I ran with him over the roofs? When I brought Madeline to them? Could he honestly? Numbly, she sat on the chest, pulling hairpins out. Could he honestly think I would want misfortune to befall him? Massaging her scalp, working her newly freed hair into a rat's nest, she found herself at a panicky dead end with that question. She had no control over what Saf thought. He said that I don't see what I've done or how high I am in the world, that I marooned him. He said we've never been friends, never been equals. Crossing to the vanity where she sat when Helda did her hair, Bitterblue threw her hairpins into a silver bowl and glared into the mirror. Sunken circles stood like bruises under her eyes, and her forehead, still raw from the attack last night, was purple and grisly. Behind her was reflected the enormity of the room, the bed high and big enough to be a dining table for all her friends, the silver, gold, scarlet walls, the dark ceiling dotted with stars. Fox, or someone, must clean away my cobwebs, she thought. Someone must care for this beautiful rug. Bitterblue thought of the printing shop, messy and bright. She thought of the apartments behind, small enough to fit into this room, tidy, walls and floors made of rough-hewn wood. She looked in the mirror at her own gown of pale gray silk, perfectly fitted, beautifully tailored, and thought of Saf's rougher clothing, the places where his sleeve ends frayed. She remembered how fond he was of Leck's gold pocket watch. She remembered the choker she had pawned without a second thought, barely caring how much money it made her. She did not think that they were poor. They had work, they had food, they threw sparkling parties. But she supposed that she didn't really know what poor would look like if she saw it. Would she recognize it? And if they weren't poor, what were they? How did it work to live in the city? Did they pay someone rent? Who decided how much things cost? Did they pay taxes to the crown that were a strain on them? Somewhat uncomfortable now, Bitterblue returned to her mother's chest, sat down, and forced herself to touch the edges of the question of just how exactly she had marooned Saf. What if the situation were reversed? What if she were the commoner and it had turned out that Saf was the king? Would she have been left marooned? It was nearly impossible for her to conceive of such a situation. In fact, it was flatly absurd. But then she began to wonder if her inability even to imagine it had to do with her being too high to see that low, as Saf had said. For some reason, her mind kept returning to the night Saf and I had taken a route along the Silver Docks. They'd talked of pirates and treasure hunting, and they'd run past the looming ships of the Queen. The ships had been lined with the Queen's fine soldiers who guarded the silver destined for her treasury, her very own fortress of gold. When Poe entered the bedroom sometime later, even wetter than before and with mud-streaked clothing, he found Bitterblue sitting on the floor, head in hands. "Poe," she whispered, looking up at him, "I'm very wealthy, aren't I?" Poe came and crouched before her, dripping. "Gideon is wealthy," he said. "I'm exceedingly wealthy, and Raffin is more. There's no word for what you are, Bitterblue. And the money at your disposal is only a fraction of your power." Swallowing, she said, "I don't believe I quite appreciated it before." "Yes," Poe said. "Well, money does that. It's one of the privileges of wealth, never to have to think about it. And one of the dangers, too." He shifted, sat. "What's wrong?" I'm not sure, Bitterblue whispered. He sat quietly, accepting that. You don't seem to have the crown with you, she added. The crown is not in the shop, he said. Saf has passed it on to the subordinates of a black market underlord who calls himself Spook and is said to live hidden away in a cave, if I was reading him right. My crown is already on the black market? Cried Bitterblue. But how will we ever exonerate him? I get the impression that Spook is only involved for safekeeping, Beetle. We may still be able to get it back. Don't despair yet. I'll work on Saf. I'll flatter him with an invitation to a council meeting or something. When I left, he knelt, kissed my hand, and wished me good dreams. This after I'd accused him of royal theft. How gratifying for you that it's only the Moncassian nobility he hates, she said bitterly. He would hate me well enough if I broke his heart, said Poe quietly. Bitterblue raised her face to him. Have I broken his heart then, Poe? Is that what I'm to believe? That's a question for you to ask him, sweetheart. She noticed then that Poe was shivering.
More than that, she saw, as she studied him more closely, something wild and pained flashing in his eyes. Reaching out, she touched his face. "Poe," she said, "you're burning. Do you feel all right?" "I feel like my insides are made of lead, actually," he said. "Do you think I have a fever? That would explain why I fell." "You fell?" "My grace sort of starts warping things when I have a fever, Without eyesight, it's disorienting." He grabbed his head vaguely. "I think I fell more than once." "You're ill," she said, upset, standing up. "And I've sent you twice into the rain and made you fall. Come, I'm taking you to your rooms." Helda is trying to find some way whereby the fact of my being blind explains what she believes to be the perversity of Katza and me not having children, he said at random. "What? What are you talking about? That makes no sense whatsoever." "Get up. I really can't stand it sometimes," he said a bit erratically, still sitting on the floor, hearing other people's thoughts. People are ridiculous. By the way, Saf is not lying about his grace. He doesn't know what it is. He told me so many times that he never lies to me. I suppose I didn't want to believe it. Poe. Taking Poe's hands and pulling, leaning back, yanking, Bitterblue persuaded him to stand. "I'm going to walk you to your rooms and bring you a healer. You need to sleep. Did you know that Tilda and Bren live as a couple, and they want Teddy to give them a baby?" he asked, swaying, wincing at the room as if he couldn't remember how he got there. This was too astonishing for words. "I'm bringing you to Madeline," Bitterblue said sternly. "Now come along." By the time Bitterblue returned to her rooms, the light was fading. The sky was purple like Saf's eyes, and her sitting room glimmered with lamps Helda had taken care to light. In her bedroom, she lit candles for herself, sat on the floor by her mother's chest, and ran her fingers over the carvings on its top. How lonely she felt, trying to understand all that had happened today on her own. "Mama, would you be ashamed of me?" Wiping a tear that had fallen onto the lid of the chest, she found herself peering more closely at the carved designs. She'd noticed before that Ashen had used some of the carvings as models for her embroidery, of course, but she'd never made a study of it. They were arranged in neat rows atop the lid, none repeated: star, moon, candle, sun, for example. Boat, shell, castle, tree, flower, prince, princess, baby, and so on. She knew, from years of staring at the edges of her own sheets, exactly which ones Ashen had borrowed. The realization crept into her and all through her. Even before she'd bothered to count, she knew. She counted anyway, just to make sure. The carvings on the chest numbered 100. The carvings her mother had borrowed for her embroidery numbered 26. Bitterblue was looking at a cipher alphabet. Part 3, Ciphers and Keys, late September and October. 23. It was not a straightforward cipher alphabet.
When Bitterblue isolated Ashen's 26 embroidery designs on the chest and applied the top leftmost design, a star, to the letter A, the next in the row, a waning moon, to the letter B, and so on, then tested the resulting symbol alphabet against her mother's sheets, she got nothing but gibberish. She tried applying the bottom rightmost symbol to the letter A and working her way up the chest backward. She tried running up and down the chest in columns. None of it worked. Very well then, perhaps there was a key. What key would Ashen have used? Taking a steadying breath, Bitterblue removed the repeating letters from her own name and armed herself. BIRBLUVWXYZ ACDFGHJKMOPQ. Then she applied it to the symbols on the chest, starting again at the upper left. Holding tight to the sheet in her lap, she tried it against Ashen's embroidery. When it yielded results, she separated those results into words and sentences and added punctuation. Where Ashen had skipped letters, presumably for the sake of speed, she added them too. Era comes back limping. She can't remember until I show it to her. When she sees then, it hurts and she screams. Will I stop telling Era then? Is it better she not know? Should I kill them when I know he's marked them for death? Would that be merciful or mad? Helda found Bitterblue that first day in a mountain of sheets on the floor, arms wrapped around herself, shivering. "Lady Queen," Helda exclaimed, kneeling beside her. "Are you ill?" "My mother had a servant named Era who disappeared," whispered Bitterblue. "I remember. Lady Queen. She embroidered in cipher, Helda. Mama did. She must have been trying to create a record she could read to remember what was real. It must have taken her hours to write a single small passage. Here, help me. My name is the keyword. A star is a B. A waning moon is an I. A candle, a T. The sun, an E. A falling star, an R. A waxing moon, a L. The ring constellation, a U. My name is made of light," she cried out. "My mother chose symbols of light for the letters of my name. Is Poe? Poe was ill. Is Gideon truly gone? He is, Lady Queen. What in the world are you going on about?" "Tell no one else," Bitterblue said. "Helda, until we know what it means, tell no one, and help me arrange them." They pulled the sheets out of her closets and off her bed and took an inventory. 228 sheets with embroidery lining the edges, 89 pillow casings. Ashen seemed not to have dated anything. There was no way to determine the order to place them in, so Bitterblue and Helda arranged them in neat, arithmetically divided piles on her bedroom floor. And Bitterblue read and read and read. Certain words and phrases recurred often, sometimes filling up an entire sheet. "He lies. He lies. Blood. I can't remember. I must remember. I must kill him. I must get Bitterblue away. Tell me something helpful, Mama. Tell me what happened. Tell me what you saw." In her offices, Bitterblue's advisors, as requested, had begun to educate her about the lords and ladies of her kingdom. They began with those who lived the farthest away. Their names, their property, families, tax paid, their particular personalities and skills. None of them were introduced to her as the lord with a predilection for murdering truth-seekers. None, in fact, were remarkable at all. And Bitterblue knew she would get nowhere this way. She wondered if she could ever ask Teddy and Saf for a list of the lords and ladies who'd stolen most grievously from their people. Could she ever ask Teddy and Saf for anything again? Then, as the days led to October, there was an explosion of urgent paperwork in the offices. "What on earth is going on?" she asked Thiel as she signed work orders blearily, pushed charters about, and fought with piles of paper that grew faster than she could keep up with them. "It's always like this in October, Lady Queen," Thiel reminded her sympathetically, "as everyone across the kingdom tries to wrap up their business and prepare for the freeze of winter." Is it? Bitterblue couldn't remember an October like this one. Then again, particular months were so hard to isolate in her memory. Every month was the same, or every month had been, until the night she'd stepped into the city and changed 100 facets of her life. She tried again one day to broach the topic of truth-seekers being killed. "That trial I went to," she said, "with the lion Edmond San, who turned out to have been framed, the one who was friends with Prince Po. The trial you went to without informing us, Lady Queen, then invited the accused to your rooms afterwards," Runninmood said in an oily voice. "I invited him because my court had wronged him, and he was a friend of my cousin's," Bitterblue said calmly. "And I went because it's my right to go wherever I like. His trial has gotten me thinking. In my high court, I want witnesses to the witnesses from now on. In my prisons, I want everyone retried."
Everyone, you understand? If this Linead Manchon was nearly convicted of a murder he didn't commit, so could everyone else in my prisons have been, couldn't they? "Oh, of course not, Lady Queen," said Runninmood with a weariness and an exasperation that Bitterblue had no sympathy for. She was also weary and exasperated, her mind returning too often to bright little pictures on sheets that revealed too little that was helpful and too much pain. "I wish I'd given my child a kind father. I wish I'd been unfaithful then. Such choices don't occur to a girl of 18 when Leck has chosen her. Choice vanishes in his fog. How can I protect her in this fog?" One day at her desk, Bitterblue lost her breath. The room was tilting. She was falling. She could not get the air she needed into her throat and lungs. Then Teal was kneeling beside her, holding tight to her hands, instructing her to take one slow breath after another. "Lorasimti," he said firmly to Darby, who just climbed the stairs with a stack of correspondence, his footsteps pounding like the hammer blows that would bring her tower down. "Lady Queen," Teal said after Darby had gone. His distress was clear in his voice. "Something is wrong in recent days. I can tell that you're suffering. Has someone hurt you? Are you injured or ill? I beg you to tell me what I can do to help you. Give me a task, Lady Queen, or tell me what to say." "Did you ever give comfort to my mother?" she whispered. "I remember you were there sometimes, Teal, but I can't remember much beyond that." A moment passed. "When I was lucid," he said, his voice a deep well of sadness, "I tried to give comfort to your mother." "Are you going to disappear from your eyes now?" she asked accusingly, glaring into those eyes. "Lady Queen," he said, "it's no use if we both disappear. I'm still here with you. Please tell me what's going on, Lady Queen. Is it to do with that fellow who was wrongly tried? Have you become friends with him?" Rude came into the office then, carrying a cup of tea, which he brought to her, kneeling as well. "Tell us what we can do, Lady Queen," he said to her, wrapping her hands around the cup with his own. "You can tell me what you saw," she responded mutely to the kindness in his eyes. "No more lying. Just tell me." Runninmood came in next. "What's all this?" he demanded at the sight of Teal and Rude on their knees beside Bitterblue's chair. "Just tell me," Bitterblue whispered. "Tell you what?" snapped Runninmood. "What you saw," said Bitterblue. "Stop torturing me and just tell me. I know you were healers. What did he do? Just tell me." Rude backed away from her and found a chair. "Lady Queen," said Runninmood grimly, squaring his feet, "do not ask us to call those things to mind. It was years ago, and we have made our peace." "Peace?" Bitterblue cried. "You have not made your peace." "He cut them," Runninmood said through gritted teeth, "often until they were dying. Then he brought them to us to mend. He thought himself a medical genius. He thought he was turning Manchon into a land of medical marvels, but all he was doing was hurting people until they died. He was a madman. Are you happy? Is this information worth forcing us to remember? Worth risking our sanity and even our lives?" Runninmood went to his brother, who was shaking and crying now. Runninmood helped Rude up, then practically carried him out the door. And then she was alone with Teal, who had turned into a shell after all, still kneeling beside her, cold, stiff, and empty. It was her fault.
They'd been talking of something real, and she'd ruined it with questions she'd never meant to ask. "I'm sorry," she whispered to him. "Theal, I'm sorry." "Lady Queen," he said after a moment, "these are dangerous topics to speak aloud. I beg you to be more careful in what you say." 2 weeks passed, and she did not go to see Saf. There was too much, with the embroidery, with her mountains of work, with Poe ill. Also, she was ashamed. "I've been having the most wonderful dreams," Poe told her when she visited him in the infirmary, "but not the kind that are depressing to wake from when you realize they're not true. You know what I mean." He lay on sheets soaked with sweat, the covers thrown back, fanning himself with his own open shirt. As Madeline had instructed her to do, Bitterblue dipped a cloth in cold water, wiped his sticky face, and tried not to shiver, for the fire was kept low in this room. "Yes," she said, lying, because she didn't want to burden her sick cousin with the terrible dreams she'd been having, dreams of Ashen being shot in the back by Leck's arrow. "Tell me your dreams." "I'm myself," Poe said, "and I'm as myself, with all the same powers and limitations and secrets. But there's no guilt about my lies, no doubt, because I've made a choice, and it's the best choice available to me. When I wake, everything feels a bit lighter, you know?" His fever lingered, seemed to improve, then flared up again worse than it had been before. Sometimes, when she checked in on him, he shivered and thrashed and said the strangest things, things that made no sense whatsoever. "He's hallucinating," Madeline told her once, when Poe had grabbed Bitterblue's arm and cried out that the bridges were growing and the river was swimming with the dead. "I wish his hallucinations could be as pleasant as his dreams," she whispered, touching Poe's forehead, stroking his sweaty hair, trying to shush him. And she wished for Raffin and Ban, who were better at sickbeds than she. She wished for Katza, who would surely lose her anger if she saw Poe like this. But Katza was in a tunnel somewhere, and Raffin and Ban were en route to Sunder. "It was Randa's order," Poe cried, bundled under blankets this time, violently shivering. "Randa sent Raffin to Sunder to marry Mergen's daughter. He will come back with a wife and babies and grandbabies? Raffin marry the Sunderin king's daughter?" Bitterblue exclaimed. "Not in a million years." A tsk came from the table where Madeline was mixing one of the vile concoctions she liked to make Poe gag down. "Let's ask him about it again when he's not raving, Lady Queen. When will that be, Madeline?" Madeline added a sour-smelling paste to the bowl, mashed it in with the rest, and didn't answer. Helda, in the meantime, had employed Ornick the smith to make a replica crown. He did this so effectively that Bitterblue's heart surged with relief the first moment she saw it, thinking that the real crown had returned, until she realized that it lacked the solidness and the luster of the true crown, and that the jewels were painted glass. "Oh," Bitterblue said, "goodness, Ornick is good at his job. He must have seen the crown before." "He hadn't, Lady Queen, but Fox has, of course, and Fox described it to him. And so we've pulled Fox into this fiasco?" "She saw Saf, of course, Lady Queen, on the day of the theft, and went to finish polishing the crown again the day after. Remember? There was no way not to involve her. And she's useful as a spy. I'm using her to locate this spook character who supposedly has the crown." "And what have we learned?" "Spook specializes in royal contraband, Lady Queen, all kinds of noble treasure. It's been his family's business for generations. Right now, he's keeping silent on the matter of the crown. It's said that no one but his subordinates know the location of this cave he lives in. Good for our own need for silence, bad for our need to locate him and figure out what the hell is going on." "Saf will know what's going on," said Bitterblue grudgingly, watching as Helda covered the fake crown with a cloth. "What's the punishment for royal theft, Helda?" Sighing shortly, Helda said, "Lady Queen, perhaps it has not occurred to you that stealing a monarch's crown is more than royal theft. The crown isn't just an ornament. It's the physical manifestation of your power. Stealing it is treason." "Treason? Death was the punishment for treason. That's ridiculous," Bitterblue hissed. "I would never let the High Court condemn Sef to death for stealing a crown."
For treason, you mean, Lady Queen, said Helda. And you know as well as I do that even your own rulings may be overturned by a unanimous vote from your judges. Yes, it was another of Roar's funny provisions, this one to put a check on the monarch's absolute power. I'll replace my judges, she said. I'll make you a judge. A person Middlelands born cannot be a judge on the Monsian High Court, Lady Queen. I don't need to tell you that the requirements for such an appointment are particular and extreme. Find Spook, Bitterblue said. Find him, Helda. We are doing the best we can, Lady Queen. Do more, she said. And I'll go to Saf soon, and, I don't know, beg. Perhaps he'll give it back when he understands the implications. Do you really think he hasn't worked it out, Lady Queen? Asked Helda soberly. He's a professional thief. He's reckless, but he's not actually stupid. He may even be enjoying this bind he's put you in. He enjoys putting me in a bind. Why am I so afraid of going to see him? In bed that same night, Bitterblue reached for paper and pen and began a letter to Gideon. It was a letter she had no intention of ever actually showing Gideon. It was only to straighten her thoughts, and it was only addressed to him because he was the person she told the truth to, and because whenever she imagined him listening and asking questions, his questions were less worried, less fraught than anyone else's. Is it because you're in love with him? Gideon asked. Oh, balls. How can I even begin to think about that, she wrote, with all that's on my mind? It is a rather simple question, actually, he said crisply. Well, I don't know, she wrote impatiently. Does that mean I'm not? I liked kissing him an awful lot. I liked going out into the city with him and the way we trusted each other without trusting each other at all. I would like to be his friend again. I would like him to remember that we got along and to realize that he knows my truths now. Gideon said, You told me once that you sat on a roof with him, hiding from killers, and now you've told me about the kissing. Can't you imagine how much trouble a townsman could get into if he were caught involving the Queen in such things? No trouble if I forbade it, she wrote. I would never allow him to be blamed for a thing he did in innocence, not knowing who I was. Frankly, I don't intend him to be blamed for stealing the crown either, and he is not innocent of that crime. Then, Gideon said, Isn't it possible that a person who thought you a commoner might feel betrayed to learn that you have so much power over his fate? Bitterblue didn't write anything for a while. Finally, the pen held tight and the letters small, as if she were whispering, she wrote, I have been thinking about power a great deal lately. Poe says that one of the privileges of wealth is that you don't need to think about it. I think it's the same with power. I feel powerless more often than I feel powerful. But I am powerful, aren't I? I have the power to hurt my advisors with words and my friends with lies. Those are your examples? Said Gideon, with a small touch of amusement. Why? She wrote. What's wrong with those examples? Well, he said, you risked the well-being of every citizen in your kingdom when you invited the council to use your city as a base for the overthrow of the Estalin king. Then you sent King Roar a letter asking him for the support of the Leonid navy in the case of war. You do recognize these things for what they are, don't you? They are power in the extreme. Do you mean you think I shouldn't have done it? Well, perhaps you shouldn't have done it so lightly. I did not do it lightly. You did it so your friends would stay near, Gideon said, and you have not seen war, Lady Queen. Could you have understood the decision you made? Did you truly comprehend its implications? Why are you telling me this now? You were at that meeting, she wrote. You were practically in charge of that meeting. You could have objected. But this is a conversation you're having with yourself, Lady Queen, Gideon said. I'm not actually here, am I? I'm not the one objecting. And Gideon faded away. Bitterblue was left with herself again, holding her strange letter to the fire, wound up in too many different kinds of confusion. Knowing that in the end, she needed Saf's help finding out who was targeting truth seekers, whether or not he could ever forgive her abuses of power.
Ashen had made bad choices because of Leck's fog. Bitterblue didn't have that excuse. Her bad choices were all her own doing. With that depressing thought in mind, Bitterblue went to the dressing room and pulled out her hood and trousers. 24. Tilda answered her knock. Seeing the queen on her doorstep, Tilda stood there surprised, but gentle-eyed. "Come in, Lady Queen," she said. It was a reception Bitterblue hadn't been expecting, and one that stabbed her with shame. "I'm sorry, Tilda," she whispered. "I accept your apology, Lady Queen," said Tilda simply. "We're heartened to realize that all this time the queen has been on our side. You do realize that?" said Bitterblue. Stepping inside, she found herself exposed in a pool of light. Bren was at the press, looking back at her levelly. Saf was perched on a table behind Bren, glaring, and Teddy stood in the doorway to the back room. "Oh, Teddy," she said, too pleased to check herself. "I'm so happy to see you standing on your own." "Thank you, Lady Queen," he said, with a small smile that made her know she was forgiven. Tears choked her eyes. "You're too kind to me. I always trusted you, Lady Queen," said Teddy, "even before I knew who you were. You're a person of generosity and feeling. It warms my heart to know that such a person is our queen." Sapphire snorted dramatically. Bitterblue forced herself to look at him. "I'm sorry," she said. "I imposed myself on your lives here, and I lied. I'm sorry for tricking all of you." "That's not much of an apology," said Saf, sliding down from his table, crossing his arms. Antagonism was helpful. It gave her guilt something solid and sharp to throw itself against. Bitterblue set her chin and said to Saf, "I apologize for the things I did wrong, but I won't apologize for my apology. I'd like to talk with you alone." "That's not going to happen." Bitterblue shrugged. "Then I suppose everyone will get to hear my side of things. Where should we start? With your upcoming trial for treason, where I'll be called to testify that I saw you steal the crown." Sapphire walked right up to her. "I look forward to explaining why I was in your rooms in the first place," he said calmly. "It'll be fun to ruin your reputation. This is a boring conversation. Are we done?" Bitterblue slapped him, as hard as she could. When he grabbed her wrists, she kicked him in the shin, then kicked him again, until finally, swearing, he let her go. "You're a bully," he spat out. "You're a brat," she said, shoving at him, tears spilling onto her cheeks. "What good is it for both of us to be ruined? What utter, useless good? Treason, Saf? Why did you have to do something so blazingly stupid?" "You played with me," he said. "You humiliated me, and you insulted my prince by compelling him to lie for me. And so you committed a hanging crime?" "I only took the rutting thing to spite you," he said. "That there are consequences that make you unhappy is just a bonus. I'm glad it's a hanging crime." The room had emptied around them. They were alone. Too close to his hard-breathing body, she pushed past him toward the press and clung to it, trying to think. There was something underneath the words he'd said that she needed to get straight. "You understand that I'm unhappy," she said, "because you know that I'm frantic for your safety." "Umph," he said, close behind her. "Who cares? You know that the nearer you get to danger, the more unhappy I'll be, and the harder I'll work to protect you, which is apparently a thing you find amusing," she added bitterly. "But your joy over this delightful situation presupposes how much I care about you."
So, she said, that means that you know perfectly well that I care about you. You know it so well that you're getting pleasure out of hurting me with it. And since you already know it, there's nothing I need to convince you of, and nothing I need to prove. Turning to face him, she said, "I'm sorry, I lied. I'm sorry I humiliated you, and I'm sorry I compelled your prince to lie for you. I did wrong, and I won't make excuses. You can decide whether to forgive me or not. You can also decide whether to reverse this stupid thing you've done." "It's too late to reverse it," Saf said. "Other people know. Get the crown back from this spook person and give it to me. If I can show that I have it, no one's going to look me in the face and accuse me of lying when I go on to say I've always had it." "I don't think I could get it back," Saf said, after a moment's pause. "I'm told that spook has sold it to her grandson.
My agreement was with Spook as a caretaker to hide it for me, but Spook broke that agreement when she sold it. I have no agreement with the grandson. It doesn't sound as if you had much of an agreement with Spook either, said Bitterblue, trying to navigate through all the surprising things he just said. Spook was a woman? What are you talking about? She sold the crown to her grandson? What does that mean? Spook has a grandkid, apparently, that she's bringing up in the business. The business of black market thievery? Said Bitterblue scornfully. Spook is more of a manager and dealer than a thief. Other people do her thieving for her. So, she's sold the crown to the grandkid, probably for almost nothing, and now the kid gets to decide what to do. It's like a test, see? It'll make him a name. If he publicizes his possession of it, it'll also get him arrested and hanged. Oh, you won't find him. I don't even know who he is, and I'm much closer to their world than you could ever be. He's called Gray, apparently. What will he do with it? Whatever he likes, Saf said carelessly. Maybe put it up for public auction? Hold it for ransom? Spook's family has a lot of expertise at exploiting the nobility, at no harm to themselves. If your detectives poke so hard that they manage to find Gray and put him on trial, a dozen of his grandmother's women and men will vouch for him. How exactly? Maybe by incriminating someone else instead? You, for example. I suppose so, now that you mention it. Bitterblue took a deep, angry breath. At this moment, she hated his smirking face. She hated him for the enjoyment he was getting out of this. Find out how much Gray wants for it. You would buy back your own crown rather than see you hanged, Bitterblue said. This surprises you? More like disappoints me, he said. It's not very interesting, is it? Throw money at the problem? Anyway, if it came to that, I wouldn't hang. I'd run. It's time I left anyway. Oh, fabulous, Bitterblue sputtered. You'll leave. What a stupendous solution to a blazingly stupid problem you created for both of us. You're sick, you know that, she said, turning away from him again. And you're wasting my time with this. Time is the thing I have least of. How onerous for you to be so important, Sapphire said caustically. Go home to your gold rooms and sit on a silk cushion while servants bring you every pleasure and graced guards keep you safe. Right, Bitterblue said, touching the place on her forehead where the scrape from the attack outside the castle had only just healed. Safe. The door opened suddenly. Teddy stuck his head in. Forgive me, he said sheepishly. I felt the need to check that everything was all right. You don't trust me, said Saf to him, disgusted. Should I, when you're like this? Teddy came a bit farther into the room and rested his eyes on Bitterblue. I'll leave if I'm in the way, he said. We're not getting anywhere, Bitterblue responded wearily. You're not in the way. And Teddy, you remind me that I'd like your help. What can I do for you, Lady Queen? Could you tell me which lords and ladies in my kingdom stole the most for Leck's sake? Do you have that kind of information? It would give me a place to start as I try to find out who's behind the killing and framing of truth seekers. Ah, said Teddy, sounding pleased. I could come up with a few people who have reason to be ashamed of themselves, but it wouldn't be a complete list, Lady Queen. There are plenty of towns we haven't heard from. Would you like the list nonetheless? Yes, please, said Bitterblue. If I could leave with a list, then maybe this visit could be more than a heartbreaking waste of time. And so Teddy went to a desk to cobble together a list. Bitterblue stared at the table beside the press, not really seeing it, trying not to look at Saf. He stood too near her, glaring at the floor with his arms crossed, sullen and silent. Then, gradually, the stacks of paper before her came into focus. It was printed material, but not Death's Kissing Traditions or Teddy's dictionary. As she began to understand what she was looking at, she said out loud, "This cannot possibly be what you've been hiding from me all this time. Teddy, can it?" Taking one of the top sheets in her hand, she noted that the page beneath was identical. "Hello," Saf said, reaching out, pushing against her, trying to take the paper from her. "Oh, let her have it, Saf," Teddy said tiredly. "What does it matter now? We know she's not going to try to hurt us for printing it." Find out how much Gray wants for the crown, Saf. And get off me, Bitterblue said, giving him such a ferocious look that he actually stopped trying to grab at the paper and backed away, momentarily confused. Bitterblue took a sample from each of the piles on the table. Rolling them up in one hand, she went to Teddy and accepted the short list of names he proffered. Then she left the shop. Outside, she stopped under a light. Unrolling the papers, she leafed through them, studying each carefully. They all had the same title, Reading and Writing Lesson, and each lesson was numbered. The number 1s contained, in large type, the letters of the alphabet and the numerals 0 through 10. The number 2s contained a scattering of simple words, such as cat, pan, cart, rat. The words increased in complexity and more numerals were introduced as the lesson numbers rose. At the bottom corner of each page was printed a tiny geographic identifier: Flower District, East City; Monster Bridge, East City; Winter Park, Fish Dockyards. Reading lessons? So much secrecy over reading lessons. Something whacked Bitterblue so hard in the back of her shoulder that it spun her around. Someone tackled her, and papers went flying. Falling, crashing awkwardly against the rise of the gutter, her arm broke beneath her, and she screamed in pain. 25. The thoughts came clearly and with an astonishing calm. Bitterblue was being choked by a woman with iron strength who sat on her and pinned her to the ground. There were others, too. Other small battles exploding around them, cries and grunts, flashes of steel. I do not consent to die, thought Bitterblue, desperate for air, but she couldn't reach the woman's eyes or throat, and she couldn't reach the knives in her boots, and she tried to find the one in the sleeve of her broken arm, but the pain undid her. Suddenly, she understood what that burning pressure was in the back of her shoulder: a knife. If only she could reach it with her good hands. She tried, scrabbled, found the hilt, and pulled. The knife came away with a blast of pain that was almost unendurable, but she slashed wherever she could at her attacker. Her head was going to burst, but she kept slashing. Her vision went black. She lost consciousness. She woke to pain. When she tried to cry out, there was more pain, for her throat was ragged. Yes, that woke her. A deep male voice said, "I'm sorry for it, but it has to be done with broken bones. It will make for less pain later." "What'll we do with all these bodies?" someone else whispered, a female voice.
"Help me get them inside, and my friends and I will deal with them," said a third voice that made Bitterblue want to cry out again, for it was Saf. "Some of the Linead Guard will stay and help you," said the original male voice firmly. "I'm taking the queen home." "Do you know who they are?" asked Saf. "Should the bodies go with you in case castle people can identify them?" "Those aren't my instructions," said the male voice. Recognizing that voice now, Bitterblue croaked out a name. "Holt." "Yes, Lady Queen," said her Graceling guard, leaning over her, coming into view. "How are you, Lady Queen?" "I don't consent to die," she whispered. "You're far from dead, Lady Queen," Holt said. "Can you manage some water?" Holt passed a flask to someone above Bitterblue. Only then did Bitterblue realize that her head was cradled in a person's lap. Moving her eyes up to look into the face of that person, for an instant she saw a girl. Then the girl transformed into a marble statue of a girl, and Bitterblue was rocked with dizziness. "Hava," said Holt sharply, "stop that. You'll give the queen a headache." "I think someone else should take over," said the statue hastily. Then she was a girl again, and extricating herself from Bitterblue, thunking the queen's head on the ground. As Bitterblue gasped at this new pain, there was the sound of feet scurrying away. Holt came quickly to Bitterblue's aid, supporting her head and bringing the flask to her lips. "I apologize for the behavior of my niece, Lady Queen," he said. "She assisted you quite bravely until you noticed her." Swallowing water was like swallowing fire. "Holt," whispered Bitterblue, "what happened?" "A team of thugs was waiting outside the shop to kill you, Lady Queen," said Holt. "Hava and I were here at Prince Poe's request. We did what we could. That friend of yours heard the noise and came out to help.
But we were strapped, Lady Queen, if I may say so, until half a dozen of your linead door guard came running onto the scene." "My linead door guard?" said Bitterblue in bewilderment, registering now the sound of boots on pavement, grunts as men lifted bodies. How did they know to be here? Holt put the flask away somewhere. Then, carefully, he lifted her in both arms. Being carried by him was like gliding. The parts that hurt did so floatingly, without a single jolt. "As I understand it, Lady Queen," he said, "Teal came running to your rooms tonight to check on you. When he found you gone, he exhorted Helda to send a contingent of your linead door guard after you." "Teal?" said Bitterblue. "Teal knew I was in danger?" "Hey," said Soft's voice suddenly near. "I think that's her own bludder. Your sleeve is turning black with it, man." A hand explored her back, her shoulder, and Bitterblue cried out. "She's been stabbed," said Soph as the world went dark. She woke again to the murmuring voices of Helda and Madeline. All of her parts felt stuffed with wool, especially her head. A cast of some kind immobilized her left wrist and forearm, and the back of her left shoulder was on fire. Blinking her eyes, she saw the red and gold stars of her own bedroom ceiling. Through the window, light was just beginning to build. It was a new day. It seemed safe now, with Madeline and Helda near, to believe that she really wasn't going to die. The moment it seemed safe, it also seemed impossible that she should have survived. A tear made a single track into her hair. And then, that was that, for crying meant gasping and deep breaths, and it only took one deep breath to remember how much breathing hurt. She whispered, "How did Teal know?" The murmuring voices stopped. Both Helda and Madeline came and leaned over her, Helda's face tight with tension and relief, her hand reaching down to stroke the hair at Bitterblue's temples. "It's been quite a night, both in and out of the castle, Lady Queen," she said quietly. "What a fright Madeline had when Holt came running into the infirmary with you, and I didn't fare much better when Madeline brought you to me." "But how did Teal know?" she whispered. "He didn't say, Lady Queen," said Helda. "He came here frantic, looking like he'd been fighting with a bear, and told me that if I knew where you were and what was good for me, I'd send your linead guard to you." "Where is he now?" Bitterblue whispered. "I've no idea, Lady Queen." "Send someone to bring him to me," said Bitterblue. "Is everyone else all right?" "Prince Poe had a terrible night, Lady Queen," said Madeline, agitated and inconsolable. "I had to drug him when Holt came in with you, for he was wild. He put up a fight. Holt had to hold him down for me." "Oh, poor Poe," said Bitterblue. "Is he going to be all right, Madeline?" "He's in the same shape you're in, Lady Queen, which is to say that I firmly believe he'd be on the mend if he would only consent to rest. Here, Lady Queen," she said, pressing a folded note into Bitterblue's good hand. "Once we'd gotten the medicine into him, and he knew he was a lost cause, he went to great effort to dictate this to me. He made me promise to give it to you." Bitterblue opened the note, one-handed, trying to remember the key she was using with Poe these days. Poppy seed cake? Yes. With that key, Poe's ciphered message in Madeline's loopy hand showed itself to say, more or less, "Runamood went to prisons, 11 o'clock, stabbed 9 sleeping prisoners in one room, then set room on fire, in and out through secret passage." I wasn't hallucinating. One was Soph's lying witness. One was that mad murderer you asked Madeline to examine. Later, Runamood and Thiel entered another passage that led down and under east wall. I lost them. When her linead guard could not find Runamood, Bitterblue called in the Monsian guard. They couldn't find him either. He was nowhere to be found in the castle, nor were they having any luck in the city. "He's run for it," said Bitterblue in frustration. "Where is his family? Have you talked to Rude? Runamood's supposed to have 1,000 friends in the city. Find out who they are, Captain, and find him." "Yes, Lady Queen," said Captain Smith, standing before her desk, looking appropriately stern but also befuddled. "And you have definite reason to believe that Runamood was behind the attack on your person, Lady Queen?" "He is certainly behind something," said Bitterblue. "Where's Thiel? Where's everybody? Send someone up, will you?" The person the captain sent up was, in fact, Thiel. His hair was worried into a vertical arrangement, and his color was gray. When he saw her arm and the purple marks on her throat, he began to blink with bright, wet eyes. "You should be in bed, Lady Queen," he said hoarsely. "I had to get out of it," said Bitterblue flatly, "to deal with the question of why Runnymede murdered 9 of my prisoners, then snuck into a passage under the east wall with you." Teal collapsed, shaking, into a chair. "Runnymede murdered 9 prisoners?" he said. "Lady Queen, how do you know all this?" "We're not discussing what I know, Teal. We're discussing what I don't. Why did you go into a secret passage with Runnymede last night? How did you know to send my lineage guard to my rescue, and what does one have to do with the other?" "It's because he told me, Lady Queen," said Teal, sitting hopeless and confused in his chair. "I came upon him very late. He didn't seem himself, Lady Queen. He was wild-eyed, smiling too much, making me nervous. I followed him into that passage, hoping that if I stayed with him, I could learn what was wrong. When I pressed him, he told me he'd done something brilliant, but of course I didn't know about the prisoners. Then he told me you'd gone out into the city, and he'd sent a team to kill you." "I see," said Bitterblue. "Just like that, he told you?" "He was nothing like himself, Lady Queen," Teal said again, grasping his hair. "He seemed to have some crazy idea that I'd be pleased to hear what he was saying. Truly, I believe he'd gone mad." "And were you surprised?" "Well, of course, Lady Queen."
I was flabbergasted. I left him and ran back, straight to your rooms, hoping had lied and I'd find you safely there. "Where is Runnymede, Teal?" said Bitterblue. "What's going on?" "I don't know where he is, Lady Queen," said Teal in amazement. "I don't even know where that passage leads. Why do I feel you don't believe me?" Bitterblue shot up from her seat, unable to contain her heartache. "Because Runnymede did not suddenly go mad," she said, "and you know it. He's the most sane of you all. And you've been telling me not to speak out loud about Leck's time. You've been telling me to bring my worries about the past to you before anyone else. You've been at odds with him and giving me subtle warnings, haven't you? What's your reason for those things if you didn't know he had a vendetta against truth seekers?" Teal was beginning to recede from her. She recognized the signs. He was pulling into himself, drawing his arms close, and he hadn't risen when she'd done so. "Now, I don't know what you're talking about, Lady Queen," he whispered. "You're confusing me." There was a knock at that moment. Fox poked her red head into the room. "Lady Queen," she said, "forgive me." "What is it?" Bitterblue cried in vexation. "This scarf held a promise, Lady Queen, to hide your bruises," said Fox. Bitterblue waved her inside impatiently, then gestured her away. And then she stared in wonderment at the scarf Fox had left on her desk. Memories flashed through her, for this scarf had belonged to Ashen. It was soft gray with flecks of silver, and she hadn't thought of it once, not once in 8 years. But now she remembered Ashen counting Bitterblue's fingers and kissing them. She remembered Ashen laughing. Bitterblue had said something funny and made Ashen laugh. Lifting the scarf with utter gentleness, as if a breath could blow it apart, Bitterblue wrapped it twice around her neck, then sat down, patted it, smoothed it. She looked up at Teal and found him gawking at her with stricken eyes. "That was your mother's scarf, Lady Queen," he said. Then tears began to run down his face. Something within his eyes seemed to collapse, but it was a living thing in there, not emptiness, but life struggling with pain. "Forgive me, Lady Queen," he said, crying harder now. "I have known since that trial 2 weeks ago that Runnymede was involved in something terrible. He'd framed that young Leonid Monsan, you see. I walked in on his anger after it failed and forced the truth from him. I've been trying to deal with it myself. He was my friend for 50 years. I thought that if I could try to understand why he would do such a thing, then I could bring him to his senses." "But you hid it from me," cried Bitterblue. "You knew what he'd done, and you hid it?" "I have always wanted your path to be easy, Lady Queen," he said hopelessly, dashing his tears away. "I've wanted to shield you from any more pain." There wasn't a great deal more that Teal could tell her. But why did he do it, Teal? What was he trying to achieve?
Was he working for someone? Was he perhaps working with Danjol? I don't know, Lady Queen. I couldn't get him to tell me any of that. I could make nothing logical of it at all. I can see some logic, she said grimly. He had a logical understanding of the need to go into the prisons and stab the innocent and all those he'd paid to lie or kill, especially after I'd ordered that everyone be retried. Then he set the place on fire to hide what he'd done. He was cleaning up after himself, wasn't he? I wonder, was he responsible for the attack on me that left that scrape on my head? And did he know who I was? Lady Queen, said Thiel, alarmed, you're speaking of a great many things I know nothing about and I'm distressed to hear of. You never told us you were attacked before this. And Runnamud never spoke of paying people to kill other people. Until tonight, Bitterblue said, when he told you he'd hired people to kill me. Until tonight, Thiel whispered, he told me that you'd made friends with the wrong sorts of people, Lady Queen. Do not ask me to explain it beyond that, because all I can think is that he was mad. Madness is such a convenient explanation, Bitterblue said sarcastically, rising to her feet again. Where is he, Thiel? Truly, I don't know, Lady Queen, Thiel said, beginning to rise. I didn't see him again after I left him in the passage. Sit down, Bitterblue snapped, wanting to be taller than him, wanting to be able to look down on him. He sat abruptly. Why did you send no one after him? You let him go. I was thinking of you, Lady Queen, he cried, not him. You let him go, she said again in frustration. I'll find out where he is, Lady Queen. I'll find out about all these things you've said, all these crimes you think he's been committing. No, she said, someone else will find out for me. You're no longer in my employ, Thiel. What? He exclaimed. Lady Queen, please, you can't. Can't I? Can't I really? Do you understand what you've done? How can I trust you if you shield me from the atrocities of my own advisors? I'm trying to be a queen here, Thiel. A queen, not a child to be protected from the truth. Her voice, rough and broken, forced its way out of her injured throat. He'd hurt her with this thing more than she'd thought it possible for a stiff, emotionless old man to do. You lied to me, she said. You led me to believe that I could count on you to help me be a righteous queen. You are a righteous queen, Lady Queen. Your mother would be. Don't you dare, she hissed, talking over him. Don't you dare use the memory of my mother to call on my mercy. There was a moment of silence. He hung his head, seeming to understand. You must consider, Lady Queen, he whispered, that we were students together. He was my friend long before Leck. We suffered a great deal together. You must also consider that you were 10 years old. Then, before I knew it, you were a woman of 18, going around on your own, discovering perilous truths, and, apparently, running through the streets at night. You must allow me time to adjust. I'm going to allow you plenty of time, she said. Stay away until you've decided to make a habit of the truth. I decide it now, Lady Queen, he said, blinking back his shocked tears. I will not lie to you again. I swear it. I'm afraid I don't believe you. Lady Queen, he said, I beg you. Now that you're injured, you'll have even greater need of help. Then I shall only wish to be surrounded by those who are helpful, she said to the man who kept everything running. Get out, she said. Go to your rooms and think things through. When you suddenly remember where Runnamud went, send us a note. He pushed himself to his feet, not looking at her. Quietly, he left the room. While I have this horrible cast on my arm, she said that night to Helda, I need to be able to dress and undress without this rigmarole. Yes, Helda said, breaking the seam of Bitterblue's sleeve and easing the garment over the cast. She'd had to sew Bitterblue into her dress that morning. I've a few ideas, Lady Queen, to do with open sleeves and buttons. Sit down, my dear. Don't even move. I'll untie this scarf and deal with all these underthings. I'll put you into your shift. No, Bitterblue said, no shift. Far be it from me, Lady Queen, to sleep with nothing on, but you have a small fever. I do believe you'll be more comfortable with an extra layer of warmth. She wasn't going to fight with Helda about the shift because she didn't want Helda to suspect her reason for not wanting it. But how much she ached, and how wearying to add removing the rutting shift to the list of impossible tasks she was going to have to complete in order to sneak out tonight.
When Helda began to pull her hairpins out and unravel her hair, Bitterblue stopped herself again from arguing and said, "Would you braid it in one long braid for me, please, Helda?" Finally, Helda was gone, the lamps were extinguished, and Bitterblue lay on her right side in bed, throbbing so mightily that she wondered if it was possible for one small queen in one big bed to start an earthquake. Well, no point in delaying. Some time later, with gasping breath and a pounding head, Bitterblue left her rooms and began the long trek through corridors and down stairways. She wouldn't think about her one-armedness or the lack of knives in her sleeves. There were a great many things she wouldn't think about tonight. She would trust to luck and hope she encountered no one. Then, in the great courtyard, a person stepped out of the shadows and stood in her path. He let off gleams of light, softly visible in the torches, as he always did. "Please don't make me stop you," Poe said. It wasn't a joke or a warning, it was a true plea. "I will if I have to, but it'll only make both of us more sick." "Oh, Poe," she said, then went to him and hugged him with her one good arm. He put his arm around her uninjured side, held her tight, and sighed, slowly into her hair, balancing himself against her. When she rested her ear against his chest, she could hear his flying heartbeat. Slowly, it calmed. He said, "Are you determined to go out?" "I want to tell Saf and Teddy about Runnamud," she said. "I want to ask if anything's changed with the crown, and I need to tell Saf again that I'm sorry. Will you wait until tomorrow and let me send someone to bring them to you?" It was bliss, the very idea of being allowed to turn around and go back to her bed. "Will you do it early?" "Yes." "Will you sleep, so that when they come it won't exhaust you to talk to them?" "Yes," she said. All right, he said, sighing again above her. "When Madeline stepped out for a moment today, Beetle, I followed the tunnel under the east wall." "What? Poe, you'll never get healthy." Poe snorted. "Yes, we should all take your advice on such matters. It starts at a door behind a hanging in an east corridor on the ground floor. It lets out into a teeny, dark alleyway in the East City, near the base of Winged Bridge." "Do you think he escaped into the East City then?" "I suppose so," Poe said. "I'm sorry my range doesn't extend that far. And I'm sorry I never took time to talk to him and pick up that something was wrong. I haven't been much use to you since I got here." "Poe, you've been ill, and before that, you were busy. We'll find him, and then you can talk to him." He didn't respond, just rested his head on her hair. She asked, once, whispering, "Have you heard anything from Katsa?" He shook his head no. "Are you ready for her to come back?" "I'm not ready for anything," he said. "But that doesn't mean I don't want things to happen." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I want her to come back. Is that a good enough answer?" "Yes." "To bed?" he said. "Yes, all right." Before falling asleep, she read a fragment of embroidery. "Thiel reaches his limit every day, yet goes on. Perhaps only because I beg him. Most would rather forget and obey unthinking than face truth of mad world Leck tries to create. Tries, and, I think, sometimes fails. He destroyed sculptures in his rooms today. Why? Also took his favorite sculptor, Bella Moo, away. We'll never see her again. Success at destruction, but failure at something, for he cannot be satisfied. Fits of temper. He's too interested in Bitterblue. I must get her away. That's why I beg Thiel to hold on. 26. "I'm surprised to see you, Bitterblue," said the next morning to Rude as she entered her tower office. He was quiet and grim in the absence of his brother, but not meek, not shaking, clearly not in the throes of a nervous episode. "I've had a bad 24 hours, Lady Queen," he said quietly.
I won't pretend otherwise. But Theo came to me last night and impressed upon me how much I'm needed right now. When Rude suffered, his suffering was present and material. He didn't hide behind emptiness. It was a frankness that made Bitterblue want to trust him. How much of this did you know? She ventured. I haven't been my brother's confidant for some years, Lady Queen, he said. Frankly, it's best that it was Feel he encountered in the halls that night. He might have walked right past me and never said a word, and it was his speaking that saved your life. Has the Monsien Vard questioned you about where he might have gone, Rude? Indeed, Lady Queen, he said. I fear I was useless to them. I, my wife, my sons, and my grandchildren are his only living family, Lady Queen, and the castle is the only home we've ever known. He and I grew up here, you know, Lady Queen. Our parents were royal healers. I see. This man who tiptoed around, cringing at everything, had a wife, sons, and grandchildren. Were they joys for him? Did he eat with them every night and wake up with them in the morning? And did they comfort him when he was ill? Runnymede seemed so cold and aloof in contrast. Bitterblue couldn't imagine having a sibling and walking past that person blindly in the halls. Do you have family, Darby? She asked her yellow-green-eyed advisor the next time he came rattling up the stairs. I had family once, he responded, wrinkling his nose in distinst. You. Bitterblue hesitated. You weren't fond of them, Darby? It's more that I haven't thought of them in some time, Lady Queen. She was tempted to ask Darby what he did think of, ever, while he was running around like a manic apparatus designed for dispensing paperwork. I confess I'm surprised to see you in the offices today too, Darby. Darby looked into her eyes and held them, which startled her because she couldn't remember him ever having done that before. She saw then how dreadful he looked, his eyes bloodshot and too wide, as if he were forcing them open. A tremor in the muscles of his face that she hadn't noticed before. Theo threatened me, Lady Queen, he said. Then he handed her one paper and one folded note, swept up her outgoing pile, and flipped through it with an expression as if he'd like to punish any piece of paper in the stack that was not in perfect order. Bitterblue imagined him poking holes in the papers with a letter opener, then holding them too close to the fire while they screamed. You are an odd bird, Darby, she said aloud. Darby said, then left her alone. Being in her tower office without Theo gave her a strange sense of suspension, as if she were waiting for the work to begin, for Theo to walk back in from whatever errand he was on and keep her company. How furious she was with him for doing something that had forced her to send him away. The piece of paper Darby had brought listed the results of Runnymede's latest literacy survey. In both castle and city, the statistics hovered around 80%. Of course, there was no earthly reason to believe that they were accurate. The note, written in graphite, was in Poe's large, careful hand. Briefly, it told her that Teddy and Seth had been summoned and would meet her in her library alcove at noon. She went to an east-facing window, worried, suddenly, about how Teddy was going to manage the trip. Leaning her forehead against the glass, she breathed through pain and dizziness. The sky was the color of steel, a late autumn sky, though it was only October. The bridges stood like mirages, gorgeously grand as they reached across the river. Squinting, she understood what was happening with the air that seemed to change color and move. Snowflakes. Not a storm, just a spitting, the first of the season. Later, when she left for the library, she stopped in the lower offices to look out over all the clerks who worked here every day. She supposed they numbered 35 or 40 at any time, depending on, well, she didn't really know what it depended on. Where did her clerks go when they weren't here? Did they march around the castle checking on things? A castle was chock full of things to check on, wasn't it? Bitterblue made a mental note to ask Madeline whether the medications she was taking for pain were dulling her intellect or whether she actually was stupid.
A youngish clerk named Frogget, perhaps 30 years old, with bouncy dark hair, stood bent over a table nearby. He straightened himself and asked her if she needed anything. "No, thank you, Frogget," she said. "We're all extremely relieved that you survived the attack, Lady Queen," said Frogget. Surprised, she looked into his face, then studied the other faces in the room. They'd all stood, of course, when she'd walked in, and now stared back at her, waiting for her to go, so that they could get back to work. Were they relieved? Really? She knew their names, but nothing about their lives, their personalities, or their histories. Other than that, they had all worked in her father's administration for varying lengths of time, depending on their ages. If one of them disappeared and no one told her, she might never notice. If told, how much would she feel? And it wasn't relief she saw in their faces. It was a blankness, as if they didn't see her, as if their lives existed only inside the paperwork each of them was waiting to return to. No one was in her library alcove, except for the woman in the hanging and the young, castle-turning version of herself. It seemed ironic somehow to stand before the sculpture in the state Bitterblue was in now. The sculpture girl's arm was turning into a rock tower, with soldiers strengthening itself, becoming its own protection. Bitterblue's real-life arm was affixed to her side with a sling, like a reflection in a depressing, distorted mirror, she thought. She heard steps. Then Holt appeared through the bookshelves, one hand clamped on Teddy's arm and the other on Saf's. Teddy kept turning in circles and, whenever he reached the end of his tether, spinning back again, eyes big as saucers. "The linguistic geography of Estol, East and Far East," he exclaimed, reaching to the shelves for that title, then grunting as Holt tugged him on. "Easy with the manhandling, Holt," Bitterblue said, a little alarmed. "Teddy doesn't deserve it. And I expect Saf gets too much pleasure out of it," she added, taking in Saf's righteous indignation as he tried to shake Holt off. Saf had fresh bruises. They gave him the look of a hooligan. "I'll be within calling distance, Lady Queen, should you need me," Holt said. With one last silver-gray glare at Saf, he stalked away. "Did you get here all right, Teddy?" she asked. "You didn't walk?" "No, Lady Queen," Teddy said. "We were picked up in a lovely carriage." "And you, Lady Queen? You're all right?" "Yes, of course," Bitterblue said, moving to the table, pulling out a chair for him one-handed. "Sit down." Teddy sat carefully, then touched the leather of the manuscript on the table before him. His eyes widened as he read the label, then filled with wonder as he began to read more labels. "You may take as many of them as you like, Teddy," Bitterblue said. "I hope to hire you to print them. If you have friends with presses, I'd like to hire them too." "Thank you, Lady Queen," Teddy whispered. "I accept gladly." Bitterblue dared a glance at Saf, who stood with his hands in his pockets, carefully looking bored. "I understand that I owe you my gratitude," she said to him. "I like a fight," he said shortly. "Are we here for a reason?" "I have news to tell you about my advisor, Runnamute." "We know it," said Saf. "How?" "When the Monsian Guard, the Queen's Guard, and the Leonid Door Guard are scouring the city for a Queen's man who tried to have her killed," said Saf coldly. "You always know more than I expect." "Don't condescend," Saf snapped. "I would very much like if we could talk," she said tightly, "rather than fight. Because you tend to know so much, I wonder what else you might be able to tell me about Runnamute. Namely, how much crime he's responsible for, why on earth he's doing it, and where he's gone. I've learned that he's the one who arranged to have you framed, Saf. What else can you tell me? Was he behind your stabbing, Teddy?" "I've no idea, Lady Queen," said Teddy. "About that, or about all the rest of the killing. It is a bit difficult to believe that one man could be behind it all, isn't it? We're talking about dozens of deaths in the last few years, and when I say that, I mean all kinds of victims. Not just thieves or other criminals like us, people whose greatest crime is teaching others to read." "Teaching others to read?" said Bitterblue desolately. "Truly? Then you were hiding those reading lessons from me. It's dangerous for you to print them, I suppose. But I don't understand. Aren't people taught to read in the schools?"
"Oh, Lady Queen," said Teddy, "the city schools, with few exceptions, are in a shambles. The court-appointed teachers aren't qualified to teach. The children who can read are taught at home or by people like me or Bren or Tilda. History is also neglected. No one is taught Monsia's recent history." Bitterblue fought down a rising fury. "As usual, I had no idea," she said, "and schooling in the city does fall under Runnymud's jurisdiction. But what can it mean? It almost seems like Runnymud took the policy of forward-thinkingness and ran completely amok with it. Why? What do we know of him? Who could have influenced him?" Teddy reached into a pocket. "That reminds me, Lady Queen, I made you a list again, in case you lost yours when you were attacked. A list of lords and ladies who stole most grievously for Leck's sake, Lady Queen. Remember?" "Oh, yes," said Bitterblue, "of course. Thank you. And Teddy, anything you can tell me to keep me apprised of the situation in the city will help me, do you understand? I can't see it from my tower," she said. "The truth of the lives of my people is never in any of the papers that cross my desk. Will you help me?" "Of course, Lady Queen." "And the crown?" she asked, resting her eyes again on Saf's hard face. He shrugged. "I can't find Gray." "Are you looking?" "Yes, I'm looking," he said peevishly. "It's not my biggest worry at the moment." "What worry could be greater?" she snapped at him. "Oh, I don't know," he said. "Perhaps your insane advisor who tried to kill me once and is now loose in the East City somewhere?" "Find Gray," Bitterblue ordered. "Of course, your Royal Majestic Highness." "Saf," said Teddy quietly, "think about whether you're being fair when you continue to punish our sparks." Saf turned and marched to the hanging, where he glared at the strange-haired lady with his arms crossed. And it took Bitterblue a moment to catch her breath, for she hadn't dreamed she'd ever be allowed to hear that name again. After a moment, she said, "Will you take a few of the books then, Teddy?" "We'll take them all," Teddy said, "every one, Lady Queen. But perhaps only 2 or 3 at a time, for Saf is right. I don't want to attract the wrong kinds of attentions. I've had enough of fire." After they'd gone, Bitterblue sat for a few moments with Death's rewritten manuscripts, trying to decide which one to start next. When Death stumped along and waved a reread at her, she said, "What is it about?" "The artistic process, Lady Queen," he said. "Why did my father want me to read about the artistic process?" "How should I know, Lady Queen?" "He was obsessed with art and his artists. Perhaps he wanted you to be too." "Obsessed?" she said. "Really?" "Lady Queen," said Death, "do you walk around the castle with your eyes closed?" Bitterblue grasped her temples and counted to 10. "Death," she said, "what would you say to my giving a few of these rewrites to a friend who has a printing press?" Death blinked. "Lady Queen," he said, "these manuscripts, like everything else in this library, are yours, with which to do whatever you like." He was silent for a moment. "I can only hope that you'll find yourself wishing to give all of them to this friend." Bitterblue peered at him.
"I would like to keep the transfer secret," she said, "for my friend's sake, at least until Runnymud is found and all this mystery is cleared up. You'll keep the secret, won't you, Death?" "Of course I will, Lady Queen," said Death, clearly insulted by the question. He dumped the book about the artistic process onto the table and retreated in a huff. "I'm worried about Teddy and Saf," Bitterblue said to Helda later. "Would it be unreasonable to ask my Lionid door guard to spare a few men to keep an eye out for them?" "Of course not, Lady Queen," said Helda. "They'd do anything you ask." "I know they'll do what I order. That doesn't make my order reasonable." "I meant they'll do it out of loyalty, of course, Lady Queen," Helda chided her, "not obligation. They worry about you and your worries. You realize that they're the reason I've always known about your sneaking out, don't you? They're the ones who always told me." Bitterblue absorbed this with some embarrassment. They weren't supposed to have recognized me. "They've been guarding you for 8 years, Lady Queen," said Helda. "Do you really think they haven't learned your stance, your walk, your voice?" "I've walked past them countless times," Bitterblue thought.
thinking of them as nothing more than bodies standing beside a door, liking their presence because they look and sound like my mother. When will I truly wake up? Lady Queen, how much more is there that I'm not seeing, Helda? Bitterblue was in Helda's rooms because she wanted to take a look at all of the scarves Helda kept producing from the back of her wardrobe to hide Bitterblue's bruises. I don't understand, Bitterblue went on as Helda pushed the doors open further, revealing shelves full of fabrics that slung little arrows of memory into Bitterblue's heart. I didn't know you had them. Why do you have them? When I came to serve you, Lady Queen, said Helda, pulling scarves out and handing them to Bitterblue to touch, to wonder at, I found that the servants assigned to the task had done rather an overzealous cleaning of your mother's cabinets. King Roar had saved a few things he'd recognized as lionid, like the scarves and anything very valuable, Lady Queen, but the rest, her gowns, her coats, her shoes, were all gone. I took what was left. I put the jewelry in your chest, as you know, and decided to keep the scarves for you until you were older. I'm sorry it was the need to hide the marks of an attack that brought them to mind again, Lady Queen, she added. But that's how memory works, Bitterblue said quietly. Things disappear without your permission, then come back again without your permission, and sometimes they came back incomplete and warped. There was an aspect of memory that Bitterblue had been trying to come to terms with lately, one so hurtful that she had not managed yet to face it full on. Her memories of Ashen were a series of snippets. Many of them were moments that had transpired in Leck's presence, which meant that Bitterblue had not even been in her right mind. When they'd been without Leck, they'd spent much of that time fighting Leck's brain fog away. Leck hadn't just stolen Ashen from Bitterblue by killing her, he'd stolen her before that as well. Bitterblue could not imagine the person Ashen would be today were she alive. It was not fair that she should find herself doubting at times how well she'd ever known her mother. Even Helda's rooms, the simple, small bedroom in green and the bathing room in turquoise, disconcerted Bitterblue, for they had been her own bedroom and bathing room while Ashen was alive. Ashen's current bedroom had been Ashen's. Ashen had bathed her in what was now Helda's turquoise tub, locking the door against Leck, talking with her about all kinds of things. Roar City, where she'd lived in the king's castle, the most massive building in the world, its domes and turrets high in the sky above the Lionid Sea. Ashen's father, her brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, her oldest brother, Roar, the king. The people she missed who'd never met Bitterblue, but would someday. Her rings flashing in the water. All of that was real, thought Bitterblue stubbornly. She remembered a rough spot on one of the tiles of the tub that had scraped her arm from time to time. She remembered pointing it out to Ashen. Marching now to the tub, she was able to find the sharp little spot immediately. There, she said, fingering it with a furious sort of triumph. It was the minutes spent in Helda's room, remembering the feeling of a different time, that caused Bitterblue to become curious about another missing piece, and wonder if it might answer any of her questions. She wanted, finally, to see the rooms that had been Leck's. The horse in the sitting room, hanging that covered Leck's door, had sad green eyes that stared into Bitterblue's. Its forelock hung into those eyes, a more violet blue than the dark, deep blue of its fur, making her think of Saf. Helda helped her push the hanging aside. The investigation of the door behind did not take long. It was solid, immovable wood, tight in its frame, and it seemed to be locked. There was a keyhole, and Bitterblue remembered Leck using a key. "Who do we know who can pick locks?" she asked. "I've never seen Saf do it, but I wouldn't put it past him. Or I wonder if Poe could find us the key." "Lady Queen," said a voice behind them, making Bitterblue jump. She turned to find Fox in the doorway. I didn't hear the doors open, said Bitterblue. Forgive me, Lady Queen, said Fox, stepping into the room. I didn't mean to take you by surprise. If it's any use to you, Lady Queen, I have lock picks that I've been learning how to use. I thought it might be a practical skill for a spy, she said, a bit defensively, when Helda gazed at her with eyebrows raised. It was Ornick's idea. You seem to be developing a friendship with the handsome young smith, said Helda evenly. Just remember that, while he is a council ally, Fox, and though he helped us with the matter of the crown, he is not a spy. He has no right to your information. Of course not, Helda, said Fox, sounding mildly offended. Well, Bitterblue said, do you have the lockpicks with you? Fox produced from her pocket a cord on which hung an assortment of files, picks, and hooks tied together so they wouldn't jingle. When she pulled away the tie, Bitterblue saw that the metal was scratched and rough in places, rust smoothed away. It took Fox several minutes of fiddling, which she performed carefully, on her knees, her ear to the door. Finally, a heavy click sounded. That's it, she said, standing, grasping a handle, then pushing. The door didn't move. She tried pulling. I remember that it opened in, said Bitterblue, and I never saw him struggling with it. Well then, something is blocking it, Lady Queen, said Fox, pushing harder on the wood with her shoulder. I'm quite sure I've unlocked it. Ah, said Helda, look. She pointed to a place in the middle of the door where the sharp tip of a nail peeked through the surface of the wood. Perhaps it's boarded up from the inside, Lady Queen. Boarded and locked, said Bitterblue, sighing. Is either of you any good at mazes? As Fox and Bitterblue descended the stairway that had dropped Bitterblue into Leck's maze once before, Fox explained her theory about mazes. Once inside, one should choose one hand, the left or the right, put it to the wall, then follow the maze all the way through, keeping that same hand to the wall. Eventually, one would reach the heart of the maze. A guard did something like that with me last time, said Bitterblue. But it won't work if we happen to start against a wall that's an island, detached from the rest of the maze, she added. Well, put our hands on the right-hand wall. If we end up where we started, then we'll know it's an island. We'll take the next possible left turn, then return to putting our hands on the right-hand wall. That'll work. Oh, she said in dismay, unless we come up against another island.
Then we'll have to do it all over again. Plus, keep remembering what we've already done, Balls. We should have brought markers to put down in the passageway. Why don't we just try it, Lady Queen, Fox said, and see how it goes. It was quite disorienting. Mazes were made for Katza, with her unreal sense of direction, or Poe, who could see through walls. Luckily, Fox had the foresight to bring a lamp. After exactly 43 turns with their hands on the right wall, they came upon a door in the middle of a corridor. The door, of course, was locked. Well, said Bitterblue as Fox knelt again and began her patient poking, at least we know this one can't be boarded up from the inside, unless the person boarded up both doors, then stayed inside to die, and were about to find his rotted corpse, she said, chuckling at her own morbid joke. Or, unless, of course, she added, groaning, there's a third way to exit Leck's rooms, a secret passage we don't know about yet. Secret passage, Lady Queen, said Fox, absently, her ear to the door. The castle seems to be full of them, Fox, said Bitterblue. I had no idea, Lady Queen, said Fox. A quiet click sounded. When Fox grasped the door handle and pushed, the door swung open. Holding her breath, not certain what to steel herself against, but steeling herself nonetheless, Bitterblue stepped into a dark room full of tall shadows. The shadows were so human in form that she let out a gasp. Sculptures, Lady Queen, said Fox calmly behind her. I believe they're sculptures. The room smelled of dust and had no windows. It was cavernous and square with no furniture, except for a single massive empty bed frame in the center of the room. The sculptures, on pedestals, filled the rest of the space. There must have been 40 of them. Walking among them with Fox and the lantern was a bit like walking among the shrubberies of the great courtyard at night, for they loomed in just the same way,
all seeming as if they were about to come alive and start striding around. She could see that they were the work of Bitterblue, animals turning into each other, people turning into animals, people turning into mountains or trees, all with a vitality, a sense of movement and feeling. Then the lamp caught a strange blotch of color, and Bitterblue realized something was peculiar about these sculptures. Not just peculiar, but wrong. They were slapped over with gaudy, bright paint of every color, paint that made spatters all across the rug. She had expected weapons of torture in this room, perhaps, a collection of knives, stains of blood, but not ruined art arranged on a ruined rug surrounding the skeleton of a bed. He destroyed the sculptures in his rooms. Why? The walls all around were covered with continuous hangings. A field of grass, turning to wildflowers, then into a thick forest of trees that gave way to wildflowers again, then to the field of grass it had started with. Bitterblue touched the forest on the wall just to assure herself that it wasn't real, only a hanging. Dust rose. She sneezed. She saw a tiny owl, turquoise and silver, sleeping in the limbs of one of the trees. Built into the back wall of the room was a door. It led to nothing more than a bathing room, functional, cold, ordinary. Another door opened to a closet space, empty and choked with dust. She could not stop sneezing. A third doorway in the back wall, this one a simple opening with no door, led to a spiral staircase climbing up. At the top of the stairs was a door so thoroughly nailed over with boards that it was difficult to catch a glimpse of the door itself. Bitterblue pounded and called Helda's name. When Helda responded, her question was answered. This was the staircase that led up to Bitterblue's sitting room and the blue horse hanging. Down the steps again, Bitterblue said to Fox, "It's creepy, isn't it?" "It's fascinating, Lady Queen," said Fox, stopping before the room's tiniest sculpture, staring at it, mesmerized. It was a human child, perhaps 2 years old, kneeling with arms outstretched, a girl with something knowing in her eyes. Her arms and hands were turning to wings. Her wispy hair was sprouting feathers, her toes turning into talons. Leck had slapped a streak of red paint across her face, but it didn't manage to deaden the expression in her eyes. Why would he try to ruin something so beautiful? What is the world he was trying, and failing, to create? What is the world Runamood is trying to create? And why must they both create their worlds by destroying? 27. In the morning, Madeline arrived, rebandaged Bitterblue's shoulder wound, gave her medicines, and commanded her, with clear and specific instructions, to take them, even the bitter ones that were nauseating to swallow. "They will help your bones knit together, Lady Queen," she said, faster than they could on their own. "Are you doing the exercises I prescribed?" The sun rose while Bitterblue grumbled over breakfast, but dimly. When she dragged herself to the windows in search of light, she discovered a world of fog. Fighting to make out the back garden through the whiteness, she thought she saw a person standing on the garden wall. The person threw something into the garden, a small, slender, gliding thing, bright white and slashing a streak through the thick air. It was Poe with his stupid paper glider. As she recognized him, he raised an arm in greeting to her, then lost his balance, spun both arms like a windmill, and promptly fell off the wall. Somehow he managed to propel himself into the garden rather than into the river. Most certainly Poe, and most certainly not well enough to be doing gymnastics in the back garden. Bitterblue glanced at Madeline and Helda, who sat at the sitting room table, murmuring over their morning cups. If Poe had escaped from the infirmary again, she didn't want to give him away. "I feel like a bit of air before I go to my office," she said. "If Rude or Darby come for me, tell them to stuff themselves." A grand production followed this announcement. The choosing and placement of a scarf, the positioning of her sword, the draping of a cloak over her bound arm. Finally, feeling like a moving coat rack, Bitterblue left them. Helda had altered her skirts so that they made wide, flowing trouser legs like Fox's, and found time yesterday, somehow, to fit the left sleeve of this particular gown, with buttons. It seemed that Bitterblue had only to mention a species of attire she liked, and Helda would hand it to her a few days later. Except, of course, the crown. In the garden, the sculpture of the woman turning into a mountain lion stood stark, screaming. Patches of fog hugged her and drifted away. How did Bellamy make her eyes so alive? Then recognition settled into Bitterblue. She registered the shape of the face, the eyes full of determination and pain. This figure was her mother. For some reason, the fact of it didn't surprise her. Neither did the sadness of it. It seemed right to her. The sculpture didn't just look, but felt like Ashen. She was grateful to it for grounding her, in the certainty that she had indeed, at least some of the time, known her mother. "What are you holding there?" Poe called to her, for Bitterblue had brought Teddy's list of guilty lords and ladies. "What are you holding?" she asked him, as she approached him, meaning the paper glider. "Why are you throwing that thing around my garden?" He shrugged. "I wondered how it would do in cold, wet air." Cold, wet air? Yes. How it would do what, exactly? Fly, of course. It's all about the principles of flight. I study birds, especially when they're gliding, and this paper thing is my attempt to study it further. But my progress is slow. My grace isn't so finely tuned that I can grasp all the details of what happens in the few seconds before it crashes. "I see," Bitterblue said. "And you're doing this why?" He propped his elbows on the wall. "Katza has wondered if a person could ever build wings to fly with." "What do you mean to fly with?" said Bitterblue, suddenly irate. "You know what I mean. You'll only encourage her to believe it can be done. I have no doubt it can be done." "To what purpose?" snapped Bitterblue. Poe's eyebrows rose. "Flying would be its own purpose, cousin. Don't worry, no one would ever expect the Queen to do it." "No, I'll be left with the honor of planning the funerals." The smallest grin lighting his face, Poe said, "Your turn. What did you bring me?" "I wanted to read the names on this list to you," she said, shaking the paper open one-handed, "so that if you ever hear anything about any of them, you can tell me." "I'm listening," he said. "A Lord Standpost, who lives 2 days' ride south from the city, collected more girls from his town for Leck than any other person," said Bitterblue. "A Lady Hood came in a close second, but she is dead now." "In central Monsea, townspeople starved to death in a town governed by a lord named Markham, who taxed them cruelly. There are a few more lords' names here," Bitterblue listed them, "but half of them are dead, Poe, and none of them are names I know, beyond useless statistics given me by my advisors." "None of the names are familiar to me either," said Poe, "but I'll make a few inquiries when I can." "Who've you shared the list with?" "Captain Smith of the Monsean Guard. I've told him to look for connections between Runnemud and these names, and also try to find if Runnemud arranged Ivan's murder or just Saf's framing." "Ivan?" "The engineer Runnemud framed Saf for killing." "I shared it with my spies, too, just to see if they came back with information that matches Smith's." "Don't you trust Smith?" "I'm not sure I trust anyone, Poe," said Bitterblue, sighing, "though it is a relief to be talking with the Monsean Guard about the Truth-Seeker killings and finally have their help. Give the list to Gideon, too, when he gets back from a still. He's been gone nearly 3 weeks. He should return soon." "Yes," said Bitterblue, "I do trust Gideon." Poe paused. "Yes," he said, a bit gloomily. "What is it, Poe?" Bitterblue asked softly. "You know he'll forgive you in time." Poe snorted. "Oh, Beetle," he said, "I'm scared to death to tell my father and brothers about it. They'll be even more angry than Gideon." Said Bitterblue. "Have you decided for certain to do so?" "No," he said. "I want to talk it over with Katza first." Bitterblue took a moment to take better hold of all the opinions and anxieties she knew she was flinging at him, including her worries over how a talk like that would go, and why Katza wasn't back yet if all she was doing was exploring a tunnel somewhere. "Well, Roar knows about you and the council," she said. "Yes, and he's learned about Sky's preference for men. Hasn't he made his peace with those surprises?" "It wasn't a small matter in either case," Poe said. "There was a great deal of yelling." "You seem like a person who can handle a bit of yelling," she said lightly. His smile was both hopeless and teary. Roar and me yelling and Katza and me yelling are two different creatures entirely, he said. He's my father and a king, and I've been lying to him for my entire life. He's so proud of me, Bitterblue. His disappointment is going to be crushing, and I'll feel it in his every breath. Poe? Yes? When my mother was 18 and Leck chose her, who gave permission for the match? Poe considered. My father was king. It would have been Ashen's request. I think Roar must know how it feels to have betrayed someone he loves, Poe. But of course, it wasn't his fault. Leck came to his court and manipulated everyone there. How much comfort do you suppose Roar gets from that? She asked quietly. He was her king and her older brother. He sent her away to be tortured. I expect you're trying to comfort me, Poe said with slumped shoulders. But all I can think is that if Roar had known I was a mind reader at the time, he could have introduced me to Leck during that visit for the purpose of investigating his sister's potential husband, and maybe I could have prevented the entire thing. How old were you? Poe took a moment to calculate. 4, he said, seeming surprised by the answer. Poe, she said, what do you think Leck would have done to a 4-year-old who knew his secret and was trying to get others to see it too? Poe didn't answer. It was your mother who compelled you to lie about your grace, wasn't it? And my grandfather, Poe said, for my own safety. They feared my father would use me. They did right, Bitterblue said. If they hadn't, you'd be dead. When Roar thinks all this through, he will see that everyone has done the best they could think to do at every moment. He'll forgive you. In her office, there were certain things Bitterblue no longer felt the need to pretend she didn't know. Rude and Darby might not know the origins of her friendship with Teddy and Saf, but the fact that she might be privy to the things they knew was no longer a secret. I understand that Runnymede has made a shambles of the city schools, she said to Rude and Darby both. I understand that hardly anyone is taught history or how to read, which is an utter disgrace, and a problem we're going to address immediately. What do the two of you suggest? Forgive me, Lady Queen, said Darby, who was sweating, his face clammy and wet. As he spoke, he began to tremble. I feel terribly ill. He turned and ran out the door. What is wrong with him? Asked Bitterblue pointedly, knowing the answer. He's trying not to drink, Lady Queen, now that Theo's absence makes a necessity of our presence, said Rude in a calm voice. The sickness will pass once he succeeds. Bitterblue studied Rude. His sleeve ends were stained with ink, and his white hair, combed carefully across the bald part of his head, was slipping out of place. His eyes were quiet and sad. I wonder why I haven't worked more closely with you, Rude, she said. I think you pretend less than the others. Then perhaps, Lady Queen, said Rude, with a small hesitation that she took for modest embarrassment, we can work closely on this matter of the schools. What if we were to create a new ministry dedicated to education? I could present you with suitable candidates to fill the role of minister. Well, said Bitterblue, I can see that it would make sense to assemble a dedicated team, though perhaps we're already getting ahead of ourselves. She glanced at the tall clock against the wall. Where's Captain Smith? She added, for Smith had promised a report to her on the Runnymede search in person every morning. The morning was nearly past. Shall I seek him out, Lady Queen? No. Let's discuss this more. Will you start by explaining to me the way the schools are run now? It was a bit odd to spend such focused time with a person who was liable at unexpected moments to bring Runnymede sharply to her mind. Rude's unassuming personality could not have been more different, but the timbre of his voice was similar, especially when he began to feel confident about a thing. So was his face from certain angles. She glanced at her empty windows now and then, trying to absorb how a man who'd sat in those windows so many times could have been capable of stabbing people to death in their sleep and trying to kill her. When noon came and Smith had not yet arrived, Bitterblue decided to go looking for him herself. The barracks of the Monsian Guard were just west of the great courtyard on the castle's first level. Bitterblue swept in. "Where is Captain Smith?" she demanded of a tense young man who sat at a desk inside the door. He gawked at her, leapt up, then shuffled her through another door into an office. Bitterblue found herself staring at Captain Smith, who was leaning across an extraordinary tidy desk and talking to Thiel. Both men rose hastily. "Forgive me, Lady Queen," said Thiel in embarrassment. "I was just leaving." And Thiel faded from the room before she was even able to gather how she felt about finding him there. "I hope he's not interfering," said Bitterblue to Smith. "He's no longer my advisor."
As such, he has no power to compel you to do anything, Captain Smitten. On the contrary, Lady Queen, said Captain Smith, bowing neatly. He was not interfering or commanding, merely answering some questions I had about how Runnamud spent his time. Or rather, trying to answer, Lady Queen. One problem I'm coming up against is that Runnamud was highly secretive and told conflicting stories about where he was going at any given time. I see, said Bitterblue. And your reason for not reporting to me this morning? What? Said Captain Smith, glancing at the clock on his desk, then startling her by pounding on the top of it with his fist. I'm dreadfully sorry, Lady Queen, he said in vexation. My clock keeps stopping. As it happens, I've little to report, but that's no excuse, of course. We've made no progress in the search for Runnamud, nor have I managed to learn anything about any connections he may have had with the individuals on your list. But we've only just begun, Lady Queen. Please don't lose hope. Perhaps I'll have something to report to you tomorrow. In the great courtyard, Bitterblue paused to glare at a shrubbery of a bird, bright with autumn leaves. She was clenching her one good fist hard. Going to the fountain, she sat on the cold edge, trying to work out what she was so frustrated about. I suppose this is part of being a queen, she thought, and part of being injured, and part of Soph not wanting me around, and part of everyone knowing where and who I am all the time. I must sit and wait while other people run around investigating things, then come back and give me reports. I'm stuck here, waiting, while everyone else has adventures. I don't like it. Lady Queen? She looked up to find Gideon standing over her, snowflakes melting in his hair and on his coat. Gideon, Poe was just saying this morning that you should be back soon. I'm so pleased to see you. Lady Queen, he said gravely, running a hand through wet hair. What happened to your arm? Oh, Runnamud tried to kill me, she said. He stared at her in amazement. Runnamud, your own advisor? There's a lot going on, Gideon, she said, smiling. My city friend stole my crown. Poe's inventing a flying machine. I've dismissed Thiel and discovered that my mother's embroidery is all ciphered messages. I wasn't even gone 3 weeks. Poe's been sick, you know. I'm sorry to hear that, he said, with no expression. Don't be an ass. He's actually been quite unwell. Oh? Now Gideon was looking uncomfortable. What do you mean, Lady Queen? What do you mean, what do I mean? I mean, is he all right? He's a bit better now. He's not in danger, Lady Queen? He'll be fine, Gideon, she said, relieved to hear the touch of anxiety in his voice. I've a list of names to give you. Where are you going first? I'll walk with you. Gideon was hungry. Bitterblue was racked with shivers from the cold air and moisture of the fountain and wanted to hear about Piper's tunnel and distill. And so he invited her to join him for a meal. When she accepted, he led her through the east vestibule and into a crowded corridor. Where are we going? She asked. I thought we'd go to the kitchens, Gideon said. Do you know your kitchens, Lady Queen? They abut the southeast gardens. Once again, said Bitterblue, dryly, you're giving me a tour of my own castle. The council has contacts there, Lady Queen. I'm hoping Poe will join us too. Are you as cold as you look? He asked. She saw what he saw, an approaching man who balanced a colorful tower of blankets in his arms. Ah, yes, she said. Let's corral him, Gideon.
Moments later, Gideon helped her drape a mossy green-gold blanket over her injured arm and her sword. "Very nice," he said. "This color reminds me of my home." "Lady Queen," said a woman Bitterblue had never seen before, bustling between her and Gideon. She was tiny, old, wrinkled, shorter even than Bitterblue. "Allow me, Lady Queen," said the woman, grabbing the front of Bitterblue's blanket, which Bitterblue was holding closed with her tired right hand. The woman produced a plain, tin brooch, gathered both sides of the blanket together, and pinned them tight. "Thank you," Bitterblue said, astonished. "You must tell me your name so that I can return your brooch to you." "My name is Devra, Lady Queen, and I work with the cobbler." "The cobbler?" Bitterblue patted the brooch as the traffic in the corridor swept her and Gideon on their way. "I didn't know there was a cobbler," she said aloud to herself, then glanced sidelong at Gideon, sighing. Her blanket trailed behind her like the train of a grand and expensive cape, making her feel, oddly, like a queen. Bitterblue had never heard so much roaring noise or seen so many people working at such a frantic pace as in the kitchens. She was amazed to discover that there was a rather wild-eyed graceling who could tell from the look and especially the smell of a person what would, at that moment, be most satisfying for her or him to eat. "Sometimes it's nice to be told what you want," she said to Gideon, inhaling the steam that rose from her cup of melted chocolate. When Poe arrived, coming to stand warily before Gideon, mouth tight and arms crossed, Bitterblue saw him as Gideon would and realized that Poe had lost weight. After a moment of mutual assessment, Gideon said to him, "You need food. Sit down and let Jas sniff you." "He makes me nervous," said Poe, obediently sitting down. "I worry about how much he senses." "The ironies abound," said Gideon dryly, around a spoonful of ham and bean soup. "You look terrible. Have you got your appetite back? I'm ravenous. Are you cold?" "Why, so you can lend me your soggy coat?" asked Poe with a sniff at the offending article. "Stop flitting around me like it's my last day. I'm fine. Why is Bitterblue wearing a blanket cape? What did you do to her?" "I've always liked you better when Katz is around," Gideon said. "She's so rotten to me that you seem positively pleasant in contrast." Poe's mouth twitched. "You provoke her on purpose." "She is so easy to provoke," said Gideon, shoving a board of bread and cheese to where Poe could reach it. "Sometimes I can do it just with the way I breathe." "So," he said brusquely, "we have a few problems, and I'll state them plainly. The people of Estill are determined, but it's just as Katza said, they have no plan beyond deposing Thigpen. And Thigpen has a small orbit of favorite lords and ladies, avaricious types, loyal to their king, but even more loyal to themselves. They'll need to be neutralized, every one of them, or else one of them is likely to rise to power in Thigpen's place and be no sort of improvement whatsoever. The people I talk to don't want to have anything to do with the Estillan nobility. They're deeply mistrusting of anyone in Estill who hasn't been suffering as they have." "And yet, they trust us?" "Yes," Gideon said. "The council is out of favor with all the worst kings, and the council helped depose Drowden, so they trust us. I believe that if Raffin went to them next, as the next king of the Middlelands, and as Randa's disgraced son, he might get through to them, for he's so unpushy. And you need to go too, of course, and do," Gideon gestured aimlessly with his spoon, "whatever it is you do. I suppose it's best that you didn't join me this time if you were about to fall sick as a dog, but I could have used your company in that tunnel, and I needed you in Estill. I'm sorry, Poe." Surprise sprang onto Poe's face. It was not a thing that Bitterblue got to see there very often. Poe cleared his throat, blinking. "I'm sorry too, Gideon," he said, and that was that. Bitterblue was stung with the wish that Soph would forgive her so gracefully. Jas came, sniffed Poe, re-sniffed Gideon, and apparently decided that the two of them would find it satisfying to eat half the kitchen. Bitterblue sat, listening to them plot and plan, sipping her chocolate, trying to find a position that hurt less than the others,
pulling apart every word of their conversation and occasionally offering an argument, especially whenever Poe veered to the topic of Bitterblue's safety. All the time, she was also absorbing the wonder that was the castle kitchens. The table at which they sat was in a corner near the bakery. From that corner, the walls seemed to spread endlessly in both directions. To one side were the ovens and fireplaces, which were built into the castle's outer walls. The high kitchen windows had no glass, and snowflakes gusted through them now, plopping wetly on stoves and people. A mountain of potato peels sat on the floor under a table nearby. Anna, the head baker, went to a row of enormous bowls that were covered with cloths, lifted the cloths, and, one after the other, punched down the dough in the bowls. A sharp yell brought a cavalcade of helpers with sleeves rolled who lined themselves up at the table, took the great gobs of dough from the bowls, and kneaded them, throwing backs and shoulders into the work. Anna also stood in the line, kneading, with one arm. She held her other arm close to her body. There was something in the stiff way it hung that made Bitterblue suspect an injury of some kind. Her working arm muscles bulged as she kneaded, her neck and shoulders bulging too. The strength of her mesmerized Bitterblue, not because she was kneading one-handedly, but simply because she was kneading. It was work that was both rough and smooth, and Bitterblue wished she could know what that silky dough felt like. She understood that sometime soon, if not tonight, then perhaps tomorrow, if not this batch of dough, then the next ones, she would be eating potato bread with her meal. It gratified her, in a way that almost hurt, to sit beside the bakery. The warm, yeasty air was so familiar. She breathed it deeply, waking her lungs with it, feeling that she'd been taking shallow breaths for years. The smell of baking bread was so comforting, and the memory of a story she had told to herself, a story she had told Saf about her work and about her living mother, was so real, so tangible as she sat in this place, and so sad. 28. When Captain Smits reported the next morning, and the morning after, and the morning after that there was nothing to report, Bitterblue began to be amazed by the depths to which her own frustration could plumb. Runamud had now been missing for 6 days, and no progress whatsoever had been made. On the 7th day, when Captain Smith's report was the same, Bitterblue shot up from her desk and began a systematic exploration. If she could pound her feet down every hallway of the castle and clap her hand to every wall, if she could see into every workshop and learn what vista to expect around every corner, then maybe she could calm her restlessness and her anxieties about Saf as well. For that was part of what was making these empty days so hard to bear. There was no news of Spook or the Crown either, and no communication from Teddy or Saf. She stomped down the stairs of her tower, greeted the clerks who stared back at her blankly, then went off to look for the cobbler's shop so that she might return Devra's brooch. She found it in the artisan courtyard, which rang with the raps and dings of coopers, carpenters, tinkers. It smelled, too, of the leather workers' bitter oils and the chandler's beeswax, and in one shop a wizened old woman made harps and other musical instruments. Why did she never hear music in her castle? For that matter, why did she never encounter a single soul other than Death in the library? Surely some people could read. And why, when she walked through the halls, did she get a sense sometimes, looking into people's faces, of a strange thing she couldn't shake, a hard-driven sort of emptiness? They bowed to her, but she wasn't certain that they truly saw her. On an upper level in the West Castle, she found a barber shop, and beside it, a tiny shop for wig making. Unaccountably, this delighted her. The next day, she found the children's nursery. The children did not have empty eyes. On the day after that, 9 days, and no news, she returned to the bakery, sat in the corner for a few minutes, and watched the bakers at work. Anna offered an unsolicited explanation for something Bitterblue had indeed been wondering. "I was born with an unworking arm, Lady Queen," she said. "You needn't worry that your father was responsible." Bitterblue couldn't hide her surprise at being spoken to so candidly. "It's none of my business, but I do thank you for telling me.
"You seem to like the bakery, Lady Queen," said Anna, kneading a mountain of dough as they conversed. "I hesitate to intrude, Anna," said Bitterblue, "but I should like to try kneading the bread one day. Kneading might be just the exercise you need to return your arm to strength once you're out of that cast, Lady Queen. Ask your healer her advice. You're small," she added with a decisive nod. "You may come any time, work in a corner, and not fear that you'll be in our way." Bitterblue reached out. When Anna stilled the dough, Bitterblue laid her palm upon it. It was soft, warm, and dry, and her hand came away with a dusting of flour. For the rest of the day, when she brought her fingers to her nose, she could almost smell it. It helped to touch things and know that they were real. Discovering this made her miss Saf with an ache she carried down every hallway, for once upon a time she had been allowed to touch him too. On the 14th day after Runnymud's disappearance, Death came to Bitterblue in her alcove in the library, where she still spent whatever time she could spare on the rewrites and rereads. He dropped a newly rewritten manuscript onto the table from a great height, turned on his heel, and marched away. Lovejoy, curled up at Bitterblue's elbow, sprang into the air, yowling. Landing, he began immediately to groom himself with enthusiasm, as if some instinct told him to look purposeful and hide the fact that he had no idea what was going on. "I agree that becoming conscious should not be so traumatic," Bitterblue said to him. Lovejoy had recently begun alternating between two personalities, one that hissed at her with a seething hatred whenever he saw her, the other that followed her around morosely and sometimes fell asleep pressed against her. He would not shoo when she told him to, so she'd given up on trying to influence him. The new manuscript was called Monarchy is Tyranny. Bitterblue burst out laughing, which caused Lovejoy to pause in his grooming, peering at her suspiciously, one foot stuck in the air like a roast chicken. "Oh dear," Bitterblue said, "no wonder Death threw it at me. I'm sure he found it quite satisfying." And then it stopped being funny. Turning in her chair, she looked at the sculpture girl, at her stubborn, defiant face. She thought that perhaps the girl had an understanding of tyranny, that she was changing into rock to protect herself from it. Then Bitterblue looked past her to the woman in the hanging, whose eyes looked back at her, deep and placid, seeming to have an understanding of everything in the world. "I would like to have her," Bitterblue thought, then almost cried out, stung by her own disloyalty. "Mama? Of course I didn't mean it. It's just, she's stuck in a moment of time when everything is simple and clear. Our simple, clear moments were never allowed to last. And how I would like some clarity, some simplicity." She tried to return her attention to the book she'd been rereading when Death had arrived, the book about the artistic process. She hated this book. It went on for pages and pages to say a thing it could have said in 2 sentences. The artist is an empty vessel with a spout. Inspiration pours in and art pours out. Bitterblue knew nothing about the process of art. She wasn't an artist, nor were her friends.
Still, this book didn't feel right. Leck had liked people to be empty so that he could pour himself in, and the reaction he wished for would pour out. Most likely, Leck had wanted to control his artists. Control them, then kill them. Of course, Leck had liked a book that characterized inspiration as a kind of tyranny. On day 15 since Runnymud's disappearance, Bitterblue stumbled upon something interesting in the embroidery. His hospital is at bottom of river. River is his graveyard of bones. I followed him and saw the monster he is. I must get Bitterblue away soon. That was all it said. Sitting on her crimson rug with the sheet in her lap and her shoulder aching, Bitterblue remembered something Poe had said while hallucinating. The river is swimming with the dead. Poe, she thought to him, wherever he might be. If I drained my river, would I find bones? No bones, came Poe's ciphered answer, but written in ink rather than Poe's graphite, and in Giddens' neat hand. It was a long note, so she was glad Giddens was doing Poe the favor of writing for him. No hospital. I don't know where hallucinations came from. The words I said don't match what I saw. What I saw was Thiel crossing Winged Bridge, though my range doesn't even reach Winged Bridge.
Also saw my brothers staging hand fights on ceiling, so consider that before asking me to pay closer attention to Thiel in future. My mind can't be everywhere, you know. Though, as it happens, I have sensed him, twice in recent nights, entering that tunnel that goes under wall to East City. I've also sensed you wandering around like a lost sheep. Why not wander to Art Gallery? Hava spends most nights there. Meet her. She's useful and you should know her. Be aware she has history of compulsive lying, developed habit quite young out of necessity, grew up in castle with mother and uncle too close to king, disguising herself to escape notice. Consequently, has no friends and ended up wandering Mancia, eventually in company of likes of Danzel. She tries to tell truth now. I really, really wish you would meet her. Fine, Bitterblue thought back to Poe grumpily. I'll go meet your friend the compulsive liar. I'm sure we'll get along smashingly. That night, Bitterblue set out for her art gallery with a lamp in hand. Not knowing the best route, but knowing it was on the top level, several floors above the library, she walked south through glass-ceilinged corridors. Tiny pieces of ice bounced on the glass above. Then, Bitterblue stopped in her tracks, astonished, for, through the glass above her, a person was perched on hands and knees, polishing the glass with a rag. On the roof, in the cold, at midnight, working in the frozen rain. It was Fox, of course. Seeing the queen below, she raised her hand. Her grace is madness, Bitterblue thought as she continued on. Pure madness. The art gallery, when she found it, was not unlike the library. Rooms led from one to the other with unexpected nooks and circling turns that confused Bitterblue's sense of direction. In the light of her single lamp, the empty expanses and the flashes of color on the walls were eerie, unsettling. The floor was marble, but her feet barely made a sound against it. From her own sneezing, she wondered if this might be because she was stepping on a carpet of dust. Bitterblue stopped before an enormous hanging that was the cousin, clearly, of all the others she'd seen. This one depicted a number of bright, colorful creatures attacking a man on a cliff overhanging the sea. Every animal in the scene was a color it should not be, and Bitterblue thought that the man, screaming in agony, might be Leck. He wore no eye patch and his features weren't clear, but still, for some reason, it was the impression the hanging gave her. Bitterblue was beginning to be tired of being gutted by her castle's art. Leaving the hanging, she crossed the room, climbed a step, and found herself in a sculpture gallery. Remembering why she'd come here, she studied each sculpture carefully, but couldn't find what she was looking for. "Hava," she said quietly, "I know you're here." Nothing happened for a moment. Then there was a rustling noise, and a statue near the back transformed into a girl with a hanging head. Bitterblue fought off a rising nausea. The girl was weeping, wiping at her face with a tattered sleeve. She took a step toward Bitterblue, turned into a sculpture again, then wavered back into a girl. "Hava," Bitterblue said desperately, trying not to retch, "please stop it." Hava came to Bitterblue and fell to her knees. "Forgive me, Lady Queen," she said, choking on her tears. "When he explained it to me, it made sense, you see. He didn't use the word kidnap, but still, I knew it was wrong, Lady Queen," she cried. "I was excited to disguise the boat, for it's more of a challenge than disguising myself. It does not involve my grace. It requires artistry." "Hava," said Bitterblue, bending down to her, at a loss for what to say to a compulsive liar who seemed to be in genuine pain. "Hava," she cried, as the girl grabbed her hand and sobbed over it. "I forgive you," she said, not feeling it in her heart, but sensing that forgiveness was necessary to calm Hava's wildness. "I forgive you," she said. "You've saved my life twice since, remember? Take a breath, Hava. Calm down and explain to me how your grace works. Do you actually change something in yourself, or is it my perception of things that you change?" When Hava raised her face to Bitterblue, Bitterblue saw that it was quite a pretty face, open, like Holt's, forlorn and frightened, but with a sweetness it was a shame she felt the need to hide. Her eyes were flatly beautiful, or at least the one that caught the light of the lamp was beautiful, glowing copper, as brightly as Poe's eyes glowed gold and silver. Bitterblue couldn't tell the color of the other eye in the darkness. "It's your perception, Lady Queen," said Hava. "Your perception of what you're seeing." It was what Bitterblue had assumed. The other way made no sense. It was too improbable, even for a Grace. And here, she knew, was one of the many reasons she kept resisting Poe's exhortations to trust Hava. Trusting someone who was able to change the way her mind perceived things did not come comfortably to Bitterblue. "Hava," she said, "you're out in the city often, hiding. You're in a position to see things. And you knew Lord Danzel. I'm trying to find a way to connect the things Runamood does with the things people like Danzel once did. I'm trying to sort out who Runamood might be working with, and what truth he's trying to hide when he kills truth seekers." "Do you know anything about it?" "Lord Danzel communicated with a lot of people, Lady Queen," said Hava. "He seemed to have friends in every kingdom, and 1,000 secret letters, and visitors to his estate who would come in a back door at night and never be seen by the rest of us. But he didn't talk to me about it, and I haven't seen anything in the city that would explain anything either. If you ever wanted me to follow anyone, Lady Queen, I would do it in a heartbeat." "I'll remember that, Hava," said Bitterblue doubtfully, not knowing what to believe. "I'll mention it to Helda." "I have heard a strange rumor about your crown, Lady Queen," said Hava, after a pause. "The crown?" said Bitterblue. "How do you know about the crown?" "From the rumor, Lady Queen," said Hava, startled. "Some whispers in a story room. I was hoping they weren't true. They're ridiculous enough to be lies. Perhaps they are lies. What did you hear?" "I heard of someone called Gray, Lady Queen, who's the grandchild of a famous thief who steals the treasures of Monsian nobility. The family has done so for generations, Lady Queen. It's their mark in trade. They live in a cave somewhere, and Gray is claiming to be in a position to sell your crown. It's priced at a figure so high, only a king could afford it." Bitterblue clutched her temples. "That will not make it easy if I end up having to buy it, and I should probably do it soon, before the word spreads further." "Oh," Hava said, distressed. "Unfortunately, the other thing I heard is that Gray won't sell to you, Lady Queen." "What? Then who does he think will buy it? None of the other kings would part with a fortune just for the sake of what would be a senseless prank, and I won't allow my uncle to buy it back for me." "I'm afraid I can't explain it, Lady Queen," said Hava. "It's what I heard whispered. But rumors are often untrue, Lady Queen. Perhaps this one is. I hope it is." "Tell no one, Hava," said Bitterblue. "If you doubt the importance of your silence, ask Prince Poe." "If you say it's important, Lady Queen," said Hava, "then I have no need to ask Prince Poe." Bitterblue studied this graceling liar, this odd young woman who seemed to go wherever she wanted and do whatever took her fancy, but did so in fear and in the most utter solitude. Hava was still kneeling. "Stand, please, Hava," said Bitterblue. She was tall. As she stood, her face caught the light, and Bitterblue saw that her other eye was a deep and strange red. "Why do you hide in my art gallery, Hava?" "Because there's no one else here, Lady Queen," said Hava softly, "and I can be near my uncle, who needs me, and I can be with my mother's work. Do you remember your mother?" Hava nodded. "I was 8 when she died, Lady Queen. She taught me to hide from King Leck, always. How old are you now?" 16, Lady Queen. "And are you not lonely, Hava, hiding all the time?" Something in Hava's pretty face wavered. "Hava?" said Bitterblue, struck with a sudden doubt. "Is this what you really look like?" The girl hung her head. When she looked up again, her eyes were still copper and red, but they sat in a face that was perhaps too plain to contain their strangeness, with a long, narrow mouth like a gash and a snub nose. It took Bitterblue concentrated effort to stop herself from reaching up to touch Hava's face, for she understood this. How she wanted to comfort the unhappiness that shone in those eyes and didn't need to be there. Bitterblue liked Hava's face. "I very much like how you look," Bitterblue said. Thank you for showing me. I'm sorry, Lady Queen, she whispered. It's hard not to hide. I'm so used to it. Perhaps it was unfair of me to ask, but it's a relief, Lady Queen, she whispered, to let someone see me. The next day, Captain Smith gave Bitterblue the news that Runnemud had, indeed, been responsible not just for Soft's framing, but for Ivan the engineer's murder. Finally, Bitterblue thought, some progress. I'll ask Helda to put some pressure on my spies to confirm it. The day after that, Captain Smith told Bitterblue that now it was clear that Runnemud had also been responsible for the death of Lady Hood, the woman on Teddy's list who'd stolen girls for Leck. That was a murder? Bitterblue said in dismay. Runnemud is murdering other guilty parties? I regret that our investigations suggest as much, Lady Queen, said Captain Smith. He had the appearance lately of a man under a great deal of strain, and Bitterblue made him drink some tea before leaving her office. Next came the news that Runnemud had been in close correspondence with Lord Danzel, may even have been responsible for convincing Danzel to harm the Queen. Then, the news that none of the living people on Teddy's list seemed in any way involved in killing, framing, or otherwise hurting truth seekers. The dead ones had all been killed by Runnemud. On the next day, the 19th day since Runnemud's disappearance, Captain Smith marched into Bitterblue's office, set his chin, made his hands into fists, and presented her with a theory that Runnemud had been the single mastermind behind all the truth-seeker killings and all related crime, possibly because the drive to be forward-thinking and leave Leck's time behind had triggered a vulnerable switch in his mind and made him insane. Bitterblue had little to say in response to this. Her spies had not yet managed to confirm or deny any of the things Smith was telling her, but it had all begun to sound a bit ridiculous to her, and a great deal too convenient, that Runnemud and madness should be the entire explanation for something that had caused so much harm. Runnemud wasn't Leck, he wasn't even Graced, and Smith, standing before her desk, was jumping nervously at every slightest sound, though he'd never seemed the nervous type before. His eyes flashed bright with some strange agitation, and when he looked at her, he seemed to be seeing something else. "Captain Smith," she said quietly, "why don't you tell me what's really going on?" "Oh, I have told you, Lady Queen," he said. "Indeed, I have. If you'll excuse me, Lady Queen, I'll go to my office and come back with the corroborating evidence." He left, then didn't come back. Poe, she thought, pushing through papers at her desk. I need you to talk to my captain of the Monsien Guard urgently. He's lying to me. Something is dreadfully wrong. Poe tried for 2 days, then finally sent a message to Bitterblue. I can't find him, cousin. He's gone. 29. The young man who sat inside the door of the Monsien Guard barracks was chewing his nails to bits when Bitterblue stepped in. At the sight of her, he dropped his hand hastily and stood, knocking over a cup. "Where is Captain Smith?" she demanded, as cider poured and dripped everywhere. "He's gone away to investigate some criminal business at the silver refineries in the south, Lady Queen," said the soldier, eyeing the mess nervously. "Something to do with pirates. You're sure about that?" "Certain, Lady Queen. And when will he be back?" "It's hard to say, Lady Queen," said the soldier, straightening to look at her directly. "These matters can linger on." He sounded a bit too hearty, as if he were rehearsing lines in a play. Bitterblue did not believe him. But when she climbed to the lower offices and tried to convey her worry to Darby and Rude, they would not share her concern. "Lady Queen," said Rude gently, "the captain of the entire Monsien Guard is bound to be needed in a great many places. If his duties are too heavy, or if you wish to divide his command so that he can always be present at court, we can discuss that. But I don't think there's reason to doubt his whereabouts. In the meantime, the guard is certainly still searching for Runnemud." Climbing to her tower, Bitterblue passed the mountains of paper on her desk, pushed herself to a southern window, and looked out across the castle roofs. So many expanses of glass, reflecting the fast-moving clouds. It unsettled her, as everything unsettled her, and the start of November was days away, yet the pace of work in these offices had not slowed. She could not keep alternating between worry, frustration, overwork, and boredom. She'd taken to bringing her work to the lower offices sometimes, stumping down the steps with an armful of documents and sitting at a table, just so that she could be bored to death in company rather than alone. There was never much chatting talk. In those rooms, talk tended to restrict itself to work matters. And yet, she felt that as she sat in the presence of her clerks, they became less guarded in their stances and expressions. They softened into people who would look at her occasionally, say a word or two, and whose company was comfortable and human. Froggatt had even smiled at her once. He was recently married and seemed to smile more than the others. Darby burst through the door. "Correspondence from Prince Po, Lady Queen," he said, passing her a ciphered note from Po, this time in his own hand. "Raffin and Ban back from Sunder trip. Raff and I take tunnel north into Estill day after tomorrow. Ban and Giddon stay with you. Katza now gone 5 weeks, beginning to worry. If she returns while we're away, will you send word through tunnel? Did something that will annoy you. Invited Saf to council meeting last night. On impulse hired him to recalk castle windows in preparation for winter."
Want to keep him near for many reasons. Don't be surprised to see him hanging from walls in Great Courtyard, and for mercy's sake, don't draw attention to your association. Bitterblue burned the note in her small fireplace. Then, abandoning her work plans, she began the trek down to the courtyard. It was not pleasant to stand among the shrubberies, crane one's neck, and see people small as dolls dangling against the courtyard walls. Well, all right, not dangling. The people themselves were sitting, but the long platform on which they sat was dangling, on ropes and swaying an awful lot for something so far above the ground, and joggling when Saf stood and walked unworriedly from one end to the other. Saf's partner up there was Fox, which struck Bitterblue as advantageous for 2 reasons. One, as a spy, Fox would report to Helda anything interesting Saf told her. 2, if Fox observed the Queen drawing Saf aside to speak to him, Bitterblue didn't think that Fox would gossip about it. The windows they caulked were on the courtyard's south side. Bitterblue crossed to the south vestibule and began to climb the stairs. If Saf was surprised when the Queen appeared on the other side of his window, he didn't show it. What he did do was twist his mouth just enough for her to feel the insolence through the glass, then open the window. He looked in at her, eyebrows raised in inquiry. She said his name, Saf, then realized it was all she could say safely. He waited, but she failed to find more words. When he stepped back, she assumed he was returning to his work, but instead, he called down the platform to Fox. "I'll be out again in a minute." Not looking at Bitterblue, he climbed through the window. Then he unhitched a rope that was tied to a wide belt he was wearing. Throwing the rope out the window, he yanked the window shut, still not looking at her. A knit hat hid his hair and made his facial features more defined, and also adorable. Autumn hadn't faded his freckles. "Come on," he said, walking away from the windows altogether toward one of the ends of the empty room. Bitterblue followed. Through a window, Fox glanced at them, then returned to work. They stood in a long, narrow room that had arrow loops overlooking the drawbridge and moat, a room meant to be filled with archers in the event of a siege. From where Saf positioned them, they could see the doorway at each end and all the trapdoors in the ceiling. She wished now that she'd taken a moment to learn more about how this space was used. What if sentries were stationed on the roof above? What if they came down through the trapdoors at the changing of the guard? It would look odd, the Queen shivering in this obscure room with her window caulker. "What do you want?" Saf asked shortly. "My captain of the Monsian Guard has gone missing," she managed to say, berating herself for her own stupid sadness in his presence. "After days and days of no news, he told me he believed that Runnamud was solely responsible for all the crimes against truth seekers, then disappeared. Everyone's telling me he's gone to the silver refineries on some urgent matter to do with pirates. But something doesn't feel right, Saf. Have you heard anything about it?" "No," he said. "And if it's true, then Runnamud is alive and well in the East City, for an apartment where we store contraband was set on fire last night and a friend killed in the flames." "Poe," Bitterblue thought breathlessly.
I know you're leaving soon, and I'm sure you're buried in preparations. But before you go, do you have time for one more pass through the East City to look for Runnymede? It couldn't be more important. I'm sorry, she said aloud. He flicked his hand in annoyance. There are rumors, too, she went on, trying not to be stung by his rejection of her sympathy. Rumors of the crown. Have you heard them? Once the Monsignor guard hears them, I won't be able to hide that I don't have it, Saf. Gray's only trying to make you nervous, Saf said, so that you'll panic as you're doing now and do whatever he wants. Well, what does he want? I don't know, said Saf, shrugging. When he wants you to know it, you will. I'm trapped here, Bitterblue said. Useless, powerless. I don't know how to find Runnymede or even what I'm looking for. I don't know what to do about Gray. My friends have their own priorities, and my men don't seem to understand that something is urgently wrong. I don't know what to do, Saf, and you won't help me either because I hid my power from you once, and now it's all you can see. I think you don't realize your own power over me. I know it from when we touched each other. Her voice broke. There is a way you and I could muddle toward a balance if you would let me touch you. For a moment, he didn't speak. Finally, he said with a quiet sort of bitterness, It's not enough. It's not enough that you feel an attraction. Find someone else to be attracted to. Saf, she cried, that's not all I feel. Listen to the words I'm saying. We were friends. And so what then? He said roughly. What do you imagine? Me, stuck in this castle, your special commoner friend, bored out of my skull? Are you going to make a prince out of me? Do you think I want anything to do with any of this? What I want is what I thought I had, he said. I want the person you weren't. Saf, she whispered, tears stinging behind her eyes. I'm so sorry I lied. I wish I could tell you about so many true things. The day you stole my crown, I discovered a cipher my mother wrote and hid from my father. Reading it isn't easy. If you ever decide to forgive me and you want to hear about my real mother, I'll tell you. He watched her for a moment, then stared at his feet, mouth tight. Then he raised his coat sleeve to his eyes, and it stunned her, the notion that he might be crying. It stunned her so that she said one more thing. I wouldn't give it back, she said, what we did. I'd give it back for my mother to be alive. I'd give it back to know my kingdom better and be a better queen. Maybe I'd even give it back to have caused you less pain. But you gave me a gift you don't realize you gave me. I'd never done anything like that before, Saf, not with anyone. Now I see there are things in life that are open to me that I never quite believed I could do before I knew you. I wouldn't give that back, any more than I would give up being queen. Not even to make you stop punishing me. He stood with his arms clasped together and his head bent. He reminded her of one of Bellemue's lonely sculptures. Will you say anything? She whispered. He made no response. Not a movement, not a sound. Bitterblue turned and slipped down the steps. 30. That night, Raffin, Ban, and Poe had dinner with her and Helda. She thought they were oddly subdued for a group of reunited friends and wondered if the worry for Katza was becoming epidemic. If so, their worries did nothing to soothe her own worries. Good job not drawing attention to your association with Saf, said Poe sarcastically. No one saw us, retorted Bitterblue, waiting patiently while Ban cut her pork chop. She worked the muscles of her injured shoulder gently, trying to work out some of the end-of-the-day soreness. Anyway, who exactly do you think you are giving orders around my castle? Saf's a pain in the ass, Beetle, said Poe, but a useful pain in the ass. Should something happen with the crown, we're all better off if he's where we can reach him. And who knows, maybe he'll overhear something interesting for us. I've asked Gideon to keep an eye on him after I go. I'll help if he needs a few days, said Ban. Thank you, Ban, said Poe. Bitterblue paused, not understanding this exchange, but her mind caught on another question. How much of my history with Saf have you explained to Gideon, Poe? Poe opened his mouth, then closed it. I don't know all that much about your history myself, Bitterblue, and I've taken care not to ask either of you about it. Gideon, said Poe, pausing to push some carrots around with his fork, knows that if he observes Saf disrespecting you in any way, has to put Saf through a wall. Saf would probably like that. Poe made an exasperated noise. "I'll go into the East City tomorrow," he said. "I wish I weren't going to Estill. I'd tear the entire city apart for Runnymede, then I'd ride down to the refineries and find your captain myself." "Is there time for me or Giddon to go find Smit?" asked Ban. "Good question," said Poe, scowling at him. "Let's figure that out." "And what about you two?" said Bitterblue, turning to Raffen and Ban. "Did you accomplish your council business in Sunder?" "It was not actually a council trip, Lady Queen," said Raffen, looking abashed. "No? What were you doing?" "It was a royal mission. My father insisted I talk to Murgon about marrying his daughter." Bitterblue's mouth dropped open. "You can't marry his daughter." "And so I told him, Lady Queen," Raffen said, and that was all he said. His lack of elaboration pleased her. It was none of her business. Of course, it was impossible, in this company, not to think about balances of power. Raffen and Ban glanced at each other now and then, sharing silent agreement, teasing each other, or just resting their eyes on each other, as if each man was a comfortable resting place for the other. Prince Raffen, heir to the Midlands throne, Ban, who had no title, no fortune. How she longed to ask them questions that were too nosy for asking, even by her standards. How did they balance money matters? How did they make decisions? How did Ban cope with the expectation that Raffen marry and produce heirs? If Randa knew the truth about his son, would Ban be in danger? Did Ban ever resent Raffen's wealth and importance? What was the balance of power in their bed? "Where is Giddon, anyway?" she asked, missing him. "Why isn't he here?" The reaction was immediate. The table went quiet, and her friends considered each other with troubled expressions. Bitterblue's stomach dropped. "What is it? Is something wrong?" "He's not injured, Lady Queen," said Raffen, in a voice that didn't convince her. "Not in body, anyway. He wished to be alone." Now, Bitterblue shot to her feet. What happened? Taking a breath, letting it out slowly, Raffen answered in the same bleak voice. "My father has convicted him of treason, Lady Queen, on the basis of both his participation in the overthrow of the King of Nander and his continued monetary contributions to the council. He's been stripped of his title, land, and fortune, and if he returns to the Midlands, he'll be executed. Just to be thorough, Randa has burned his estate and leveled it to the ground." Bitterblue could not get to Giddon's rooms fast enough. He was in a chair in the far corner, his arms flung and his legs spread and his face frozen with shock. Going to him, Bitterblue dropped to her knees before him, took his hand, and wished that she had more than one hand to give. "You should not kneel before me," he whispered. "Shut up," she said, bringing his hand to her face and cradling it, hugging it, kissing it. Tears slid down her cheeks. "Lady Queen," he said, leaning toward her, cupping her face gently, tenderly, as if this were the most natural thing for him to do. "You're crying. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's comforting to me," he said, wiping her tears away with his fingers. "I can't feel anything." Bitterblue knew that species of numbness. She also knew what followed once it passed. She wondered if Giddon realized what was coming. If he had ever known that kind of catastrophic grief, it seemed to help Giddon to ask him questions, as if by answering, he was filling in the blank spaces and remembering who he was. And so she asked him things, letting each answer supply her next question. This was how Bitterblue learned that Giddon had had a brother who died in a fall from a horse at the age of 15. Giddon's horse, which had not liked to be ridden by others, and which Giddon had goaded him to ride, never anticipating the consequences. Giddon and Arland had fought incessantly, not just over horses. They would probably have fought over their father's estate had Arland lived. Giddon now wished Arland had lived and won. Arland might not have been a fair landlord, but nor would he have provoked the king. "He was my twin, Lady Queen. After he died, every time my mother looked at me, I believe she saw a ghost. She swore not, and she never blamed me for it openly, but I could see it in her face. She didn't live long after that." This was also how she learned that Giddon didn't know yet if everyone had gotten out. "Out?" she said, then understood. Oh no. Surely murder was not Randa's intention. Surely the people were warned to leave the house. He's not Thigpen or Drowden. I worry that they'll have tried, foolishly, to save some of the family keepsakes. My housekeeper will have tried to save the dogs, and my stable master the horses. Gideon shook his head in confusion. If anyone has died, Lady Queen, I'll send someone to find out, she said. Thank you, Lady Queen, but I'm sure word is already on its way. It was intolerable, being unable to make anything better. She stopped herself before she could say something rash, like an offer of a Monsieur's lordship, which struck her when she took a moment to examine the notion as no comfort whatsoever and probably insulting. If she was deposed and her castle leveled, how would it feel to be offered as a gift the queenship of some other people she knew nothing of, in some other place that was not Monsieur? It was unthinkable. How many people were under your care, Gideon? 99 in the house and on the immediate grounds, who now have no home or occupation. 583 in the town and on the farms, who will not find Randa a careful landlord. He dropped his head to his hands. And yet, I don't know what I would have done differently, Lady Queen. Even knowing the consequences, I could never have continued to be Randa's man. I've made such a mess of things. Arlen should have lived. Gideon, this was Randa's doing, not yours. Lifting his face from his hands, Gideon directed an expression at her that was baleful, ironic, and certain. All right, she said, then paused, thinking through what she wanted to express. It is your doing, in part. Your defiance of Randa made those for whom you were responsible vulnerable. But I don't think it follows that you could have prevented it or should have anticipated it. Randa shocked everyone with this. His empty gestures have never been so extreme before, and no one could have foreseen that the entirety of the consequences would fall on you. For this was another thing Gideon had told her. Ull, still in Nander, had been stripped of his captaincy, but Ull had lost Randa's confidence years ago, so it hardly mattered. Katza was re-banished and re-declared fortuneless. But Katza had been banished and fortuneless for ages. It had never stopped her from entering the Midlands when she wanted to, or stopped Raffen from advancing her money when she needed it. Randa railed at Raffen, threatened him, threatened to disown him, threatened to unname him, but never did. Raffen seemed to be Randa's sticking point. Randa was unable to do a serious injury to his own son. And Ban? Randa had an extraordinary capacity for pretending that Ban didn't exist. Gideon, on the other hand, was a coward. King's perfect target. A noble man of considerable noble wealth who didn't terrify Randa, and whom it would be fun to ruin. Perhaps we could have anticipated it had we not had 1,000 other things to consider, Bitterblue admitted. But I still doubt that you could have prevented it. Not without becoming a lesser man. You've promised never to lie to me, Lady Queen, said Gideon. Gideon's eyes were damp and too bright. Exhaustion had begun to pull at his features, as if everything, his hands, his arms, his skin, were too heavy for him to support. Bitterblue wondered if the numbness was passing.
I'm not lying, Gideon, she said. I believe that when you gave your heart to the council, you chose the right path. In the morning, Ban and Raffen came to breakfast. She watched them as they ate, subdued, half asleep. Ban's hair was wet and curling at the ends, and he seemed to be thinking hard about something. Raffen kept sighing. He was leaving for Estill tomorrow with Poe. After a while, she said, "Is there nothing the council can do about Gideon? Has Randa's behavior not sunk him to the level of the worst kings?" "It's complicated, Lady Queen," said Ban after a moment, clearing his throat. Gideon was actually funding the council with the wealth of his noble estate, as both Poe and Raffen do, and as such, he was committing a crime that could be construed as treason. A king is justified in seizing the possessions of a treasonous lord. Randa's behavior was extreme, but he did everything by the book. Ban touched his eyes on Raffen, who sat like a man made of wood. "Perhaps more relevantly, Lady Queen," Ban continued quietly, "Randa is Raffen's father. Even Gideon opposes any action on our part that would set Raffen in direct opposition to his father. Gideon has lost all that mattered to him. Nothing we did could change that. They ate again in silence for a while. Then Raffin said, as if deciding something, "I've also lost something that mattered. I still cannot believe he did it. He's made himself my enemy." "He's always been our enemy, Raffin," said Ban gently. "This is different," Raffin said. "I've never wanted to reject him as my father before. I've never wanted to be king just so that he isn't." "You've never wanted to be king at all." "I still don't," said Raffin with sudden bitterness. "But he shouldn't be. I'll be lost as a king, but at least," he said, enunciating each word, "I won't be a damn cruel man." "Raffin," said Bitterblue, her heart swelling with how much she understood this. "I promise you," she said, "when that day comes, you won't be alone. I'll be with you, and all the people who help me will too. My uncle will go to you if you want him. Both of you will learn how to be king," she said, meaning Ban, of course, and more grateful than she'd ever been before for Ban's groundedness to balance out Raffin's abstraction. Perhaps they could make a king together. Helda walked into the room and opened her mouth to speak, then paused as the outer doors were heard to creak open. Moments later, Gideon surprised them all by yanking Seth into the room by one arm. Gideon looked bleary-eyed and rumpled. "What did he do now?" Bitterblue asked sharply. "I found him in your father's maze, Lady Queen," said Gideon. "Seth," said Bitterblue, "what were you doing in the maze?" "It's not against the law to walk through the castle," Saf said. "And anyway, what's his excuse for being in the maze?" Gideon backhanded Saf across the mouth, grabbed him by the collar, looked straight into his astonished eyes, and said, "Speak to the Queen with respect, or you'll never work with the council in any capacity." Saf's lip was bleeding. He touched it with his tongue, then grinned at Gideon, who released him roughly. Saf turned back to Bitterblue. "Nice friends you've got," he said. Bitterblue knew that Gideon had almost certainly been in the maze because Poe had sent him there to find out what Saf was up to. "Enough," she said, angry with both of them. "Gideon, no more hitting. Saf, tell me why you were in the maze." Reaching into his pocket, Saf pulled out a ring with 3 keys on it, followed by a set of lockpicks Bitterblue recognized. Without ceremony, he deposited both into Bitterblue's hand. "Where did you get these?" Bitterblue asked in confusion. "They look like Fox's lockpicks, Lady Queen," said Helda. "They are," said Bitterblue. "Did she give them to you, Saf, or did you steal them?" "Why would she give me her lockpicks?" asked Saf blandly. "And the keys?" asked Bitterblue evenly. "The keys came out of her pocket when I nicked the lockpicks." "What are they the keys to?" Bitterblue asked Helda. "I couldn't say, Lady Queen," said Helda. "I wasn't aware of Fox having any keys." Bitterblue studied the keys in her hand. "All 3 are large and ornate. They're familiar," she said vaguely. "Helda, these keys are familiar. Come, help me," she said, going to the blue horse hanging. As Helda took the hanging in both arms, Bitterblue began to try each key in the lock. The second one successfully unlocked the door. Bitterblue looked into Helda's eyes, sharing with Helda the question of why Fox would have had Leck's keys in her pocket. "I'm certain there's a satisfactory explanation, Lady Queen," said Helda. "So am I," said Bitterblue. "Let's wait to see if she volunteers it to me when she discovers Saf took them. I trust her, Lady Queen." "I don't," said Saf from the other side of the room. "She has holes in her earlobes." "Well," Helda said, "that's because she spent her childhood in Leonid, just like you did, young man. Where do you suppose she got a name to match her hair?" "Then why doesn't she talk to me about Leonid?" Saf said. "If her family was alert enough to send her away, why doesn't she talk to me about the resistance? Why tell me nothing of her family, her home? And where is her Leonid accent? She's trying to make herself into nothing, and I don't trust it. Her conversation is too selective. She told me the location of Leck's rooms, but didn't say a word about there being a maze. Was she hoping I would get caught?" "Did she instruct you to go snooping?" retorted Bitterblue.
You're complaining about the mistrustful behavior of someone you stole from, Saf. Maybe she doesn't talk to you because she doesn't like you. Maybe she didn't like Leonid. Anyway, the list of people you trust is shorter than the number of keys on this ring. What do we have to do to make you stop behaving like a child? We won't always go into contortions to protect you, you know. Has Prince Po told you that the day he saved your life in my courtroom and you rewarded him by stealing my crown, he spent hours running through the rain in pursuit of it, then fell gravely ill? No, Po hadn't told him. Saf's sudden, silent chagrin was evidence. Why were you in my father's maze? Bitterblue asked again. I was curious, Saf said in a defeated voice. About what? Coming to sit down again. It's just, Bitterblue began, then stopped. She wasn't sure what it just was. Her own experience was minuscule, but it was all she had, so she couldn't help referring to it. She had liked sparring with Saf. She had liked playing trust games, but she didn't like fighting with him, not at all. She didn't like being the object of his fury. And if the crown situation counted as a crisis, well, then she didn't like crises either. On the other hand, she saw clearly enough that Katza and Po had something sustaining, deep and fierce. It was a thing that she envied sometimes. Bitterblue stabbed a mystery pie across the table with her fork and was delighted when it turned out to be made of winter squash. She pushed her plate closer and shoveled herself a generous portion. It's just that while I'm sure I would like the making up, I don't think I have the heart for constant fighting, she said. I think I might prefer something more peaceful in execution. Gideon cracked a grin. They do give the impression that no one else has nearly as much fun making up. But people do, you know, said Ban, perhaps a bit slyly. I wouldn't worry about them, Lady Queen, and I wouldn't worry about what it means. Every configuration of people is an entirely new universe unto itself. In the morning, Gideon left to meet a council ally from Estill who was visiting a town called Silverheart, half a day's ride east along the river. Then he surprised them all by not coming back by nightfall. I hope he gets in before morning, Po said over dinner. I didn't want to leave until he was back. So he can protect me? Said Bitterblue. You think I'm not safe with both you and Katza away, don't you? Don't forget, I have my Queen's Guard and my Lionid Guard, and it's not like I ever leave the castle anymore. I finally got into the East City today, Beetle, said Po. I walked practically every street and spent some time in the South City, too. I could not find Runnanote, and Ban and I tried to work it out, but we can't get around that it'd be a great strain right now for him or Gideon to take off in search of your captain. Someone set a fire 3 nights ago and killed another of Soph and Teddy's friends, said Bitterblue. Oh, said Po, dropping his silverware. I wish this Estelle thing weren't happening now. Too much is going on, and nothing is right. With the rat pelt tucked in her pocket, Bitterblue couldn't really argue. Early in the day, she'd gone to the library and showed it to Death. At the sight of it, he'd turned 8 shades of gray. Merciful skies above, he said hoarsely. What do you think? Asked Bitterblue. I think, said Death, then paused, truly seeming to be thinking. I think I need to rethink the current shelving of King Leck's stories, Lady Queen, for they're in a section reserved for fantastical literature. That's what you're worried about? Demanded Bitterblue. The shelving of your books? Send someone from Madeline, will you? I'm going to my table, where I intend to read about how monarchy is tyranny, she said, then stormed away in annoyance, realizing that it hadn't been a particularly incisive retort. Madeline produced a much more satisfactory reaction. Narrowing her eyes on the pelt, she announced, then proceeded to ask 1,000 questions. Who'd found it, and where? How had the creature behaved? How had Lady Katza defended herself? Had Lady Katza encountered any people? How far had Lady Katza followed the tunnel? Where precisely did this tunnel start? What was going to be done about it? When and by whom? I hoped you might have some medical insight, Bitterblue managed to interject. It's rutting peculiar, Lady Queen, said Madeline, then glanced at the hanging of the wild-haired woman, spun on her heel and marched off. Sighing, Bitterblue turned to Lovejoy, who was sprawled on the table, peering at her with his chin resting on one paw. "It's a good thing I employ all these experts," she said. Then she held the tip of the pelt out to him, poking his nose with it. "What do you think of it?" Lovejoy made a point of having no opinion whatsoever. "I won't let him into our rooms. Perversely, he honors my barricades, while setting up his own guards outside our door. When he goes away to his graveyard, I explore his rooms. I'm looking for passage out, but find nothing. If I knew his secrets and plans, could I stop him? But I can neither read them nor find them. The sculptures watched me look. They told me the castle has secrets, and he'll kill me if he found me snooping. It was a warning, not a threat. They like me, not him." Bitterblue sat that night with legs crossed on her bedroom floor, wondering if it was worthwhile to try to find any sense in the passage when half of it seemed raving mad. "Lady Queen," said a voice from the doorway. Bitterblue turned, startled. It was Fox. "Forgive me for the intrusion, Lady Queen," said Fox. "What time is it?" asked Bitterblue. 1 o'clock, Lady Queen. Perhaps a bit late for intrusions." "I'm sorry, Lady Queen," said Fox. "It's just that there's something I've got to tell you, Lady Queen." Bitterblue extricated herself from the sheets and went to stand by her dressing table, wanting to be away from her mother's secrets, her father's secrets, while Fox was in the room. "Go on," she prompted, guessing what this was about. "I found a set of keys, Lady Queen," Fox said, "in a corner, in a deserted back room of the smithy. I'm not certain what they were the keys to. I could have asked Ornick his opinion," she said, hesitating, "but I was snooping when I found them, Lady Queen, and didn't want him to know. He came in and thought I was waiting for him, Lady Queen, and I thought it might be best to let him go on thinking that." "I see," said Bitterblue dryly. "Mightn't they simply have been keys to the smithy?" "I tried that, Lady Queen," said Fox, "and they weren't. They were big, grand, important-looking keys, not like any I've ever seen. But before I could bring them to you, Lady Queen, they disappeared from my pocket." "Oh," said Bitterblue. "Do you mean that someone stole them?" "I couldn't say, Lady Queen," said Fox, looking down at her own folded hands. Fox knew perfectly well that Bitterblue knew perfectly well that Fox was spending her daylight hours on a platform with a thief who had every appearance, on the basis of recent events, of being involved with the Queen somehow. Bitterblue couldn't blame Fox for deciding not to accuse Saf outright of theft. For all Fox knew, it risked angering the Queen. At the same time, if it weren't for Saf, would Bitterblue be hearing about the keys at all? Once Saf had stolen them, Fox had to tell Bitterblue about them, in case Saf did. Regardless of her original intentions, and regardless of where she'd actually gotten them. "Have you learned anything new about the crown, Fox?" she asked, as a sort of test, to see if everyone's stories matched up. "The gray fellow refuses to sell to you, Lady Queen," said Fox, "and he's spreading rumors. But it's only to make you nervous, Lady Queen, and tighten the net around you. He'll keep it from the people you most need not to know of it, then blackmail you for whatever he wants by threatening to tell them." Unhelpfully, the stories matched. "Very clever," said Bitterblue. "Thank you for telling me about the keys, Fox. Helda and I will keep our eyes out for them." And then, after Fox had gone, she opened her mother's chest, reached under the rat pelt, and fished the keys out. She'd practically forgotten them, what with the arrival of the pelt and the plans of all her friends. Now, she left her rooms with a lamp in her good hand. Dropping down the staircase into the maze, she put her right shoulder to the wall and took the necessary turns. The very first key she tried opened her father's door with a great click. Inside, Bitterblue stood under the watchful eyes of the paint-splattered sculptures. "Well," she said to them, "my mother asked you where the castle keeps its secrets, but you wouldn't tell her. Will you tell me?" Looking from one sculpture to another, she couldn't help feeling that Ashen had written nothing mad. It took effort not to think of them as living creatures with opinions. The silver and turquoise owl in the hanging peered at her with round eyes. "What is the third key for?" she asked them all. Then she went into the bathing room, climbed into the tub, and pressed on every tile in the wall behind it. She pressed on every other tile she could reach, too, just to be thorough. Going to the closet space, she ran her good hand along the shelves and other surfaces, sneezing but persistently pushing. Back inside the room, she pushed and patted the hangings. Nothing. No hidden compartments full of Leck's musty secret thoughts. 43 turns with her shoulder hugging the left wall brought her back to her staircase. As she climbed the steps, the sound of some lonely musical instrument rose to her ears. Melancholy strings being touched by someone's hand. Someone in my castle does play music. In her bedroom, Bitterblue returned to her place on the rug and began with a new sheet. Theo says he'll get me knife if he can. Won't be easy. Leck keeps track of all knives. He'll have to steal one. Must tie sheets together and go out window. Theo says it's too dangerous, but there's only one guard in garden. Too many guards by any other route. He says when it's time, he'll keep Leck away. 32. The next day, Poe and Raffin left before dawn, taking their horses into the East City and quietly across Winged Bridge. Katza followed soon after, leaving Ban, Helda, and Bitterblue to stare at one another gloomily over breakfast. Gideon still hadn't returned from Silverheart. Then, in late morning, Darby ran up her tower stairs and dropped a folded note onto her desk. He sniffed. "This seems urgent, Lady Queen." The note was written in Gideon's hand, unciphered. "Lady Queen," it said, "please come to your stables as soon as possible and bring Rude. Be discreet." She couldn't think why Gideon would ask for such a thing, and doubted it could be for any cheerful reason. Well, at least he was safely back. Rude followed her to the stables like a timid dog, folded in on himself as if trying to make himself disappear. "Do you know what this is about?" she asked him. "No, Lady Queen," he whispered. Stepping into the stables, she couldn't spot Gideon anywhere, so she chose the closest row of stalls and began to walk down them, past horses that stomped and snorted. Around the first corner, she saw Gideon in the door of a faraway stall, bending over something on the ground. Another man was with him, Ornick, the young smith. Rude let out a sob beside her. Gideon heard, turned, and came to them quickly, blocking their advance. With one arm outstretched to stop Bitterblue and his other arm practically holding Rude upright, he said, "It's dreadful, I'm afraid. It's a corpse. That's been in the river for some time. He hesitated. "Rude, I'm sorry, but we think it's your brother. Would you know his rings?" Rude collapsed to his knees. "It's all right," Bitterblue said to Gideon as he looked at her helplessly. She put her hand on his arm. "You deal with Rude. I know his rings." "I'd rather you didn't have to see it, Lady Queen. It will hurt me less than it hurts Rude." Gideon spoke over his shoulder to Ornick.
"Stay with the Queen," he said, unnecessarily, for Ornick had already come forward, smelling of vomit. "That bad, Ornick?" said Bitterblue. "It's very bad, Lady Queen," Ornick said grimly. "I'll show you his hands only." "I would like to see his face, Ornick," she said, not knowing how to explain that she needed to see all there was to see, just so that she would know and possibly understand. And yes, she recognized the rings constricting the skin of the horrible balloon hand, though the rest of him was unrecognizable, barely human, fetid, the sight of him barely sufferable. "Those are Runnemud's rings," she told Ornick, and this answers the question of whether Runnemud is the only person targeting truth seekers. This body wasn't setting any fires in the city. She counted days in her head. 4 nights ago? He would have died anyway if he'd been convicted of his crimes. So why is seeing him dead so horrible? Ornick covered the body with a blanket. When Gideon came to stand beside them, Bitterblue looked back and saw that Darby had come and was kneeling with an arm around Rude, and beyond them, Theo hovering with empty eyes like a ghost. "Is there any way of knowing what happened?" Bitterblue asked. "I don't think so, Lady Queen," said Gideon. "Not with a body that's been in the river as long as this one seems to have been. As long as 3.5 weeks, I suppose, if he died the night he disappeared, right?" Rude and Darby are both speculating that it was suicide. "Suicide?" she repeated. "Would Runnemud have committed suicide?"
Unfortunately, Lady Queen, said Gideon, there's more I need to tell you. All right, Bitterblue said, noticing that behind Gideon, Thiel had turned and was gliding away. Just give me a minute, Gideon. She ran to catch up with Thiel, calling his name. He turned to her woodenly. Do you also think it was suicide, Thiel? Don't you think he must have had enemies? I can't think, Lady Queen, said Thiel in a voice that cracked and strained. Would he have done such a thing? Had he gone so mad? Perhaps it is my doing, he said, for letting him run off that night, alone. Forgive me, Lady Queen, he said, backing away in confusion. Forgive me, for this is my doing. Thiel, she said, but he pushed himself away. Turning back, Bitterblue saw Gideon down another row of stalls, hugging a man she'd never seen before, hugging him like a long-lost cousin. And now Gideon was hugging the horse that had apparently just come in with the man. Gideon had tears running down his face. What on earth was going on? Was everyone mad? She focused on the tableau of Darby and Rude on their knees. Runamud's wrapped corpse lay on the floor beyond them, and Rude was weeping inconsolably. Bitterblue supposed one might over a brother, no matter who the brother had grown up to be. She went to him to tell him she was sorry. The man Gideon had been hugging was the son of Gideon's housekeeper. The horse Gideon had been hugging was one of Gideon's own horses, a mare, who'd been on an errand in town when Randus' raid had begun. No one had felt the need to tell Randus men that their inventory of Gideon's stables that day was off by one horse. All the people had gotten out of the buildings. All the horses had survived, as had all the dogs, down to the smallest runt puppy. As for Gideon's things, little was left. Randus' men had gone through the place beforehand, collecting items of value, then carefully set the sort of fire that would produce the maximum destruction. Bitterblue walked with Gideon back into the castle. I'm so sorry about all of it, Gideon, she said quietly. It's a comfort to talk to you about it, Lady Queen, he said. But do you remember that there was more I needed to tell you? Is it about your estate? It was not about Gideon's estate. It was about the river. And Bitterblue's eyes widened as she listened. The river at Silverheart was full of bones. The bones had been discovered at the same time as Runamud's body, for, as it happened, the corpse had gotten hung up on what turned out, upon investigation, to be a reef of bones. Ice had then formed around the body and frozen solid, anchoring it into place. All of this had occurred at a bend in the river, where water pooled, slowing nearly to a stop. It was a deep spot the townspeople tended to avoid, for the very reason that dead things accumulated there, fish and plants washing up to the banks, lingering until they rotted away. It was a putrid place. The bones were human. But how old are they? Bitterblue asked, not understanding. Are they the bodies Leck burned on Monster Bridge? The healer didn't think so, Lady Queen, for he could find no signs of burning, but he admitted to having little experience with reading bones. He wasn't comfortable speculating about their age. But it's possible they've been collecting there for some time. If people hadn't had to row in among them to free Runamud's corpse, they wouldn't have been discovered. No one makes a point of going to this stretch of river, Lady Queen, and no one steps into the pool, for the footing there is dangerous. And now Bitterblue was thinking about something else entirely. Poe and his hallucinations. The river is swimming with the dead. Ashen and her embroidery. The river is his graveyard of bones. We need to bring the bones out, she said. I understand that there are underwater caverns in this place, Lady Queen, with quite deep water. It may be difficult. A memory opened to Bitterblue like a crack of light. Diving for treasure, she muttered. Lady Queen, according to something Saw said to me once, he knows a bit about recovering things from the ocean floor. I expect he could extrapolate to a river floor. Can one do such a thing in cold weather? He is discreet, she added grudgingly, with information, anyway, not so much with his behavior. At any rate, I'm not sure discretion is an issue here, Lady Queen, said Gideon. The whole town knows about the bones. They were discovered just before I arrived, and I'd heard them talked about several times before I even reached my contact. If we have a bone retrieval operation going on in the river half a day's ride from the city, I don't see it staying quiet. Especially if we decide to search other parts of the river as well, Bitterblue said. Should we be doing that? I think they're the bones of Leck's victims, Gideon, she said. And I think there must be some in the river here, near the castle. Poe couldn't sense them when he looked for them specifically, but when he was sick and hallucinating, his grace swelling and distorting, some part of him knew. He told me the river was swimming with the dead. I see. If Leck dumped bones into the river, I suppose we could find them practically to the harbor. How well do bones float? I have no idea, Bitterblue said. Perhaps Madeline knows. Perhaps I should make a team of Madeline and Sapphire and send them out to Silverheart. Ugh, my shoulder aches and my head is splitting, she said, stopping in the great courtyard, rubbing at her scalp under its too tight braids. Gideon, how I wish a few days would go by without any upsetting news. You've too much to worry about, Lady Queen, Gideon said quietly. Gideon, she said, caught by his tone and ashamed of herself for complaining, looking into his face and seeing a kind of desolation in his eyes that he was managing to keep out of his voice. Perhaps this is a useless, unhelpful thing to say, she said. I hope it will not be insulting, but I want you to know that you're always welcome in Monsea, and you're always welcome at my court. And if any of your people have no employment or wish, for whatever reason, they're all welcome here. Monsea is not a perfect place, she said, taking a breath, clenching her fist to ward off all the feelings that rose with that statement. But there are good people here, and I wanted you to know. Gideon took her small clenched fist in his hand, raised it to his mouth, and kissed it. And Bitterblue was lit up inside, just a little bit, with the magic of knowing she'd done a small thing right. Oh, to feel that way more often. Back in her office, Darby told her that Rude was in bed, being looked after by his wife, and, supposedly, bounced on by grandchildren, though Bitterblue couldn't imagine Rude being bounced on by anything without breaking. Darby did not react well to the news of the bones. He blundered away and, as the hours went on, became a bit erratic in his gait and his speech. She wondered if he was drinking at his desk. It had never occurred to Bitterblue to inquire before this exactly where Teal kept his rooms. She only knew they were on the 4th level, northish, though obviously not within Leck's maze. That evening, she asked Darby for more specific directions. In the correct hallway, she consulted a footman who stared at her with fish eyes and pointed wordlessly at a door. Somewhat unsettled, Bitterblue knocked. There was a pause. Then the door swung inward, and Teal stood before her, staring down at her. His shirt was open at the throat and untucked. "Lady Queen," he said, startled. "Teal, did I bring you out of bed?" "No, Lady Queen." "Teal," she said, noticing a small patch of red above one of his cuffs. "You're bleeding. Are you all right? What happened?" "Oh," he said, looking down, searching his chest and arms for the offending spot, covering it with his hand. "It's nothing, Lady Queen, nothing except my own clumsiness. I'll see to it immediately. Would you care to come in?" He pulled the door fully open and stood aside awkwardly while she passed through. It was a single room, small, with a bed, a washstand, 2 wooden chairs, no fireplace, and a desk that seemed far too small for such a large man, as if he must knock his knees against the wall when he used it. The air was too cold and the light too dim. There were no windows. When he offered her the better of the straight-backed chairs, Bitterblue sat, uncomfortable, embarrassed, and unaccountably confused. Teal went to the washstand, turned his injured side away from her, rolled up his sleeve, and did something or other with pats of water and bandages. A stringed instrument stood in an open case against the wall, a harp. Bitterblue wondered if, when Teal played it, its sound reached all the way to Leck's maze. She also saw a bit of broken mirror on the washstand. "Has this always been your room, Teal?" she asked. "Yes, Lady Queen," he said. "I'm sorry it's not more welcoming." "Was it assigned to you?" Bitterblue asked carefully. "Or did you choose it?" "I chose it, Lady Queen." "Do you never wish for a larger space?" she asked. "Something more like mine?" "No, Lady Queen," he said, coming to sit across from her. "This suits me." It did not suit him. This bare, comfortless square of a room, the gray blanket on the bed, the dreary-looking furniture did not in any way match his dignity, his intelligence, or his importance to her or to the kingdom. "Have you been making Darby and Rude go to work every day?" she asked him. "I've never known either of them to go so long without a breakdown." He studied his own hands, then cleared his throat delicately. "I have, Lady Queen, though of course I could not insist it of Rude today. I confess that, whenever they've asked for my guidance, I have given it. I hope you don't feel that I've been imposing myself." "Have you been very bored?" she asked him. "Oh, Lady Queen," he said fervently, as if the question itself were relief from boredom. "I've been sitting in this room with nothing to do but think. It is paralyzing, Lady Queen, to have nothing to do but think." "And what have you been thinking, Teal?" "That if you would let me come back to your tower, Lady Queen, I would endeavor to serve you better." "Teal," she said quietly, "you helped us escape, didn't you? You gave my mother a knife. We wouldn't have gotten away if you hadn't. She needed that knife. And you distracted Leck while we ran." Teal sat huddled within himself, not speaking. "Yes," he finally whispered. "It breaks my heart sometimes," Bitterblue said, "the things I can't remember. I don't remember that the two of you were such friends. I don't remember how important you were to us. I only remember flashes of moments when he took you both downstairs to punish you together. It's not fair that I don't remember your kindness." Teal let out a long breath. "Lady Queen," he said, "one of Leck's cruelest legacies is that he left us unable to remember some things and unable to forget others. We are not masters of our minds." After a moment, she said, "I would like you to come back tomorrow." He looked at her with hope growing in his face. "Runamood's dead," she said. "That chapter is over, but the mystery is not solved, for my truth-seeking friends in the city are still being targeted. I don't know how it'll be between us, Teal. I don't know how we'll learn to trust each other again, and I know you're not well enough to help me with every matter I face. But I miss you, and I'd like to try again." A thin line of blood was seeping through another part of Teal's shirt, high on his sleeve. As Bitterblue stood up to go, her eyes touched on all the parts of the room once more. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was like a prison cell. Bitterblue went next to the infirmary. She found Madeline's room warm from the heat of braziers, well lit against the autumn early darkness, and, as always, full of books and paper, a haven. Madeline was packing. "The bones?" asked Bitterblue. "Yes, Lady Queen," said Madeline, "the mysterious bones. Sapphire has gone home and is also readying himself. I'm going to send a couple soldiers from my Maniac Guide with you, Madeline, because I'm concerned about Sapphire, but will you keep a close watch on him too, in your capacity as healer? I don't know how much he actually knows about recovering things from water, especially in the cold, and he thinks he's invincible. I will, of course, Lady Queen, and perhaps when I come back, we can take a look under that cast. I'm eager to test your strength and see how my medicines have worked. May I knead bread once the cast is off? If I'm satisfied with your progress, then yes, you may knead bread. Is this why you came here, Lady Queen, for permission to knead bread?" Bitterblue sat on the end of Madeline's bed, beside a mountain of blankets, papers, and clothing. "No," she said. She practiced the words in her mind before speaking them aloud, worried that they might prove she was mad. "Madeline, would a person ever cut himself?" she said. Madeline stilled her rummaging hands and peered at Bitterblue. Then she shoved the mountain of things on the bed aside with one powerful arm and sat beside her. "Are you asking for yourself, Lady Queen, or someone else?" "You know I wouldn't do such a thing to myself." I would certainly like to think that, Lady Queen, Madeline said. Then she paused, looking quite grim. There are no limits to the ways people you think you know can astonish you. I can't explain the practice to you, Lady Queen. I wonder if it's meant to be punishment for something one can't forgive oneself for, or an external expression, Lady Queen, of an internal pain, or perhaps it's a way to realize that you actually do want to stay alive. Don't talk about it as if it's a life-affirming thing, Bitterblue whispered, furious. Madeline studied her own hands, which were large, strong, and, Bitterblue knew, infinitely gentle. It's a relief to me, Lady Queen, that in your own pain you take no interest in hurting yourself. Why would I? Bitterblue flared. Why should I? It's foolish. I would like to kick the people who do it. That would, perhaps, be redundant. In her rooms, Bitterblue stormed to her bedroom, slamming, even locking the door, then yanking at her braids, yanking at her sling and her gown, tears making silent tracks down her face. Someone knocked at the door. "Go away," she yelled, stomping back and forth.
How am I to help him? If I confront him, hell deny it, then go empty and fall apart. Lady Queen, Helda's voice said on the other side of the door, tell me you're all right in there, or I'll have Ban knock the door in. Half crying, half laughing, Bitterblue found a robe. Then she went to the door and pulled it open. Helda, she said to the woman who stood there imperiously, holding a key in her hands that rendered her threat a bit overdramatic. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I was upset. Well, there's more than enough to be upset about, Lady Queen. Pull yourself together and come into the sitting room if you would. Ban has come up with a place for us to hide your sapphire should things reach a crisis point with the crown. It was Katza's suggestion, Lady Queen, said Ban. Do you think he'd go willingly to a hiding place of ours? Possibly, Bitterblue said. I could try to talk to him. Where is it? On Winged Bridge. Winged Bridge? Isn't that part of the city rather populated? He's to go up onto the bridge, Lady Queen. Hardly anyone goes onto it. And it happens to be a drawbridge, did you know? On its near side it has a sort of a room, a tower, for the drawbridge operator. Katza discovered it the first time she left for her tunnel, for her route took her across the bridge, and she had no supplies that night, remember? Isn't Winged Bridge high enough that practically 3 full-rigged ships stacked on top of each other could pass under it with room to spare? In a manner of speaking, yes, said Ban mildly. I don't expect there's ever been a need to raise the drawbridge, which means it's a drawbridge tower no one looks at twice. It's furnished and functional, supplied with pots and pans and a stove and so on. It would be just like Leck to station a man there with no work to do, wouldn't it? His kind of illogic? But it's empty now. According to Katza, everything is under years of dust. Katza broke in and took a knife and a few other things, but left the rest. I'm beginning to warm to this idea, Bitterblue said. It do Soph some good to sit in a cold room, sneezing and thinking about his mistakes. It's better than trying to hide him in one of our wardrobes, at any rate, Lady Queen. And it would be the first step in moving him to a still. Bitterblue raised her eyebrows. You seem to have plans for him. Ban shrugged. Of course, we would try to help him regardless, Lady Queen, because he's your friend. But he's also a person we could use. I believe his own preference, if he decided to run, would be Linead. We're not going to force him to go anywhere, Lady Queen, Ban said. A person who doesn't want to work with us is no use to us. He follows his gut. It's one of the reasons he appeals to us, but we know it means he'll do whatever he likes. Tell him about the bridge, won't you? I'll go there myself one of these nights to make sure it suits our purposes. Sometimes the best hiding places are in plain sight. That night, instead of pushing herself through more embroidery, Bitterblue found herself padding to the art gallery. She wasn't sure why she did, and in her robe and slippers no less. Helda and Ban had gone to sleep, and Gideon had his own problems. She had a vague sense of wanting company, but Hava was nowhere to be found. Hava, she called once or twice, in case the girl was hiding. No response.
She ended up standing before the hanging of the man being attacked by the colorful beasts, wondering, for the first time, if she might be looking at a true story. A click sounded, and the hanging she was staring at moved, billowed. There was a person behind it. "Hava?" she said. It was Fox who emerged, blinking at Bitterblue's lantern. "Lady Queen." "Fox," Bitterblue responded, "where on earth did you come from?" "There's a spiral staircase that leads all the way up from the library, Lady Queen," said Fox. "I was just trying it for the first time. Ornick told me about it, Lady Queen. Apparently it runs past Lady Katz's rooms as well, and the council uses it sometimes for meetings. Do you think I'll ever be allowed to attend council meetings, Lady Queen?" "That will be for Prince Po to decide," said Bitterblue evenly, "and the others. Have you met any of them, Fox?" "Not Prince Po," said Fox, then went on to talk about the others. Bitterblue only half attended because Po was the one who mattered. She wished she'd had Po chat with Fox before he'd gone. And she was also distracted because something else entirely had captured her thoughts. She was seeing, in her mind, a succession of hidden entrances behind wild, strangely colored creatures. The door to Leck's stairway, hidden behind the blue horse in her sitting room. The secret entrance to the library, hidden behind the wild-haired woman in the hanging. The strange, colorful insects on the tiles of Katz's bath. And now, a door in the wall behind this horrible scene. "Forgive me, Fox," Bitterblue said, "but I'm exhausted. It's time I went to bed." Then she walked back to her rooms and collected the keys. Going out again past her guards, dropping down the appropriate stairs, winding through the maze, she tried not to rush, because it was silly, only a hunch, and it was foolish to hope too hard. Inside the room, she went to the tiny owl in the tapestry, lifted the bottom of the great, heavy woven cloth, and crawled beneath it. She couldn't see a thing, and spent the first minute coughing at the dust. Eyes watering, nose itching like crazy, pressed up against the wall and half suffocated by art, she asked herself what in the blazes she expected to happen now. A door that swung open? A tunnel of light? Feel around, she thought. Po opened the door behind Katz's tub by pressing on a tile. Feel the wall. Reach high. Leck was taller than you. Feeling the wall, finding nothing but smooth wood, she grew disheartened, and also slightly embarrassed. What if someone intelligent whose opinion mattered came into the room, saw the bulge in the hanging, and lifted it to find the queen in her robe groping idly at the wood of the wall? Or worse, what if they assumed she was an intruder and began whacking at her through the hanging? What if her finger hooked into a knot in the wood, very high, so high that she was on tiptoe when she found it? Stretching herself as tall as she could, Bitterblue pushed her finger farther into the hole. A click sounded, followed by a rolling noise. A space opened before her. She had to crawl back into the room for her lantern. Once under the hanging again, she lifted her light. It illuminated a stone spiral staircase leading down. Bitterblue gritted her teeth and began the descent, wishing she had a free hand to steady against the wall. The staircase straightened eventually to a long stone descending passage. Continuing on, she found that it curved in places and contained occasional steps leading down. It was difficult to keep track of where she was in relation to Leck's room. When her lamp found a glowing design on the wall, she stopped to examine it. A painting, painted directly onto the stone. A pack of wolves, silver, gold, and palest pink, howling at a silver moon. She knew better than to pass on by without trying. Setting her lantern on the floor, she ran her hand over the stone, searching for something, anything that might be anomalous. Her finger caught in a hole on one side of the painting. The shape of the hole was strange, familiar. Bitterblue touched its edges and realized it was a keyhole. Breathing shakingly, she pulled the keys from the pocket of her robe. Separating the third key from the others, she slipped it into the lock and carefully turned it. A click sounded. The stone wall before her pushed forward. Taking the lamp again, Bitterblue squeezed into a shallow, low-ceiling sort of closet with shelves lining the back wall. On the shelves were books bound in leather. She set the lamp on the floor. Pulling a book down at random, her whole body shaking now, Bitterblue knelt. The leather was a sort of folder enclosing loose papers.
Opening the folder awkwardly with one hand, holding a sheet of paper to the lamp, she saw squiggles, strange dips, curves, and slashes. Now she remembered it, her father's peculiar, squiggly writing. She'd thrown some of it into the fire once. She hadn't been able to read the letters then. Now she understood why. More secrets in cipher, Bitterblue thought, breathing through the fact. My father wrote his secrets in cipher. If no one Leck hurt is left to tell me what he did, if no one will tell me the secrets everyone's trying to hide, the secrets that trap everyone inside pain, perhaps it doesn't matter. For Leck can tell me himself. His secrets will tell me what he did to leave my kingdom so broken. And finally, I'll understand. Part 4. Bridges and Crossings, November and December. 35. Bitterblue needed help fast. She needed Helda, Ban, and Gideon. And so, locking all doors behind her, she went to wake each of them up. At her persistent knocking, 3 bleary people came to 3 doors, listened to her frantic explanation, then went to get dressed. "Will you find my guard, Holt?" she asked Ban, who leaned against his own door frame with no shirt on, looking like he would collapse unconscious on the floor if only she'd let him. "We need him to pull down the wooden boards blocking my sitting room door, and he has to do it quietly because we've got to get the journals up into my rooms without anyone knowing. And for rot's sake, hurry up." When Holt arrived, Hava was with him, for Holt had been visiting his niece in the art gallery when Ban had found him. Bitterblue, Hava, Holt, Gideon, and Ban snuck down the stairs and into the maze with a scattering of lamps, a strange, silent, late-night search party. They glided around corners to Leck's door. Bitterblue forgot to warn them. Unlocking the door and pushing everyone in, she forgot to warn Holt and Hava that the room was full of Bellamy sculptures. Hava, shocked at the sight of them, flickered in confusion, turning into a sculpture, then back to a girl. "He destroyed them," she said in a low, furious voice, holding her lantern close to one. "He covered them with paint. They're still beautiful," Bitterblue said quietly. "He tried to destroy them, but I think he failed, Hava. Look at them. I don't need your help with the books. Stay here and spend time with them." Holt stood before the sculpture of the child growing wings and feathers. "This is you, Hava," he said. "I remember." "I need your help, Holt," said Bitterblue. "Come with me." Holt took one long look around the room. His gaze lingered on the empty bed frame. The eyes he finally turned to Bitterblue made her a bit nervous, for there was something unsteady there that she would rather not see in the eyes of a man graced with strength and known for unpredictable behavior. "Holt," she said, holding out her hand, "will you come with me?" Holt took her hand. She led him, like a child, to the back of the room and up the steps, and showed him the boards nailed to her sitting room door. "Can you pull them away, quietly, so that if any members of the Monsian Guard should be patrolling the maze, they won't overhear?" "Yes, Lady Queen," he said, grasping a board with both hands, then tugging on it gently, so that it came out of the wall with nothing more than a small scraping sound. Satisfied, Bitterblue left Holt to his work and scuttled down the steps to Gideon and Ban, who were waiting to be led under the hanging and through the tunnel to Leck's books. When they reached the closet with the books, she sent Gideon on down to follow the passage to its end and discover where it led. Someone had to, and she couldn't bear to leave the books herself. Then she and Ban began to pull the volumes down from the shelves and carry them back up to Leck's room, where they piled them on the rug. Muted sounds indicated that Holt was still pulling boards away from the door. Hava wandered from sculpture to sculpture, touching them, wiping dust away, not saying a word. Bitterblue was in the closet reaching for the last few books when Gideon returned. "It goes on for some time, Lady Queen," he said, "and ends at a door. It took me forever to find the lever to open the door.
It opens into the same corridor in the East Castle, where the tunnel to the East City starts, and it's hidden behind a hanging, just as all these doors seem to be. I only saw the hanging from the back, but it looked like a big, green wildcat tearing out the throat of a man. I peeked out into the corridor. I don't think anyone saw me. I hope no one else has made the colorful animal hidden tunnel connection, breathed Bitterblue. I'm furious with Poe for not realizing. Not fair, Lady Queen, said Gideon. Poe can't see colors, and anyway, he hasn't had time to be mapping your castle. Now she was angry with herself. I'd forgotten about the colors. I'm an ass. Before Gideon could respond, an enormous, distant crash interrupted them. They stared at each other in alarm. Here, take these, Bitterblue said, shoving most of the remaining books at him, cradling the rest in her arm. The noises continued. They came from above, from the direction of Leck's room. Gideon and Bitterblue ran up the slope. In the bedroom, Holt was lifting the bed frame into the air and crashing it down again onto the rug, breaking it into pieces. Uncle, Hava cried, trying to grab his on. Stop it, stop it. Ban was struggling with Hava, trying to pull her away, but letting go every time she flickered into something else. Grabbing onto his own head, moaning. He ruined her, Holt said over and over, deliriously, lifting a piece of the bed frame and smashing it into the floor. He ruined her. I let him ruin my sister. The bed frame he shattered so easily was a solid, huge thing. Splintered pieces of wood flew around the room, knocking against sculptures, raising explosions of dust. Hava fell down, and he didn't even glance at her. Ban dragged Hava out of Holt's range, and she huddled on the floor, weeping. Did he take all the boards down from the door? Bitterblue asked Ban, shouting over the noise. Ban nodded, breathless. Then get the books up the stairs to my rooms, she ordered both Ban and Gideon, before the entire Munsian guard breaks through the door to see what the noise is about. Then she went to Hava and held onto the girl as best she could, closing her eyes because Hava kept changing shape, and it was sickening. There's nothing we can do, Bitterblue told her. Hava, we must just let him be until he's done. He'll hate himself when it's over, said Hava, gasping with tears. That's the worst thing about it. When he comes back to his senses and realizes he went berserk, he'll hate himself for it. Then we must stay out of the way, where he can't hurt us, Bitterblue said, so that we're able to reassure him that the only thing he injured was a bed frame. No guards came. When the bed frame was well and truly smashed, Holt sat among the pieces on the floor, crying. Hava and Bitterblue went to him. They sat with him while he began his apologies and his expressions of shame. They tried to take that burden away from him with gentle words of their own. The next morning, Bitterblue walked into the library with a journal under her arm and stopped before Death's desk. Your grace of reading and remembering, she said to Death. Does it work with symbols you don't understand, or only with letters you do? Death wrinkled his nose in a way that made it seem as if he were wrinkling his entire face. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about, Lady Queen. A cipher, Bitterblue said. You've rewritten entire pages in cipher from the book about ciphers that Leck destroyed. Were you able to do that because you understood the ciphers, or can you remember a string of letters even if they mean nothing to you? It's a complicated question, said Death. If I can make them mean something, even if it's something silly that they don't actually meant, then yes, to some extent, if the passage isn't too long. But in the case of the ciphers in the cipher book, Lady Queen, I rewrote them successfully because I understood them and had their translations memorized. Passages of that length, had they been random strings of letters or numbers with no meaning, would have been much more difficult. Luckily, I do have a mind for ciphers. You have a mind for ciphers, Bitterblue repeated vaguely, talking more to herself than to him. You have a gift for looking at letters and words and seeing patterns and meaning. That is how your grace works. Well, Death said, more or less, Lady Queen, much of the time. And if it's a cipher in symbols rather than letters? Letters are symbols, Lady Queen, Death said with a sniff. One can always learn more of them.
Bitterblue handed him the book she was carrying and waited while he opened it. At the first page, his eyebrows furrowed in puzzlement. At the second page, his mouth began to hang open. He sat back, dumbfounded, lifting his eyes to her face, blinking too fast. "Where did you find it?" he asked in a hoarse, throaty voice. "Do you know what it is?" "It's his hand," Death whispered. "His hand? How can you tell that when none of the letters are the same? His handwriting is odd, Lady Queen. You'll remember. He consistently wrote some letters strangely. The way he wrote them is similar, and in some cases, identical to the symbols in this book. Do you see?" Death pointed one thin finger to a symbol that looked like a U with a tail. Leck had indeed always written the letter U with that strange little tail at its top right. Bitterblue recognized it and realized suddenly that she'd intuited the similarity the very first time she'd opened the first book. "Of course," she said. "Do you think this symbol corresponds to our U? It wouldn't make for much of a cipher if it did." "This cipher is your new job," Bitterblue said. "When I came to you, it was only to ask you to read it, in the hopes that you could memorize it or even copy it, so that if we lost them, they wouldn't truly be lost. But now I see you're the man to break the cipher. It's not a simple substitution cipher, for there are 32 symbols. I counted. And there are 35 books. 35? Yes." Death's strange eyes were damp. He pulled the book toward him and held it to his chest. "Break the cipher," Bitterblue said. "I beg you, Death. It may be the only way I ever understand anything. I'll work on it as well, and so will a couple of my spies who have a talent for ciphers. You may keep as many of the books as you want here, but no one else must ever see them. Understand?" Not speaking, Death nodded. Then Lovejoy sat up in Death's lap, his head poking above the desktop, his fur sticking out in oddball directions, as it always did, as if his hide fit him poorly. Bitterblue hadn't even known he was there. Death pulled Lovejoy against his chest and held him tight, gripping both cat and book, as if he expected someone to try to take them from him. "Why did Leck let you live?" Bitterblue asked Death quietly. "Because he needed me," said Death. "He couldn't control knowledge unless he knew what the knowledge was and where to find it. I lied to him when I could. I pretended his grace worked on me even more than it did. I preserved what I could. I rewrote what I could and hid it. It was never enough," he said, his voice breaking. "He raped this library and all other libraries, and I couldn't stop him. When he suspected me of lying, he cut me, and whenever he caught me in a lie, he tortured my cats." A tear ran down Death's face. Lovejoy began to struggle from being held so hard. And Bitterblue understood that a cat's fur might lie strangely on its body if its skin has been cut by knives. A man's spirit might shiver unpleasantly around his body if he has been alone with horror and suffering for too long. There was nothing she could do to mend that kind of suffering, nor did she want to frighten Death with demonstrative behavior. But leaving without an acknowledgement of all he'd said was not an option. Was there a right thing to do, or only 1,000 wrong things? Bitterblue walked around the desk to him and placed her hand gently on his shoulder. When he breathed in and out once, raggedly, she obeyed an astonishing instinct, bent and kissed his dry forehead. He took another great breath. Then he said, "I will break this cipher for you, Lady Queen." In her office, with Thiel at the helm, paper passed more smoothly across Bitterblue's desk than it had in weeks. "Now that it's November," she said to him, "we can hope for a response soon from my uncle with advice on how I'm to provide remuneration to the people Leck stole from. I wrote to him at the start of September, remember? It'll be a relief to get to work on that. I'll feel like I'm actually doing something." "I theorize that those bones in the river are from bodies dubbed by King Leck, Lady Queen," responded Thiel. "What?" Bitterblue said, startled. "Does that have something to do with remuneration?" "No, Lady Queen," said Thiel.
But people are asking questions about the bones, and I wonder if we shouldn't release a statement explaining that King Leck dumped them. It will put an end to the speculation, Lady Queen, and allow us to focus on matters like remuneration." "I see," said Bitterblue. "I'd prefer to wait until Madeline has concluded her investigation, Thiel. We don't actually know yet how the bones got there." "Of course, Lady Queen," said Thiel, with utter correctness. "In the meantime, I'll draft the statement, so that it's ready for release at the slightest moment." "Thiel," she said, putting her pen down and giving him a look, "I'd much rather you spend your time on the question of who's burning buildings and killing people in the East City than on drafting a statement that might never be released." "Now that Captain Smith is away," she said, trying not to imbue the word with too much sarcasm, "find out for me who's in charge of the investigation. I want daily reports, just like before, and you may as well know that I've rather lost my faith in the Monsian Guard. If they want to impress me, they should find some answers that match the answers my own spies are finding, and fast." Of course, her own spies weren't finding any answers. No one in the city had anything helpful to offer. The spies sent to investigate the names on Teddy's list uncovered nothing. But the Monsian Guard didn't need to know that, and neither did Thiel. Then, a week after Madeline and Saf had gone to Silverheart, Bitterblue received a letter that elucidated, possibly, why her spies still weren't finding any answers. The first part of the letter was written in Madeline's strange, childish handwriting. "We're recovering hundreds of bones. Thousands, Lady Queen. Your Sapphire and his team are bringing them up faster than I can keep count. I am afraid that I can tell little about them beyond the basics. Most of them are the smaller bones. I have found pieces from at least 47 different skulls and am attempting to articulate the skeletons. We have set up an impromptu laboratory in the guest rooms of the inn. We are lucky that the innkeeper has an interest in science and history. I doubt all innkeepers would wish their guest rooms full of bones. Sapphire wishes to write you a line. He says that you will know the key." What followed was a paragraph in some of the most undecipherable handwriting Bitterblue had ever seen, so tangled that it took her a moment to confirm that it was indeed ciphered. Two possible keys sprang to mind. To spare her own heart, she tried the hurtful one first. "Liar." It didn't work. But the second one produced this message: "You were right to send your Leonid Guard, and I must thank you for it. They stopped man with knife who came at me in camp when I was wet, freezing, in no state to fight. Wild man, raving, could give no reason, no names for who hired him, pockets full of money. This is how they do it." They choose lost souls to do their work, desperate people with no reason who couldn't identify them even if wanted to. So looks like random, senseless crime. Be careful. Watch your back. Are guards watching shop? "Guards are watching the shop," Bitterblue wrote back, using his key. She hesitated, then added, "You be careful too, in that cold water, Saf." The key was Sparks. Bitterblue couldn't help the tiny hope that rose in her heart that she was forgiven. In the meantime, Ashen's embroidery lay, neglected, in piles on her bedroom floor, with 3 of Leck's books hidden beneath it. She spent as much time as she could spare with her nose in one of those books, scribbling at scrap after scrap of paper, pushing her mind through every kind of decipherment she'd ever read about, or trying to anyway. She'd never had to do this before. She'd ciphered messages using the most complicated ciphers she could imagine, and enjoyed the neatness of it, the rapid calculations of her own mind. But deciphering was an entire other beast. She understood the basic principles of decipherment, but when she tried to transfer that understanding to Leck symbols, everything kept falling apart. She could find patterns in places. She could find strings of 4 or 5 or even 7 symbols that reappeared here and there in the exact same sequence, which should have been a good thing. Repetitions of a particular sequence of symbols within any ciphered text suggested a repeated word. But the repetitions were exceedingly rare, which suggested a revolving series of more than one cipher alphabet, and it did not help a bit that the total number of different symbols in use was 32. 32 symbols to represent 26 letters? Were the extra symbols blanks? Were they used as alternates for the most common letters, like E and T, to make it difficult for a cipher breaker to break the cipher by means of examining letter frequency? Did they represent consonant blends like TH and ST? It gave Bitterblue a headache. Death hadn't made much progress on the cipher either, and was more harried and snappish than usual. I may have determined that there are 6 different revolving alphabets, Bitterblue said to him one evening, which suggests that the key is 6 letters long. I determined that days ago, he practically shouted. Don't distract me. Watching Thiel as he tottered around her tower sometimes, Bitterblue wondered what her greater reason was for hiding the existence of the journals from him. Was she more afraid of his interference, or of the damage it would do to his fragile soul to know that secret writing of Leck's had been found? She'd been furious with him for shielding her from the truth, and now found herself with the same instinct. Rude was back, shuffling around slowly, taking small breaths. Darby, on the other hand, flung himself around the offices and up and down the stairs, flung papers and words about, stank like old wine, and finally, one day, collapsed on the floor in front of Bitterblue's desk. He muttered incomprehensible gibberish while healers attended to him. As they carried him out of the room, Thiel stood frozen, staring out the windows. "Thiel," said Bitterblue, not knowing what to say. "Thiel, can I do anything for you?" It seemed at first as if he hadn't heard. Then he turned away from the window. "Darby's grace prevents him from sleeping the way we do, Lady Queen," he said quietly. "Sometimes the only way for him to switch his mind off is to make himself blind drunk." "There must be something I can do to help him," Bitterblue said. "Perhaps he should have less stressful work to do, or even retire." "Work comforts him, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "Work comforts all of us. The kindest thing you can do is allow us to continue working." "Yes," she said. "All right," for work kept her own thoughts from spinning out of control too. She understood him. She sat on her bedroom floor that night with 2 of her spies who were cipher breakers. The books lay open before them as they hypothesized, argued, passed weariness and frustration back and forth to each other. Bitterblue was too exhausted to realize how exhausted she was, and how unequal to the task. At the edge of her vision, a largeness filled the doorway. Turning, trying not to lose her thought, she saw Gideon leaning against the doorframe. Behind him, Ban rested his chin on Gideon's shoulder. "Can we convince you to join us, Lady Queen?" asked Gideon. "What are you doing?" "Sitting," Gideon said, "in your sitting room, talking about Estill. Complaining about Katza and Poe and Raffin," Ban said. "There's a sour cream cake." The cake was motivation, of course, but mostly Bitterblue wanted to know what sorts of things Ban said when he was complaining about Raffin. "I'm not getting anywhere with this," she admitted blearily. "Well, and we need you," Gideon said. Half stumbling in her slippers, Bitterblue joined them. Together, they walked down the corridor. "Specifically, we need you to lie supine on the sofa," Ban said as they entered the sitting room. This struck Bitterblue as suspicious, but she complied and was deeply gratified when Helda loomed out of nowhere and slapped a plate of cake on her stomach. "We're having some luck with military defectors in South Estill," began Gideon. "This raspberry filling is amazing," said Bitterblue fervently, then fell asleep, with cake in her mouth and her fork in her hand. 34. Madeline and Saf were away for nearly 2 weeks. When they returned, they made a path through November snow with upward of 5,000 bones and few answers. "I have managed to reassemble 3 or 4 nearly complete skeletons, Lady Queen," said Madeline, "but mostly I've got fragments and not enough time or space to work out which goes with which. I've found no evidence of burning, but some of sawing. I believe we're looking at hundreds of people, but I can't be any more specific. What would you say to having that cast off tomorrow?" I would say it's the first good news I've had in. Bitterblue tried to calculate back, then eventually gave up. Forever, she said grumpily. Leaving the infirmary, stepping into the great courtyard, she came face to face with Saf. Oh, she said. Hello. Hello, he said, also taken by surprise. He was, apparently, about to climb onto the window-cocking platform and haul it, with Fox, to whatever obscene height today's work called for. He looked well. The water didn't seem to have hurt him, and there was something quiet in the way he stood there before her, looking at her. Less antagonism? I've something to show you, and a request, Bitterblue said. Will you come to the library sometime in the next hour? Saf gave a small nod. Behind him, Fox tied a rope to her belt, not seeming to notice them. Death stored all the journals Bitterblue wasn't working on in a low cabinet in his desk. When Bitterblue asked to borrow one, he unlocked the cabinet and handed it to her impatiently. When, shortly thereafter, Saf walked into her library nook with high eyebrows, she passed it to him. Flipping pages, he said, "What is this?" "A cipher we can't break," she said, written in Leck's hand. "We've found 35 volumes, one for each year of his reign," Saf said. "Yes," Bitterblue said, trying to look as if she'd already noticed that. As if, in fact, he hadn't just given her a tool to take back to the deciphering team. If each book represented a year, could they isolate similarities between corresponding parts of different journals? Would each book's opening language, for example, relate to winter? "I want you to take it," Bitterblue said, "but you must keep it close, Saf. Show no one outside Teddy, Tilda, and Bren. Tell no one, and if no one has any useful thoughts, return it directly. Don't get caught with it." "No," Saf said, shaking his head, holding it out to give back to her. "I'm not taking it, not with the way things have been. Someone'll find out, I'll be attacked, they'll get it from me, and your secret will be ruined." She'd been furious with him for shielding her from the truth, and now found herself with the same instinct. Rude was back, shuffling around slowly, taking small breaths. Darby, on the other hand, flung himself around the offices and up and down the stairs, flung papers and words about, stank like old wine, and finally, one day, collapsed on the floor in front of Bitterblue's desk. He muttered incomprehensible gibberish while healers attended to him. As they carried him out of the room, Thiel stood frozen, staring out the windows. "Thiel," said Bitterblue, not knowing what to say. "Thiel, can I do anything for you?" It seemed at first as if he hadn't heard. Then he turned away from the window. "Darby's grace prevents him from sleeping the way we do, Lady Queen," he said quietly. "Sometimes the only way for him to switch his mind off is to make himself blind drunk. There must be something I can do to help him," Bitterblue said. "Perhaps he should have less stressful work to do, or even retire." "Work comforts him, Lady Queen," said Thiel. "Work comforts all of us. The kindest thing you can do is allow us to continue working." "Yes," she said. All right, for work kept her own thoughts from spinning out of control too. She understood him. She sat on her bedroom floor that night with two of her spies, who were cipher breakers. The books lay open before them as they hypothesized, argued, passed weariness and frustration back and forth to each other. Bitterblue was too exhausted to realize how exhausted she was and how unequal to the task. At the edge of her vision, a largeness filled the doorway. Turning, trying not to lose her thought, she saw Gideon leaning against the doorframe. Behind him, Ban rested his chin on Gideon's shoulder. "Can we convince you to join us, Lady Queen?" asked Gideon. "What are you doing?" "Sitting," Gideon said, "in your sitting room, talking about a still."
Bitterblue sighed shortly. "I suppose I can't argue. Well then, will you look through it now and tell the others about it, and let me know what they say?" "Yes, all right," he said, "if you think it'll help." He'd gotten his hair cut. It was darker now, and bits of it stuck up endearingly in new directions. Confused by his willingness to be helpful and conscious that she was staring, she walked to the hanging while he flipped through the book again. The sad green eyes of the woman in white calmed her. "What's the request?" he said. "What?" she said, spinning around. "You said you had something to show me. Saf said, gesturing with the book, and a request. I'll do it, whatever it is. You will? She said. You're not going to fight me? He rested his eyes on her face with a frankness she hadn't seen there since the night he'd kissed her, then found her crying in the graveyard and blamed himself for it. He looked a bit embarrassed. Maybe the cold water unblocked my head, he said. What's the request? She swallowed. My friends have found you a hiding place. If a crisis arises with the crown and you need to hide, will you go to the drawbridge tower on Winged Bridge? Yes, that was it, she said. I'll go back to my work then. Saf, she said, I don't understand. What does this mean? Are we friends? The question seemed to confuse him. He placed the journal back on the table carefully. Maybe we're something else, he said, that hasn't figured itself out yet. I don't understand what that means. I think that's the point, he said, pushing his hand through his hair a bit hopelessly. I see. I acted like a child. And I see you, clearly again. But it's not like anything can ever be how it was. I'll go now, Lady Queen, he said, if that's all right. When she didn't respond, he turned and left her. After a while, she went to her table and tried to push herself through a bit more of the book about monarchy and tyranny. She read something about oligarchies and something about diarchies, but none of it sank in. She wasn't sure that she had any idea who Saf was now, and his use of her title had devastated her. The next morning, Bitterblue opened her bedroom door to the prospect of Madeline brandishing a saw. This is not a reassuring sight, Madeline, said Bitterblue. All we need is a flat surface, Lady Queen, said Madeline, and everything will go swimmingly. Madeline, yes, what happened to Saf in Silverheart? What do you mean, what happened? Yesterday, when he talked to me, he seemed changed. Ah, said Madeline, thoughtfully. I couldn't say, Lady Queen. He was quiet, and I did think that the bones sobered him. Perhaps they encouraged him to consider who you are, Lady Queen, and what you're dealing with. Yes, perhaps, said Bitterblue, sighing. Shall we go into the bathing room? One of Leck's journals lay open at the foot of the bed, where Bitterblue had been puzzling it over. Walking past the pages, Madeline paused, struck by it. Are you any good at ciphers, Madeline? Bitterblue asked. Ciphers? Madeline said in apparent bewilderment. You mustn't tell a soul about it. Not a soul, do you understand? It's a cipher written by Leck, and we're having a terrible time cracking it. Indeed, Madeline said. It's a cipher. Yes, said Bitterblue patiently. So far, we haven't managed to identify the meaning of even a single symbol. Ah, Madeline said, peering at the page more closely. I see what you mean. It's a cipher, and you believe each symbol represents a letter. Bitterblue came to the conclusion that Madeline wasn't much good at ciphers. Shall we get this over with? She said. How many symbols are in use, Lady Queen? Asked Madeline. 32, said Bitterblue. Come this way. Being without the cast was marvelous. Bitterblue could touch her arm again. She could scratch the skin. She could rub it. She could wash it clean. I will never break a bone again, she announced, as Madeline introduced her to a new series of exercises. I love my arm. Someday you'll be attacked again, Lady Queen, said Madeline sternly. Pay attention to the exercises so that you'll be strong on that day. Then, when Bitterblue and Madeline stepped out of the bathing room together, they found Fox standing at the end of the bed, staring at Leck's ciphered book and holding one of Ashen's sheets in her hands. Bitterblue made an instant decision. Fox, she said pleasantly, I'm sure you know better than to trifle with my things when I'm out. Put that down and come away. I'm so sorry, Lady Queen, Fox said, dropping the sheet as if it were on fire. I'm thoroughly ashamed of myself. I couldn't find Helda, you see. Come along, said Bitterblue. Your bedroom door was open, Lady Queen, Fox continued eagerly as they walked. I heard your voice beyond, so I poked my head in. The sheets were piled on the floor, and the top one was so beautiful with embroidery that I went to it to see it closer.
I couldn't resist, Lady Queen. I apologize. I had a report for you, you see. Bitterblue saw Madeline out, then brought Fox into the sitting room. Well then, she said calmly, what is this report? Have you found Gray? No, Lady Queen, but I've been hearing more rumors in the story rooms about Gray having the crown, and about Sapphire being known to be the thief. Bitterblue said, not finding it difficult to play act concern, for her worry was genuine, even while her mind spun with 100 other things. Fox, who was always around when delicate things were happening. Fox, who knew an awful lot of Bitterblue's secrets, but about whom Bitterblue knew practically nothing. Where did Fox live when she was outside the castle? What kind of city people encouraged their daughter to work such odd hours, run around with lockpicks in her pocket, snoop, and ingratiate herself? How did you become a castle servant, Fox, not living in the castle? Asked Bitterblue. My family has been the servants of nobility for generations, Lady Queen, Fox said. We've always tended to live outside the homes of our patrons. It's just been our way. When Fox had gone, Bitterblue went looking for Helda. She found her in Helda's own bedroom, knitting in a green armchair. Helda, she said, what would you say to us having Fox followed? Goodness, Lady Queen, said Helda, needles calmly clicking. I don't trust her, Helda. What's caused this? Bitterblue paused. The hair that stands up on the back of my neck. Bitterblue was in the Royal Bakery a day later, thudding her tired arm determinedly against a ball of dough, when she looked up to find Death bouncing before her. Death, she said in astonishment. What in the blue sky? His eyes were wild. A pen behind his ear dripped onto his shirt, and there were cobwebs in his hair. I've found a book, he whispered. Wiping her hands, moving him away from Anna and the bakers, who were trying not to look too curious, Bitterblue said quietly, You found another ciphered book? No, said Death. I found a whole new book. A book that will crack the cipher. Is it a book about ciphers? It's the world's most wonderful book, he exclaimed. I don't know where it came from. It's a magical book. All right, said Bitterblue, pulling him away into the clatter of the rest of the kitchen toward the doors, trying to soothe him and shush him and keep him from bursting into song or dance. She wasn't worried about his sanity, at least not more than she worried about anyone's sanity in this castle. She understood that books could be magical. Show me this book. The book was big and fat and red, and it was spectacular. I understand, said Bitterblue, flipping through it, sharing his excitement. No, you don't, said Death. It's not what you think. What she thought was that this book was a sort of enormous, extended key that showed what each of Leck's symbol words really meant. The reason she thought this was that the first half of the book contained page after page of words Bitterblue knew, and each word was followed by a symbol word. The back half of the book seemed to be the same information reversed, symbol words followed by the real words they represented, and it was interesting that the symbol spellings seemed utterly random. A 4-letter word, like care, might have a 3-symbol spelling, and another word also made of S, A, and Rs, like carry, might, in its symbol spelling, share only one of the symbols used to spell care. Also interesting that anyone would take such a risk with a cipher, allowing a book like this to exist. Leck's cipher was, indeed, uncrackable, only as long as this book was where it couldn't be found. Where did you get this? She asked, frightened suddenly, of it disintegrating, of fires, of thieves. Are there more copies? It's not the key to his cipher, Lady Queen, said Death. I know you think that, and you're wrong. I tried it. It doesn't work. It's got to be, Bitterblue said. What else would it be? It's a dictionary for translating our language into an entire other language, and vice versa, Lady Queen. What do you mean? Bitterblue plopped the book onto the desk beside Lovejoy. It was huge, and her arms were tired, and she was beginning to be annoyed. I mean what I said, Lady Queen. Leck's symbols are the letters of a whole other language. This is the lexicon of our shared languages. All the words of our language translated into their language, and all the words of theirs translated into ours. Look, here, he said, flipping to a page at the book's very beginning, where all 32 symbols were listed in columns, each with a letter or a combination of letters beside it. I theorize that this page is a pronunciation guide for speakers of our language, said Death. It shows us how to pronounce the letters of the new language. You see, a whole other language. It was an alien concept to Bitterblue, so alien that she wanted to believe it was Leck's own personal language, one he'd made up for cipherment purposes. Except that the last time she'd assumed Leck had made something up, Katza had come marching into her rooms with a rat pelt the color of Paw's eyes. If there is another land to our east, Bitterblue whispered, I suppose they would be likely to have a language and a lettering that differed from ours. Yes, Death said, hopping with excitement. Wait, she said, realizing something more. This book isn't handwritten. It's printed. Yes, cried Death, but where is there a press with letter molds of these symbols? I don't know, cried Death. Isn't it marvelous? I broke into the castle's defunct printing shop, Lady Queen, and fairly ransacked the place, but found nothing. Bitterblue hadn't even known there was a defunct printing shop. That accounts for the cobwebs, then. I can tell you this language's word for cobwebs, Lady Queen, cried Death, then said something that sounded like it should be the word for a delightful new kind of cake, hopquepine. What? Bitterblue said. Have you learned it already? Dear skies, you've read the book and learned an entire language? Needing to sit down, she rounded the desk and collapsed into Death's own chair. Where did you find this book? It was on that shelf, Death said, pointing to the bookshelf directly across from his desk, perhaps 5 paces away. Isn't that the mathematics section? It is exactly that, Lady Queen, said Death, full of dark, slender volumes, which is why this enormous red thing caught my eye. But when? It appeared in the night, Lady Queen. That's extraordinary, Bitterblue said. We need to find out who put it there. I'll ask Helda. But are you telling me that this book doesn't make Leck's books coherent? Using it as a key, Lady Queen, Leck's books contain gibberish. Have you tried using the pronunciation key? Perhaps if you pronounce the symbols, they sound like our words. Yes, I tried that, Lady Queen, said Death, joining her behind the desk, kneeling, unlocking the low cabinet with the key he kept on a string around his neck. Bringing out one of Leck's journals at random, he opened to the middle and began to read aloud. Wang ij wij dids lubby mazar if yipajagan ki o desh. Yes, Bitterblue said, you've made your point, Death. What if you transcribed that horrible sound into our lettering? Does that become a cipher we could crack? I think it's much less complicated than that, Lady Queen, said Death. I believe King Leck wrote in cipher in this other language. Bitterblue blinked. The way we do in our language, but in his. Exactly, Lady Queen. I believe that all our work identifying the use of a 6-letter key was not in vain. And Bitterblue was now resting her face flat on the desk. She moaned. That strikes you as less complicated? To break this cipher, not only will we need to learn the other language, but we'll need to learn about the other language. What letters are used most often, and in what ratio to the others? What words tend to be used together? And what if it's not a cipher with revolving alphabets and a 6-letter key? Or what if there's more than one 6-letter key? How can we ever guess a key in another language? And if we do ever manage to decipher anything, the deciphered text will still be in the other language. Lady Queen, said Death solemnly, still kneeling at her side, it will be the most difficult mental challenge I have ever faced, and the most important. Bitterblue raised her eyes to his. His entire being was glowing, and she understood him suddenly. She understood his devotion to difficult but important work. She said, Have you really learned the other language already? No, he said, I've barely begun. It's going to be a slow and difficult process. It's too much for me, Death. I might learn some words, but I don't think my mind is going to be able to follow yours into the decipherment. I won't be able to help. And, oh, it terrifies me that you carry so much responsibility, all alone. Something this big shouldn't depend so entirely on a single person. No one must learn what you're doing, or you won't be safe. Is there anything you want or need that I could give you to make things easier? Lady Queen, he said, you've given me all I want. You're the queen a librarian dreams of. Now, if only she could learn to be the queen those with more practical considerations dreamed of. She finally received a ciphered letter from her Uncle Roar, who, with some cantankerousness, to travel to Mancia with a generous contingent of the Leonid Navy. I'm not happy about it, Bitterblue, he wrote. You know I avoid involving myself in the matters of the 5 inner kingdoms. I cannot recommend strongly enough that you do the same, and I don't appreciate that you've left me with little choice but to offer my navy as your protection from their whims. We will have a serious talk about this when I arrive. Her cousin Sky enclosed a ciphered letter as well, as he always did, for the 18th letter in every sentence of Sky's deciphered text always combined to make the key for the next of Roar's letters. Father would do almost anything for you, cousin, but this one definitely ruffled his feathers. I took an extended vacation to the north just to get away from the yelling. I'm quite impressed with you. Keep it up. We wouldn't want him to get complacent in his old age. How is my little brother? It couldn't be too terribly bad if Sky was joking about it. And it was a great relief to Bitterblue both that she was in a position to influence Roar and that Roar was strong-minded enough to protest. It suggested the potential, someday, for an even balance of power between them, if she could ever convince him that she was grown up now, and that sometimes she was right. She did think he was wrong about some things. Leonid's seclusion from the 5 inner kingdoms was the luxury of an island kingdom, but she thought perhaps it was a trifle disingenuous on Roar's part. Roar's niece was the Mancian queen, and his son a council leader. Roar's kingdom was the 7 kingdoms' wealthiest and most just, and at a time when kings were being deposed and kingdoms being born again on shaky legs, Roar had the potential to be a powerful example for the rest of the world. Bitterblue wanted to be a powerful example with him. She wanted to find the way to build a nation that other nations would like to imitate. How strange that Roar had mentioned nothing about the remuneration issue in his letter, for Bitterblue had sent her letter asking for remuneration advice before she'd sent the letter asking Roar to bring his navy. Perhaps the navy letter had upset him so much that he'd forgotten the other issue. Perhaps Bitterblue could begin without his advice. Perhaps it was a thing she could plan herself, with the help of the few people she trusted. What if she had advisors, clerks, ministers who would listen to her? What if she had advisors who were unafraid of their own pain, unafraid of the kingdom's unhealed parts? What if she weren't always fighting against those who should be helping her? What a strange thing a queen was. She found herself thinking sometimes, especially during the few minutes a day Madeline allowed her to knead bread dough. If Leck came from some land to the east, and my mother came from Leonid, how am I the supreme ruler of Mansi? How can I be without a drop of Mancian blood in my veins? And yet, she couldn't imagine being anyone else. Her queenness was something she couldn't separate from herself. It had happened so fast, in the throwing of a dagger. Bitterblue had looked across a room at her dead father's body and known to her very core what she'd just become. She'd said it aloud. I'm the queen of Mansi. If she could find the right people, the people she could trust who would help her, would she begin to assume the true purpose of a queen? And what then? Monarchy was tyranny. Leck had proven that. If she found the right people to help her, were there ways she could change that too? Could a queen with a queen's power arrange her administration such that her citizens had power too, to communicate their needs? There was something about the kneading of bread that connected Bitterblue's feet to the earth. Her wanderings did it too, her continued castle explorations. Kneading candles for her bedside table one day, she went to get them herself at the chandler. Noticing her fast-growing wardrobe of trouser-skirt gowns and the sleeves that were converted now back to buttonlessness, she asked Helda to introduce her to her dressmakers. Curious, she burst in on the boy who came every night to clear her dinner dishes away. Then wished she'd planned that one more wisely, for he wasn't a boy. He was a young man with startling, dark good looks and fine shoulders and a beautiful way with his hands. And she was wearing a bright red robe with two big pink slippers, her hair a mess and a smear of ink on her nose. It was deeply satisfying, the workings of the castle around her. When she crossed the great courtyard in cold that sliced through her, she saw Saf on his platform and workers clearing the ice from the drains. She saw snow falling onto the glass and meltwater pouring into the fountain. In the middle of the night in the corridors, men and women shined the floors on their knees with soft cloths, while snow piled on the ceilings above them. She began to recognize the people she passed. No progress was made in the search for a witness to the red dictionary delivery, but when Bitterblue visited Death in the library, she learned the new alphabet, watched him draw alphabet grids and letter frequency diagrams, and helped him keep track of the numbers. They call their language by a name we might pronounce as Dalian, Lady Queen, and they, or at any rate, Leck calls ours, more or less, Gracelingian. Dalian, like the false name of the river? Like the river Del? Yes, Lady Queen. And Gracelingian? The name of our language is Gracelingian? Yes. Even Madeline's work of articulating skeletons, which had taken over the infirmary laboratories and one of the patient wards, comforted Bitterblue. These bones were the truth of something Leck had done, and Madeline was trying to return them to themselves. It felt, to Bitterblue, like a way of showing respect. "How is your arm, Lady Queen?" Madeline asked her, holding what looked like a handful of ribs, staring at them as if they might speak to her. "Better," Bitterblue said, "and kneading the bread grounds me." "There's power in touching things, Lady Queen," said Madeline, echoing something Bitterblue herself had once thought. Madeline held the ribs out for Bitterblue to take. Bitterblue took them, feeling their peculiar smoothness. Tracing a raised line on one, "That rib broke once and rehealed, Lady Queen," said Madeline. "Your own arm, where the bone broke, is probably a bit like that." Bitterblue knew Madeline was right. There was power in touching things. Holding this once broken bone, she felt the pain its person had felt when it broke. She felt the sadness of a life that had ended too soon, and of a body that had been dumped as if it meant nothing. She felt her own death, which would happen someday. There was a sharp sadness in that, too. Bitterblue had no peace with the notion of dying. In the bakery, leaning over the bread dough, pushing and shaping it into an elastic thing, she began to find clarity on one point. Like Death, Bitterblue also had a taste for difficult, impossible, slow, messy work. She would figure out how to be queen, slowly, messily. She could reshape what it meant to be queen, and reshaping what it meant to be queen would reshape the kingdom. And then, one day at the very start of December, as she pushed her tired arms to their daily limit, she looked up from the baker's table. Death stood before her. She didn't need to ask. From the luminous look on his face, she knew. 35, in the library, Death handed her a piece of paper. "The key is Ojali," said Bitterblue, the pronunciation awkward in her mouth. "Yes, Lady Queen. What does that word mean?" "It means monster, Lady Queen, or beast. Aberration, mutant." "Like him?" Bitterblue whispered. "Yes, Lady Queen. Like him." "The top line is the regular alphabet," said Bitterblue. "The 6 subsequent alphabets began with the 6 letters that spell the word Ojali." "Yes. To decipher the first letter of the first word in a passage, we use alphabet number 1. For the second letter, alphabet number 2, and so on. For the 7th letter, we go back to alphabet number 1. Yes, Lady Queen, you understand it perfectly." Isn't it rather complicated for a journal, Death? I use a similar ciphering technique in my letters to King Roar, but my letters are brief, and perhaps I write 1 or 2 a month. It wouldn't have been terribly difficult to write, Lady Queen, but it would have been a tangle to try to reread. It does seem a bit extreme, especially since presumably no one else spoke the Delian language. He overdid everything, said Bitterblue. Here, let's take the first sentence of this book, said Death, pulling the closest book forward and copying down the first line. Deciphered, it reads, "Both Death and Bitterblue scribbled on Death's blotter." Then they compared their results. "Are those real words?" asked Bitterblue. "Ja winsa kalla afrosashen on konej, ja hantellen das konitet," Death said aloud. "Yes, Lady Queen. It means," he screwed his lips tight, thinking, "the winter gala approaches, and we haven't the candles we need. I've had to make some guesses about verb endings, Lady Queen, and their sentence structure differs from ours, but I believe that's accurate." Touching her deciphered scribbles, Bitterblue whispered the strange Delian words. In places, they sounded like her own language, but not quite. Ja winsa kalla, the winter ala. They felt like bubbles in her mouth, beautiful, breathy bubbles.
"Now that you've cracked the cipher," she said, "should you try to memorize all 35 volumes before you start translating?" "In order to memorize so much, Lady Queen, I'd need to decipher as I read. As long as I'm doing that, I may as well complete the translation as well, so that you have something to look at. I hope it isn't 35 books about party supplies," she said. "I'll spend the afternoon translating, Lady Queen," he said, "and bring you the results." He entered her sitting room that night while she was eating a late dinner with Helda, Gideon, and Ban. "Are you all right, Death?" Bitterblue asked him, for he looked old and miserable again, without the glow of triumph he'd had earlier in the day. He handed her a small sheaf of paper wrapped in leather. "I leave it to you, Lady Queen," he said grimly. "Oh," Bitterblue said, understanding. "Not party supplies, then?" "No, Lady Queen. Death, I'm sorry. You know you don't have to do this." "I do, Lady Queen," he said, turning to leave. "You do too." A moment later, the outer doors closed behind him. Looking at the leather in her hands, she wished that he hadn't gone so soon. Well, none of it would ever end if she was too afraid for it to begin. She pulled at the tie, pushed the cover aside, and read the opening line. "Little girls are even more perfect when they bleed." Bitterblue slapped the cover over the page again. For a moment, she sat there. Then, raising her eyes to each of her friends in turn, she said, "Will you stay with me while I read this?" "Yes, of course," was the response. She carried the pages to the sofa, sat herself down, and read. "Little girls are even more perfect when they bleed. They are such a comfort to me when my other experiments go wrong. I am trying to determine if graces reside in the eyes. I have fighters and mind readers, and it is a simple matter of switching their eyes, then seeing whether their graces have changed. But they keep dying, and the mind readers are so troublesome, too often understanding what is happening, so that I must gag them and restrain them before they spread their understanding to the others. Female fighter gracelings are not limitless, and it infuriates me that I must waste them this way. My healers say it is blood loss. They say not to conduct so many experiments simultaneously on one person. But tell me, when a woman is lying on a table in her perfection, how am I not to experiment? Sometimes I feel that I am doing all of it wrong. I have not made this kingdom into what I know it can be. If I could be allowed my art, then I would not have these headaches that feel as if my head is splitting open. All I want is to surround myself with the beautiful things that I have lost. But my artists won't be controlled like the others. I tell them what they want to do, and half of them lose their talent completely, hand me work that is garbage, and stand there proud and empty, certain they've produced a masterpiece. The other half cannot work at all, and go mad, becoming useless to me.
And then there are those very few, those one, those two, who do the literal of what I instruct, but imbue it with some genius, some terrible truth, so that it is more beautiful than what I asked for or imagined, and undermines me. Gad created a hanging of monsters killing a man, and I swear that the man in the hanging is me. Gad says not, but I know what I feel when I look at it. How did he do it? Bellomo is a world of problems unto herself. She will not take instruction at all. I told her to make a sculpture of my fire-haired beauty, and it began as such, then turned into a sculpture of Ashen, in which Ashen has too much strength and feeling. She made a sculpture of my child, and when it looks at me, I am convinced that it pities me. She will not leave off sculpting these infuriating transformations. Their work mocks my smallness, but I cannot turn away because it is so beautiful. It is a new year. I will think about killing Gad this year. A new year is a time for reflection, and really, what I ask for is so simple. But I cannot kill Bellomo yet. There is something in her mind that I want, and my experiments show that minds cannot live without bodies. She is lying to me about something. I know it. Somehow, she has found the strength to lie to me, and until I know the nature of this lie, I cannot be done with her. My artists cause me more grief than they are worth. It has been a hard lesson to learn that greatness requires suffering. Men are hanging lamps from the frames of the courtyard ceilings in preparation for the winter gala. They can be so stupid with me in their heads, it's insufferable. 3 fell because they'd barely secured the ends of their rope ladder. 2 died. 1 is in the hospital and will live for some time, I think. Perhaps, if he is mobile, I can involve him in the experiments with the others. This was the sum of what death had given her. He'd done a neat job of it, copying a Delenian line and then working out the translation just beneath it so that she could see both and perhaps begin to learn some of the Delenian vocabulary. At the table, Ban and Helda conversed quietly about the problem of factions in Estelle, noble versus citizen, with interjections from Gideon, who was dripping single drops of water into an extremely full glass, waiting to see which drop would cause the water to spill over the edge. From across the table, Ban tossed a bean. It plopped itself neatly into Gideon's glass and caused a deluge. "I can't believe you just did that," said Gideon. "You brute. You're 2 of the largest children I've ever known," scolded Helda. "I was doing science," Gideon said. "He threw a bean." "I was testing the impact of a bean upon water," Ban said. "That's not even a thing." "Perhaps I'll test the impact of a bean upon your beautiful white shirt front," said Ban, with a threatening wave of a bean. Then both of them noticed that Bitterblue was watching. They turned their grins upon her, which was like a bath of silliness for her, a bath to clean away the dirty, crawling, panicky feeling she'd gotten from Leck's words. "How bad was it?" asked Gideon. "I don't want to ruin your good moods," said Bitterblue. This earned her a look of mild reproach from Gideon, and so she did what she most wanted to do, held it out for him to take. Coming to sit beside her on the sofa, he read it through. Ban and Helda, coming to sit in armchairs, read it next. No one seemed inclined to speak. Finally, Bitterblue said, "Well, at any rate, it doesn't tell me why people in my city are killing truth seekers." "No," said Helda, grimly. "This book begins at the new year," Bitterblue said, which supports Saf's theory that each book chronicles a year of his reign. "Is Death deciphering them out of order, Lady Queen?" asked Anne. "If Bellomo is making sculptures of you and Queen Ashen, then Leck's married, you've been born, and this is a book from late in his reign." "I don't know that they're labeled in any way that would make it easy to put them in order," Bitterblue said. "Maybe it'll be less upsetting to read them without having to mark the particular progression of his abuses," Gideon said quietly. "What was Bellomo's secret, do you suppose?" "I don't know," Bitterblue said. "The location of Hava? It seems like he had a particular interest in gracelings and girls. I fear this will be just as horrible for you as the embroidery, Lady Queen," said Helda. Bitterblue had no response to that either. Beside her, Gideon sat with his head thrown back, eyes closed. "When's the last time you left the castle grounds, Lady Queen?" he asked, without moving. Bitterblue sent her mind back. "The night that wretched woman broke my arm. That's almost 2 months ago, isn't it?" Yes, it was. 2 months, and Bitterblue was a bit depressed thinking about it. "There's sledding on the hill that leads up to the ramparts of the castle's western wall," Gideon said.
Did you know that? Sledding? What are you talking about? The snow is dry and fine, Lady Queen, said Gideon, sitting up, and people have been sledding. No, one will be there now. I expect it's well enough lit. Does your fear of heights extend to sledding? How should I know? I've never been sledding. Get up, Ban, said Gideon, whacking Ban's arm. I'm not going sledding at 11 o'clock at night, said Ban with finality. Oh, yes, you are, said Helda significantly. Helda, said Gideon, it's not that I don't want Ban's involuntary company, but if, as you seem to be implying, it's not decent for the Queen to go sledding with one unmarried man in the middle of the night, then how is it decent for her to go sledding with 2? It will be decent because I'm going, Helda said. And if I must subject myself to late-night larks in freezing climes, all for the sake of decency, then Ban will suffer beside me. This was how Bitterblue came to discover that sledding in a nighttime snowfall, with bewildered guards standing above and the earth's most complete silence, was magical and breathless and conducive to a great deal of laughter. The next night, while Bitterblue was again eating with her friends, Hava came scurrying in. "Excuse me, Lady Queen," she said, trying to catch her breath. "That fox person just came into the art gallery through the secret passage behind the hanging. I hid Lady Queen and followed her to the sculpture room. She tried to lift one of my mother's sculptures with her bare hands, Lady Queen. She failed, of course, and when she left the gallery, I followed her. She came nearly to your rooms, Lady Queen, then dropped down the staircase into the maze. I ran straight here." Bitterblue jumped up from the table. "You mean that she's in the maze now?" "Yes, Lady Queen." Bitterblue ran for the keys. "Hava," she said, coming back and going to the hidden door, "slip down there, will you? Quickly, hide. See if she comes in. Don't interfere, just watch her, understand? Try to figure out what she's up to. And, well, eat," Bitterblue instructed her friends, "and talk about nothing that matters. We'll discuss the weather and ask after each other's health. The worst of all of this is that I no longer think it's safe for the council to trust Ornick," said Ban glumly, after Hava had gone. "Ornick associates with her." "Maybe that's your worst," Bitterblue said. "My worst is that she knows about Saf and the crown, and has from the beginning. She may even know about my mother's cipher, and my father's too. We need tripwires, you know," said Ban. "Something for all our secret stairways, including the one Hava just went down, to alert us if anyone's spying. I'll see what I can come up with, yes?" "Well, it's still snowing," said Gideon, following Bitterblue's orders to speak of the mundane. "Have you been making any progress on your nausea infusion, Ban, since Raffin left?" "It's as pukey as ever," said Ban. Some time later, Hava tapped on the inside door. When Bitterblue let her in, Hava reported that Fox had, indeed, entered Leck's rooms. "She has new lockpicks, Lady Queen," said Hava. "She went to the sculpture of the little child, the smallest in the room, and tried to lift it. She did just manage to budge it, though of course she couldn't lift it properly. Then she let it go again and stood staring at it for a while. She was thinking about something, Lady Queen. Then she poked around the bathing room and the closet, then ran up the steps and stood with her ear to your sitting room door. And then she came back down and left the room. Is she a thief, said Bitterblue, or a spy, or both? If a spy, for whom? Hilda, we are having her followed, aren't we? Yes, Lady Queen. But she loses her tail every night at the merchant docks. She runs along them toward Winterbridge, then climbs under them. Her tail can't follow her under the docks, Lady Queen, for fear of getting caught under there with her. I'll follow her, Lady Queen, said Hava. Let me follow her. I can go under the docks without being seen. It sounds dangerous, Hava, said Bitterblue.
It's cold, it's wet under the docks. It's December. But I can do it, Lady Queen, Hava said. No one can hide as I can. Please. She put her hands all over my mother's sculptures. Yes, said Bitterblue, remembering those same hands on her mother's embroidery. Yes, all right, Hava, but please be careful. All I want is a peaceful place of art, architecture, and medicine, but the edges of my control fray. There are too many people, and I am exhausted. In the city, the resistance never ends. Every time I capture a mind reader, another surfaces. There is too much to erase and too much to create. Perhaps I am pleased with the glass ceilings, but the bridges aren't big enough. I'm sure they were bigger across the winged river in the dells. The winged river is more regal than my river. I hate my river for this. I had to kill the gardener. He's always made monsters for the courtyard. He's always made them as I asked. They look and act alive, but after all, they are not alive, are they? They are not real. While I was at it, I killed Gad too. Did I kill him too soon? His hangings are too sad, and they aren't real either. They aren't even made of monster fur. I cannot get it right. I cannot get it perfect, and I hate my own attempts. I hate this cipher. It is necessary. It seems as if it should be brilliant, but it begins to give me a headache. My hospital gives me a headache. There are too many people. I tire of deciding what they should think and feel and do. I should have stuck with my animals in their cages. Their lack of language protects them. When I cut them, they scream, because I cannot explain to them that it doesn't hurt. They always, always know what I am doing. There is a purity in their fear, and it is such a relief to me, and it is nice to be alone with them. There is purity in counting my knives. There is a purity sometimes in the hospital, too, when I let the patients feel the pain. Some of them release such exquisite cries. It sounds almost as if the blood itself is screaming. The roundness of the ceiling and the dampness make for such acoustics. The walls shine black, but then the cries upset the others. The fog begins to lift from their minds, and they begin to understand what they are hearing, and the men begin to understand what they are doing, and then I have to punish them, awe them, shame them, make them dread me and need me until they have forgotten, all of them, and that is so much more work than keeping them always blind. There are those precious few I keep for myself and treat away from the hospital. There always have been. Bellarmé is one and Ashen is another. I let no one watch, unless I am making someone watch, as punishment. It is punishment to Thiel to watch me with Ashen. I do not let him touch her, and sometimes I cut him. In those moments, when it is private, in my rooms, closed away, and I hold the knives, the perfection comes back for an instant. Just for an instant. Peace. My lessons with my child will be this way. It will be perfect with my child. Is it possible that Bellarmé has been lying to me for 8 years? Bitterblue began to give the translations to her friends to read first so that they could warn her of mentions of her mother or herself. Every night, Death presented new pages. Some nights, Bitterblue couldn't bring herself to read them at all. On those nights, she asked Gideon to summarize, which he did, sitting beside her on the sofa, voice low. She chose Gideon for the job because Helda and Ban wouldn't promise not to edit out the worst parts, and Gideon would. He spoke so quietly, as if it would lessen the impact of the words. It didn't, really, though if he'd spoken louder, Bitterblue agreed that that would have been worse. She sat listening with her arms tight around herself, shivering. She worried about Death, who saw the words first and with no buffer, who labored over them for hours every day. Perhaps at a certain point, she said to him, not quite believing such words were coming from her own mouth, it's enough for us to know that he was a brutal man who did mad things. Perhaps the details don't matter. But it's history, Lady Queen, said Death. But it's not, Bitterblue said. Not really, not yet. In 100 years, it will be history.
Now it's our own story. Our own story is even more important for us to know than history, Lady Queen. Aren't you trying to find answers in these books to today's questions? Yes, she said, sighing. Yes. Can you really bear to read it, Lady Queen? Said Death, laying his pen down and looking hard into her face. I lived outside it for 35 years. For 35 years, I tried to learn what he was doing and why. For me, this fills in holes. For Bitterblue, it was creating holes, holes in her ability to feel. Great, blank spaces where something existed that she couldn't process, because to process it would make her know too much or make her certain she was going mad. When she stood in the lower offices now and watched the empty-eyed bustle of clerks and guards, Darby, Feel, and Rude, she understood a thing Runnymede had said one time when she'd pushed too hard. Was the truth worth losing one's sanity? I don't want to do this anymore, Bitterblue said one night to Gideon, still shivering. You have a beautiful voice, do you know that? If we continue with this, your voice will be ruined for me. I must either read his words myself or hear them from someone who's not my friend. Gideon hesitated. I do it because I'm your friend, Lady Queen. I know, Bitterblue said, but I hate it, and I know you do too, and I don't like that we've developed a nightly routine of doing something hateful together. I won't agree to you doing it alone, Gideon said stubbornly. Then it's a good thing I don't need your permission. Take a break from it, Lady Queen, said Ban, coming to sit on her other side. Please, read a bigger pile once a week instead of small, torturous bits every day. We'll continue to read it with you. This seemed a promising idea until the week had passed and the day came to read 7 days' worth of accumulated translation. After 2 pages, Bitterblue couldn't go on. Stop, Gideon said. Just stop reading. It's making you sick. I believe he preferred female victims, Bitterblue said, because in addition to the other mad experiments he forced them to endure, he was performing experiments that related to pregnancy and babies. This is not for you to read, Gideon said. This is for some other person who wasn't one of the players in this tale to read and then tell you the things a queen needs to know. Death can do it as he's translating. I believe he raped them, Bitterblue said, alone, cold, not listening, all of them in his hospital. I believe he raped my mother. Gideon yanked the papers from her hands and threw them across the room. Jumping at the unexpectedness of this, Bitterblue saw him clearly, as she hadn't before, saw him towering over her, mouth hard, eyes flashing, and realized he was furious. Her vision came into focus, and the room filled itself in around her. She heard the fire crackling, the silence of Ban and Helda at the table, watching, tense, unhappy. The room smelled like wood fires. She pulled a blanket around herself. She was not alone. Call me by my name, she said quietly to Gideon. Bitterblue, he said just as quietly, I beg you. Please stop reading the psychotic ramblings of your father. They are doing you harm. She looked to the table again, where Ban and Helda watched with quiet eyes. You're not eating enough, Lady Queen, said Helda. You've lost your appetite, and if I may say so, Lord Gideon has too. What? She cried. Gideon, why didn't you tell me? He's also been asking me for headache remedies, Ban said. Stop it, you two, said Gideon in annoyance. Lady Queen, you've been walking around with this horrible trapped look in your eyes. The smallest things make you flinch. I understand now, she said. I understand all of them now. And I've been pushing them. I've been forcing them to remember. It's not your fault, Gideon said. A queen needs people around her who aren't afraid of her necessary questions. I don't know what to do, she said, her voice cracking. I don't know what to do. You need to build some criteria, said Ban, to give to Death. The facts you need to know now in order to address the immediate needs of your kingdom, and only those facts. Will you all help me? Of course we will, said Ban. I've already worked out what the criteria should be, said Helda with a firm nod, while Gideon collapsed onto the sofa in relief.
It was a process that involved a fair deal of argument that was a comfort to Bitterblue because it was logical and it made the world solid around her again. Afterwards, they went to the library to look for death. The endless, slow, silent winter snowfall continued. In the great courtyard, Bitterblue turned her face to the glass ceilings. The snow drifted down. Grief began to touch her. The edges of grief, a grief too large for her to accept all at once just now. She would pretend she was up there, in the sky, above the snow clouds, looking down on Mansea, like the moon or the stars. She would pretend she was watching the snowfall cover Mansea, like bandages from Madeline's gentle hands, so that underneath that warm, soft covering, Mansea could begin to heal. 36. The next morning, Fiel stood at his stand straight and efficient, flipping through papers. "I won't ask you any more questions about Leck's time," Bitterblue said to him. Fiel turned, peering at her in confusion. You won't, Lady Queen?" "I'm sorry for every time I've forced you to remember a thing you wish to forget," she said. "As far as I'm able, I'll try never to do that again." "Thank you, Lady Queen," he said, still confused. "Why? Has something happened?" "I'll ask other people instead," she said. "I'm going to be seeking out some new people, Fiel, to help me with matters that are too painful for those of you who worked with Leck to address. And maybe some city people to inform me about city matters specifically, and help me solve some of these mysteries." Fiel stared back at her, clutching his pen in both hands. He looked so lonely somehow, and so unhappy. "Fiel," she hastened to add, "you'll still be my #1 man, of course, but I find myself wanting a greater range of advice and ideas. You understand?" "Of course I understand, Lady Queen." "I'm going to meet with a few of them now," she said, rising from her chair. "In the library. I've asked them to come." "Oh, please, Fiel," she added, wanting to touch him. "Don't look like that. I can't do without you, I promise, and you're breaking my heart." In her library alcove, Tilda and Teddy stood together, brother and sister, gazing at the endless rows of books. Their faces glowed with appreciation. "Did Bren stay at the shop?" asked Bitterblue. "We thought it unwise to leave it unguarded, Lady Queen," said Tilda. "And my Leonard guard?" "One stayed to guard Bren, Lady Queen, and the other accompanied us." "It makes me nervous for them to split up," Bitterblue said. "I'm going to see if we can spare another man or two for you." "What news can you give me?" "Bad news, Lady Queen," said Teddy grimly. "Early this morning, a story room burned. It was empty, so no one was hurt, but no one saw how it started either." "I suppose we're meant to think it was random," said Bitterblue in frustration. "A coincidence. And naturally, it wasn't in my morning report. And I really don't know what to do," she added, a bit hopelessly, "beyond send the Mansean guard to patrol the streets more. Except that ever since Captain Smith disappeared, I've been leery of trusting the Mansean guard. Smith's been gone a month and a half, you know. I keep getting reports on his proceedings at the refineries that I cannot get myself to believe. Darby says they're in Smith's handwriting, but Darby hasn't been inspiring confidence of late." "Ugh," she said, rubbing her forehead.
"Perhaps I'm just crazy. We could find out whether Captain Smith's truly at the refineries, Lady Queen," said Tilda, elbowing her brother. "Couldn't we, Teddy? Through our own contacts?" Teddy's face lit up. "We could," he said. "It may take a few weeks, but we'll do it, Lady Queen." "Thank you," Bitterblue said. "On another matter, can any of you make letter molds?" "Bren quite enjoys it, Lady Queen," said Tilda. Bitterblue handed Tilda a piece of paper on which she'd drawn the 32 letters of the Delian alphabet. "Please ask her to make molds of these shapes," said Bitterblue. For Death's translation of the first volume was moving at a crawl, and all this talk of fire was making Bitterblue distinctly anxious. What if they lost the other 34 volumes somehow before Death got to them? "Leck's journals need printing," she said. "Tell no one." The next morning, Bitterblue emerged from her rooms, rubbing sleep from her eyes. In the sitting room, Helda arranged the breakfast dishes. "Hava was just here, Lady Queen," she said, banging plates around. "She's succeeded where the other tail hasn't. She's followed Fox to her nighttime lair." Lair. Bitterblue went to kneel before the fire, adjusting her sword, breathing in the light. It was hard to wake up when the snow never stopped and the sun never reached her windows. That's not a friendly word. You know, Helda, I've been thinking some things through. Is Fox's lair, by any chance, a cave? It is, Lady Queen, said Helda humorlessly. Fox lives in a cave across the river. And Spook and Gray also live in a cave? Yes. An interesting coincidence, isn't it? Fox's cave is on the other side of Winterbridge. She gets onto the bridge, if you can believe it, by climbing up its pillars from where they start under the docks. Balls, said Bitterblue. Why not just walk onto it the normal way? Why not row across the river in a boat? We can only assume that she's alert to the possibility of being followed, Lady Queen. It's difficult to spot a person in dark clothing climbing the pillars of a bridge at night, even a bridge made of mirrors. Once Hava understood what Fox was doing, of course, she backtracked and ran onto the bridge in the usual way, but Fox was too fast for her and got too far ahead. Fox crossed the bridge, shimmied down the pillars again, and, as best as Hava could tell from above, disappeared into a grove of trees. How does Hava know about the lair, then? Because she followed the next person who came across the bridge, Lady Queen. Something in Helda's tone gave Bitterblue a sinking feeling, and that person was? Sapphire, Lady Queen. He led Hava directly into the trees, then to an outcropping of rock that was guarded by men with swords. Hava can't be sure, of course, but she believes it's a cave, and that it was Fox's destination as well. Tell me he didn't go in, said Bitterblue. Tell me he hasn't been working with them all this time. No, Lady Queen, said Helda. Lady Queen. Take a breath, said Helda, coming to Bitterblue, kneeling, grasping Bitterblue's hands hard. Sapphire did not go in, nor did he make his presence known to the guards. He hid and poked around. He seemed to be investigating the place. For a moment, Bitterblue rested her head on Helda's shoulder, breathing through the relief. Bring him somewhere discreet, please, Helda, she said, so that I can talk to him. A ciphered note from Helda at noon told Bitterblue that Saph was waiting in her rooms. How is this discreet? Bitterblue asked, blowing into the sitting room. Helda sat at the table, calmly eating her lunch. Saph stood before the sofa, in coat and hat, gloves and halter belt, stamping his feet and radiating cold. How many people saw him? He came through that window, Lady Queen, said Helda. The window faces the garden and the river, both of which are empty at the moment. Seeing the ropes then, she went to the window in question to examine the platform. She hadn't realized how narrow the platform was. It swayed and clanked against the castle wall. Gripping her hands into fists, she said, "Where is Fox?" "Fox disappears for lunch, Lady Queen," said Saph. "How do you know she doesn't disappear somewhere where she can see my windows?" "I don't," Saph said, shrugging. "I'll factor it into whatever happens next." "And what do you expect to happen next?" "I was hoping you'd ask me to push her off the platform, Lady Queen," he said. It was a relief that he was being insolent, even while using her title. It gave her a familiar patch of ground to stand on. "Fox is Gray," she said, "isn't she? My gray-eyed graceling servant and spy is Spook's granddaughter Gray." "It would seem so, Lady Queen," said Saph plainly. "And what your creepy girl who turns into things probably doesn't know, despite her wondrous abilities, is that last night I found a place where, if I put my ear to the ground, I could overhear Fox and Spook talking. The crown is in that cave, I'm sure of it, along with a lot of other royal loot from the sound of it." "How did you know Hava was following you?" Saph snorted. "There was an enormous gargoyle on Winterbridge," he said. "Winterbridge is the mirrored bridge that disappears into the sky, and it doesn't have stone gargoyles. And I knew you'd been having Fox-tailed. That's how I tailed Fox myself, by tailing your tails. Fox kept disappearing under the docks. Your spies would give up, but I was more persistent. I took a lucky guess a few nights ago and caught sight of her on the bridge. Have you been seen, Saph? It doesn't sound like you've been very careful." "I don't know," he said. "It doesn't matter. She doesn't trust me, and she's smart enough not to believe that I trust her. That's not how we're going to win this game."
Standing quietly, Bitterblue took Saf in, his soft purple eyes that didn't match his blunt manner, trying to understand him, feeling, inconveniently, that she never did, except for when she was touching him. "Is this a game then, Saf?" she said. "Dangling from the castle walls every day with a person who could ruin your life? Following her at night to wherever she goes? When were you going to tell me?" "I wish you would stop being queen," he said, with a strange, sudden shyness that came out of nowhere, "and join me when I go away. You know you have the instincts for my kind of work." Bitterblue was utterly speechless. Helda, meanwhile, did not suffer from the same affliction. "Watch yourself," she said, taking a step toward Saf, her face like thunder. "You just watch what you say to the queen, young man, or you'll find yourself leaving by the window, and fast. You've brought her nothing but trouble so far." "At any rate," Saf said, glancing at Helda warily, "I'm going to steal the crown tonight." Bitterblue's breath came back in a rush. "What? How? The main entrance to the cave is always guarded by 3 men. But I believe there's a second entrance, for there's a guard who always sits some distance from the main entrance in a hollow where lots of rocks are piled. But Saf," she said, "you're basing your knowledge and your attack plan solely on the position of a guard. You've seen no actual entrance?" "They're planning to blackmail you," Saf said. "They want the right to handpick a new prison master for your prisons, 3 new judges for your high court, and the Monsean guard assigned to the East City, or else they'll make it known that the queen had an affair with a common Leonid thief who stole her crown during a tryst." Again, Bitterblue was speechless. She managed a breath. "This is my fault," she said. "I allowed her to witness so much of what was happening." "I'm the one who allowed that, Lady Queen," said Helda quietly. "I liked her grace of being fearless without being reckless. She was so useful for the tricky tasks, like climbing up into the windows, and she had such spy potential." "I think you're both forgetting that she's a professional," said Saf. "She positioned herself close to you a long time ago, didn't she? Her family has been stealing from this castle forever, and they positioned her near you."
"And I made their job easy as pie, stealing your crown, of all things, and handing it straight to them. You realize that, don't you? I handed her a bigger prize than she could have ever hoped to steal herself. I bet she knows every corner of your castle, every hidden doorway. I bet she's known how to navigate Leck's maze from the start. Those keys I nicked from her pocket were probably a family treasure. I bet her family's had them since Leck died, and everyone in the castle started cleaning out his things. She's a professional, just like the rest of her family, but more insidious than they, because she's not afraid of anything. I'm not sure she has a conscience." "That's interesting," Bitterblue said. "You think a conscience requires fear?" "What I think is that they can't blackmail you without the crown," said Saf, "which is why I'm going to steal it tonight." "With the help of my Leonid door guard, you mean?" "No," Saf said sharply. "If you've guards to spare, send them to the shop. I can do this quietly, myself." "How many men guard the cave, Saf?" snapped Bitterblue. "All right then," he said. "I'll bring Teddy, Bren, and Tilda. We know how to do this type of thing, and we trust each other. Don't get in our way." "Teddy, Bren, and Tilda," Bitterblue muttered. "All these close-knit family businesses. I'm quite jealous." "You and your uncle rule half the world," Saf said with a snort, then dove behind an armchair as the outer doors creaked open. "It's Gideon," Bitterblue announced, as the man himself walked in. When Saf emerged from behind his chair, Gideon made his face blank. "I'll wait till he goes, Lady Queen," Gideon said. "Right," said Saf sarcastically. "I'll be making my dramatic exit then. Should you give me something to steal, in case Fox sees me climbing out the window and I need an excuse?" Helda marched to the table, grabbed a silver fork, marched back to Saf, and shoved it at his chest. "I know it's not up to your usual plunder," she said darkly. "Right," Saf said again, accepting the fork. "Thank you, Helda, I'm sure." "Saf," Bitterblue said, "be careful." "Don't worry, Lady Queen," he said, catching her eyes, holding them for a moment. "I'll bring your crown back in the morning, I promise." His exit brought cold air rushing into the room.
When he'd closed the window behind him, Bitterblue went to the fire to capture some of its heat. "How are you, Gideon?" "Thiel was walking on Winged Bridge last night, Lady Queen," said Gideon without preamble. "It seemed a bit odd at the time, so we thought you should know." With a small sigh, Bitterblue pinched the bridge of her nose. Thiel on Winged Bridge. Fox, Hava, and Saf on Winter Bridge. My father would be so pleased with the popularity of his bridges. "Why were you on Winged Bridge, Gideon?" "Ban and I were making some improvements to Saf's hiding place, Lady Queen. Thiel walked by just as we were about to leave." "Did he see you?" "I don't think he saw anything," said Gideon. "He was in another world. He came from the far side of the river, and he had no light, so we didn't see him at all until he walked directly past our window. Moving like a ghost made us both jump. We followed him, Lady Queen. He took the steps down to the street and entered the East City, but I'm afraid we lost him after that." Bitterblue rubbed her eyes, hiding her face in comforting darkness. "Do either of you know if Thiel knows about Hava's grace for disguise?" "I don't believe he does, Lady Queen," said Helda. "I'm sure it's nothing," Bitterblue said. "I'm sure he's just going for melancholy walks. But perhaps we could ask her to follow him once." "Yes, Lady Queen," said Helda. "If she's willing, it may be better to know. Runamud is supposed to have jumped off one of the bridges, and Thiel is a bit depressed." "Oh, Helda," said Bitterblue, sighing again. "I don't think I can bear it being anything other than melancholy walks." That night, exhaustion and worry pushed Bitterblue beyond sleep. She lay on her back staring at the blackness. Rubbing her arm, which still seemed marvelous to her somehow, aching with tiredness but free from that horrid cast, and, finally, dressed in her knives again. Eventually, she lit a candle so that she could watch the gold and scarlet stars glimmer on her bedroom ceiling. It occurred to her that she was keeping a sort of vigil for Saf, for Teddy, Tilda, and Bryn, who were stealing a crown, for Thiel, who walked alone at night and shattered too easily, for those of her friends who were far away, Poe, Raffin, and Katza, perhaps shivering in tunnels. When drowsiness began to soften the edges of her exhaustion, and she knew sleep was near, Bitterblue allowed herself to linger with the thing she hadn't allowed herself in some time, the dream of herself as a baby in her mother's arms. It had been too sad to touch recently, with Leck's journals so near, but tonight she would allow it, in honor of Saf. For Saf had been the one, that night she'd slept on the hard shop floor, who'd told her to dream of something nice, like babies. Saf had pushed her nightmares away. 37. She woke and dressed to a peculiar gray-green daylight and a shrieking wind that seemed to be racing around the castle in circles. In the sitting room, Hava sat as close to the fire as one could without actually sitting in it. She was wrapped in blankets, drinking a steaming cup of something. "I'm afraid Hava has a report that's going to upset you, Lady Queen," said Helda. "Perhaps you should sit down." "Upsetting about Thiel?" "Yes. We've heard nothing about Sapphire yet," Helda said. "When will Lord Gideon—" "Gideon was out all night on other business," Helda said, "and promised not to come back without a report." "All right," Bitterblue said, crossing the room and sitting on the hearth beside Hava, shifting to avoid her own sword. She tried to steel herself against something that she knew, somehow, would break her heart, but it was difficult. There was too much worry. "Go on, Hava." Hava stared into her drink. "Across Winged Bridge, and a short distance west, Lady Queen, there's a black cavern in the ground, tucked under the river. It smells like something thick and cloying, Lady Queen," she said, "and in a place in the back, sort of a second room, there are piles and piles of bones." "Bones?" Bitterblue said. "More bones. His hospital is under the river. Last night, very late, Thiel left the castle through the tunnel from the eastern corridor," Hava said. "He crossed the bridge, went to the cave, and filled a box with bones. Then he carried the box back onto the bridge, stood at the center, and tipped the bones over the edge. Then he went back and did it 2 more times." "Thiel threw bones into the river?" Bitterblue said numbly. "Yes," said Hava. and partway through, he was joined by Darby, Rude, 2 of your clerks, your judge, Quall, and my uncle. Your uncle? Cried Bitterblue, staring at Hava. Holt? Yes, Lady Queen, said Hava, her strange eyes flashing with misery. All of them filled boxes with bones and dumped them in the river. It's Leck's hospital, Bitterblue said. They're trying to hide it. Leck's hospital? Asked Helda, appearing at Bitterblue's elbow and slipping a hot drink into her hands. Yes, the dampness and the roundness of the ceiling make for such acoustics. Ah. Yes, said Helda, then tucked her chin to her chest for a moment. There was a bit in a recent translation about the smell in the hospital. He stacked the bodies instead of burning them, or disposing of them in any normal way. He liked the smell and the vermin. It made others ill, of course. Thiel was there when it was happening, Bitterblue whispered. He saw it, and he wants the memory of it to go away. Oh, how stupid I've been. There's more, Lady Queen, said Hava. I followed Thiel, Darby, and Rude back into the East City. They met some men in a broken-down house, Lady Queen, and they all passed each other things. Your advisors gave the men money, and the men gave your advisors papers and a little sack.
They hardly said a word, Lady Queen, but something fell out of the sack. I searched for it after they'd gone. At the sound of the outer doors opening, Bitterblue sprang to her feet, burning herself on her sploshing drink but not caring. Gideon filled the doorway. His eyes went straight to hers. Sapphire is alive and free, he said grimly. Bitterblue sank down onto the hearth again. But it's not over, she said, as her thoughts scrambled to interpret. You've just given me all the good news, haven't you? He's free but hiding. He's alive but hurt, and he doesn't have the crown. Is he hurt, Gideon? No more than Saph ever is, Lady Queen. At sunrise, I saw him step onto the merchant docks, coming from Winterbridge, calm as calm, and begin to walk west toward the castle. He walked right past me, saw me, gave me the barest nod. I began to wrap up my own business so as to keep an eye on him. The docks were busy. Work starts early on the river. He passed a small knot of men loading a brig, and suddenly 3 of them broke off and stepped in behind him. Well, he picked up his pace, and next thing I knew, all of them were running, and so was I, and the chase was on. But I couldn't get to him before they did. There was a fight. He was getting the worst of it, and all at once he pulled the crown out of his coat and held it in his hands, clear as daylight. I'd almost reached them, Gideon said, when he threw it. Threw it? Repeated Bitterblue hopefully. To you? Into the river, said Gideon, dropping himself into a chair and rubbing his face with his hands. Into the river? Bitterblue could not for the moment comprehend this. Why does everyone throw every troublesome thing into the river? He was losing the fight, Gideon said. He was about to lose the crown. To keep Spook and Fox from regaining their leverage over you, he threw it into the river, and then he ran. Incriminating himself? Cried Bitterblue. What sort of crime is it to throw the crown into the river? The bigger crime will be that he had the crown in the first place, said Gideon. A member of the Monsian Guard, not to mention too many witnesses, saw it happen. When the guard challenged Spook's 3 thugs, they made up a story about how they'd chased Saph and beaten him because he'd stolen back what he'd given them months ago. That isn't a made-up story, Bitterblue said miserably. No, admitted Gideon. I suppose it isn't. But do you mean that they admitted that they'd been in possession of the crown and were trying to be in possession of it again? Yes, said Gideon. They themselves, for themselves. To protect Spook and Fox, you see, Lady Queen, and to keep control of what's known. Now Spook's thugs are in prison, but the Monsian Guard won't be satisfied until they've captured Saph, too. Will Spook's thugs hang? Possibly, said Gideon, depending on what Spook can manage to do. If they do hang, Spook will see that their families become exceedingly rich and comfortable. That'll have been the deal. I will not let Saph hang, said Bitterblue. I will not let Saph hang. Where did he go? Is he in the drawbridge tower? I don't know, Gideon said. I stayed behind to see what happened. Well, check once it gets dark.
The whole day? Bitterblue said. We won't know until nighttime? I went to the shop afterwards, Lady Queen, said Gideon. He wasn't there, of course, but everyone else was, and they had no idea he'd been planning to steal the crown. I'm going to kill him. They were dealing with their own problems, said Gideon. There was a fire in the shop early last night, Lady Queen, before Saf left. Bran is sick from the smoke, and so are two of your Lionid door guard, for they got trapped in there, trying to put the fire out. What? Cried Bitterblue. Are they all right? The consensus is that they will be, Lady Queen. Saf is the one who pulled his sister out. We must send Madeline. Helda, will you arrange it? And what about the shop, Gideon? The shop will stand. But Tilda told me to tell you that your rewrites are mostly burned, and they won't have any letter molds to show you for a while. Bren worked on some samples all day yesterday that she planned to bring you for approval, but they can't find them in the mess. Oh, Hava said, putting her cup down onto the hearth with a thunk. Lady Queen, she said, reaching into a pocket and holding something out to Bitterblue. This is what fell out of that sack. Bitterblue took the thing from Hava and stared at it as it lay in the center of her palm. It was a tiny wooden mold of the first letter in the Delian alphabet. Closing her fingers around the mold, Bitterblue stood and walked numbly to the doors. In her tower office, the sky glowed strangely through the glass ceiling. Snow blew at the windows. As she entered, Thiel turned to greet her. Runnamud was involved in something terrible, he'd said to her once. I thought that if I could try to understand why he would do such a thing, then I could bring him to his senses. All I can think is that he was mad, Lady Queen. Good morning, Lady Queen, said Thiel. Bitterblue was beyond pretending, beyond feeling, her body unable to absorb what her mind couldn't help but begin to understand. Runnamud, Thiel? She said quietly. Was it only ever Runnamud? What, Lady Queen? Thiel said, freezing in place, staring at her with those steel-gray eyes. What are you asking me? How tired Bitterblue was of fighting, of people looking straight at her and lying. The letter I wrote to my Uncle Roar about beginning a policy of remuneration, Thiel, she said. I entrusted that letter to you. Did you send it, or did you burn it? Of course I sent it, Lady Queen. He never received it. Letters are lost sometimes at sea, Lady Queen. Yes, said Bitterblue. And buildings catch fire accidentally, and criminals murder each other in the streets for no reason. A kind of desperate distress was beginning to join Thiel's confusion. She could read the beginnings of his distress, and horror too, as he continued to stare at her. Lady Queen, he said carefully, what has happened? What did you think was going to happen, Thiel? At that moment, Darby pushed through the door and handed a note to Thiel. Thiel glanced at it in distraction, stopped, read it again with more care. Lady Queen, he said, sounding more and more confused. This morning at daybreak, that young graceling with the Lionid decoration, Sapphire Birch, was seen running along the merchant docks with your crown, which he then threw into the river. That's absurd, said Bitterblue evenly. The crown is sitting in my rooms this very minute. Thiel's eyebrows pinched together in doubt. Are you certain, Lady Queen? Of course I'm certain. I was just there. Have they been searching the river for it? Yes, Lady Queen, but they haven't found it. No, Lady Queen. Nor will they, Bitterblue said, because it's in my sitting room. He must have thrown something else into the river. You know perfectly well that he's a friend of mine, and of Prince Pos, and, as such, would never throw my crown into the river. Thiel had never been more bewildered. Beside him, Darby stood with yellow-green eyes that were narrowed and calculating. If he did steal your crown, Lady Queen, Darby said, it would be a hanging offense. Would you like that, Darby? Asked Darby. Would it solve any of your problems? I beg your pardon, Lady Queen, said Darby huffily. No, I'm sure the Queen is right, said Thiel, blundering around for solid ground. Her friend wouldn't do such a thing. Clearly, someone has made a mistake. Someone has made grievously many mistakes, Bitterblue said. I think I'll go back to my rooms. In the lower offices, she stopped, looking into the faces of her men. Rod, her clerks, her guards, Holt. She thought of Teddy on the floor of an alley with a knife in his gut. Teddy, who only wanted people to know how to read. Saf running from killers, Saf framed for murder, Saf shivering and wet from diving for bones, a man coming at him with a knife, Bren fighting to save the printing shop from fire.
Her forward-thinking administration. But Thiel saved my life. Holt saved my life. It's not possible. I've gotten something wrong somehow. Hava is lying about what she saw. Sitting at his desk, Rude raised his eyes to hers. Bitterblue remembered then the letter mold she still held tight in her fist. She took it between her thumb and forefinger and held it up for Rude to see. Rude squinted, puzzled. Then, understanding, he slumped back in his chair. Rude began to weep. Bitterblue turned and ran. She needed Helda. She needed Gideon and Ban. But when she got to her sitting room, they weren't there. On the table sat new translations and a report, lined in Death's tidy hand. It was the last thing on earth Bitterblue wanted to see just now. She ran into the foyer and down the hallway and burst into Helda's rooms, but Helda wasn't there either. On her way back up the hallway, she stopped for a moment, burst into her own bedroom, and ran to her mother's chest. Kneeling over it, gripping its edges, she forced her heart to hold the word that named what Thiel had done. Betrayal. Mama, she thought, I don't understand. How could Thiel be such a liar when you loved him and trusted him? When he helped us escape? When he's been so kind and gentle with me and promised me never to lie again? I don't understand what's going on. How can this be? The outer doors creaked open. Helda, she whispered. Helda, she said again in a stronger voice. There was no answer. As she rose and went to her bedroom door, a strange sound reached her, coming from the direction of the sitting room. Metal thudding on carpet. Bitterblue ran into the foyer, then stopped as Thiel came rushing out of the sitting room. He stopped too, at the sight of her. His arms were full of papers, and his eyes were wild and heartsick and full of shame. He locked those eyes on her face. Bitterblue stood in her tracks. How long have you been lying to me? He spoke the words in a whisper. As long as you have been queen. Bitterblue cried out. You're no better than my father, she said. I hate you. You've crushed my heart. Bitterblue, he said, forgive me for what I've done and for what I must do. Then he pushed through the doors and was gone. 38. She ran into the sitting room. The fake crown lay on the carpet and Death's pages were gone. She ran back into the foyer and pushed through the outer doors. She was nearly to the end of the corridor when she turned back, ran past her own startled Lined guard, and pounded on Gideon's door. Pounded again and again. Gideon pulled the door open, rumpled and barefoot, and clearly only half awake. Will you go to the library, she said, and make sure Death is safe? All right, he said, bleary and confused. If you see Thiel, she said, stop him and don't let him go. He's learned about the journals, and 1,000 things have happened, and I think he intends to do something terrible, Gideon, but I don't know what it is, and she ran. She burst into the lower offices. Where is Thiel? She cried. Every face in the room stared back at her. Rude stood and said quietly, We thought he was with you, Lady Queen. He told us he was going to find you and talk to you. He came and left, said Bitterblue. I don't know where he went or what he intends to do. If he comes here, please don't let him go. Please, she said, turning to Holt, who sat in a chair by the door, staring at her dazedly. Bitterblue grabbed Holt's arm. Please, she pleaded. Holt, don't let him go. I won't, Lady Queen, said Holt. Bitterblue ran away from the offices, not reassured. She went to Thiel's room next, but he wasn't there either. The air in the great courtyard, when she reached it, stabbed her with its coldness. Members of the fire guard were running in and out of the library. Bitterblue rushed in after them, ran through smoke, and saw Gideon on the floor leaning over Death's body. Death, she cried, running to them, throwing herself down, her sword clunking on the floor. Death! He's alive, Gideon said. Shaking with relief, Bitterblue hugged her insensible librarian, kissed his cheek. Will he be all right?
He's been knocked on the head and his hands are scraped up, but that seems to be all. You're all right? The fire is out, but the smoke is still thick. Where's Theo? He was already gone when I got here, Lady Queen, said Gideon. The desk was in flames, and Death was lying on the floor behind it, so I dragged him away. Then I ran to the courtyard, screamed for the fire guard, and stole some poor fellow's coat to beat the fire down. Lady Queen, he said, I'm sorry, but most of the journals were destroyed. It doesn't matter, Bitterblue said. You saved Death. And then she looked straight at Gideon for the first time, and cried out, for ragged gashes scored his cheekbone. It was only the cat, Lady Queen, he said. I found him hiding under the burning desk, stupid creature. And Bitterblue threw her arms around Gideon. You saved Lovejoy. Yes, I suppose, said Gideon, sooty and bloody, his arms full of the tearful queen. Everyone is safe. There. Will you stay with Death and watch over him? Where are you going? I've got to find Theo. Lady Queen, he said, Theo is dangerous. Send the Monsieur's guard. I don't trust the Monsieur's guard. I don't trust anyone but us. He won't hurt me, Gideon. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Take your lineage guard, Gideon said, looking seriously into her face. Will you promise me that you'll take your lineage guard? No, she said, but I'll promise you that Theo will not hurt me. She pulled his face down and kissed him on the forehead as she had Death. Then she ran. How she knew she couldn't say, but she did. Something in her heart, something underneath the pain of betrayal, and in fact more fundamental, told her. Fear told her where Theo had gone. She did have the foresight, as she flew under the castle portcullis onto the drawbridge, to stop before one of the astonished lineage guard, who was less loomingly tall than the others, and demand his coat. Lady Queen, he said, as he shouldered out of it, helping her into it, you'd best not. The snow is working itself up to a blizzard. Then you'd better give me your hat and gloves as well, she said, and then go inside to warm yourself. Did Theo come this way? No, Lady Queen, the guard said. He'd taken the tunnel then. Pulling on the hat and gloves, Bitterblue ran east. The stairs that led pedestrians onto Winged Bridge were built into the side of one of the bridge's great stone foundations. Stairs with no railing, in a wind that couldn't decide on a direction, in deep shadow as the clouds packed themselves tight. Big footprints marked the new snowfall on the steps. Fishing under her too big coat, she unsheathed her sword, feeling stronger with it in her hand. Then she lifted her foot and placed it into Theo's first footprint. Then the next step, then the next. At the top of the stairs, the surface of the bridge shone blue and white, and the wind screamed. I'm not afraid of heights, she screamed back at the wind. It touched some deep inner current of courage to scream that lie, so she did it again. The wind screamed to drown her out. Through the falling snow, she could make out a person standing far ahead on the bridge. The bridge was a narrow, slippery hill of marble that she must climb in order to reach the form that was Theo. Theo was at the bridge's edge. He grabbed the parapet with both hands, and suddenly Bitterblue was running, sword in hand, screaming words Theo could not hear. The surface beneath her thudding feet changed to wood, with more give, a hollow sound, snow sticking, and he hoisted his knee onto the parapet, and she pushed herself, pounded, reached him, screaming, grabbed his arm, and yanked him back. Crying out in amazement, losing his balance, he reeled back onto the bridge. Pushing herself between Theo and the parapet, Bitterblue whipped her sword point in his throat, not caring that it made no sense to threaten a person with bodily harm who was trying to kill himself. No, she said.
Theo, no! Why are you here? He cried, tears streaming down his face. He wore no coat and shook with the cold. The wet snow matted his hair down and made his features stand out sharply, like a living skeleton. Why am I able to spare you none of this? You weren't meant to see this. Stop it, Theo. What are you doing? Theo, I didn't mean what I said. I forgive you. He backed away, crossing the width of the bridge as she followed with her sword until his back was to the opposite parapet. You cannot forgive me, he said. There is no forgiveness for what I've done. You've read his words, haven't you? You know what he made us do, don't you? He made you heal them so that he could keep hurting them, she said. He made you watch him as he cut them and raped them. It wasn't your fault, Theo. No, he said, his eyes growing wide. No, he's the one who watched. We're the ones who cut them and raped them. Children, he cried, little girls, I see their faces. Bitterblue was paralyzed with dizziness. What? She said, understanding all at once the final truth. Theo, Leck, made you do the hurting? I was his favorite, Theo said, frantic. I was his number one. I felt the pleasure when he told me to. I feel it when I see their faces. Theo, she said, he forced you. You were his tool. I was a coward, he cried up desperately against the wind. A coward. But it wasn't your fault, Theo. He stole who you were. I killed Runnamud. You see that, don't you? I pushed him off this bridge to stop him hurting you. I've killed so many. I've tried to make the memory end. I needed it to go away, but all of it only gets bigger and more impossible to control. I never meant it to grow so big. I never meant to tell so many lies. It was supposed to end. It never ends. Theo, she said, there is nothing that cannot be forgiven. No, he said, shaking his head, shaking the tears from his face. I've tried, Lady Queen. I've tried, and it won't heal. Theo, she said, sobbing now, please, let me help you. Please, please, come away from the edge. You're strong, he said. You will make things better. You're a true queen, like your mother. I stood here while your mother burned. When he lit her body up on Monster Bridge, I stood right here and watched. I was there to honor her passing. It's right that no one will honor mine, he said, turning around toward the parapet. No, she said. No, Theo, she cried, grabbing at him, dropping her useless sword, willing some part of her, some extension of her spirit or soul, to reach out from inside her and entwine him, stop him, hold him on this bridge. Stop here, stay here, you will not die. Prying her fingers away, he pushed her so hard that she fell to the ground. Be safe, Bitterblue. Be free of this, he said to her. Then he grabbed the parapet, hoisted himself onto it, and fell over the edge. 39. She lay far above rushing water. Maybe he had pretended. Maybe he'd walked away while her eyes were closed, changed his mind, gone back home. No, he hadn't pretended. Her eyes had never closed. She had seen. It was necessary that she no longer be on this bridge. Of that she was fairly certain. But she couldn't walk, because the bridge was too high in the air for walking on. What if she stayed here? What if she clung to a memory of a cold mountain, of Katsa's body giving her heat, of Katsa's arms holding her safe to the earth? Crawl. She could crawl. There was no shame in crawling when one couldn't walk. Someone had said that to her once. Someone... Hey. The voice from above was familiar. Hey, what are you doing? Are you hurt? The person attached to the voice was touching her, brushing off an accumulation of snow. Hey, can you get up? She shook her head. Can you talk? Is it the heights, Sparks? Yes, no. She shook her head. You're scaring me, he said. How long have you been out here? I'm picking you up. No, she managed, because being picked up was too high. Why don't you tell me what 476 times 477 is, all right? Saf gathered her up, gathered her sword too, and carried her to the drawbridge tower while she clung to him and tried to work that one out. Inside, it was warm. There were braziers. When he lowered her to a chair, she held onto one of his arms and wouldn't let him go. Sparks, he said, on his knees before her, taking off her gloves and hat, feeling her hands and face, this is not cold sickness, and I get the feeling that it's more than your fear of heights. Last time you were afraid of heights, you had a tongue to curse me with. Bitterblue was holding his arms so hard that she thought her fingers would break.
And then he put his other arm around her and pulled her into a hug. She transferred all her clinging pressure to his torso, hugging him back, shaking. "Tell me what's wrong," he said. She tried. She really did. She couldn't. "Whisper it in my ear," he said. His ear was warm on her nose. The gold stud in his earlobe was hard and comforting on her lip. 3 words. It would only take 3 words, and then he would understand. "Feel," she whispered, jumped off. This was met with stillness, then an exhalation, then a tightening of his arms. Then moving, lifting, resettling, until he was in the chair, holding her in his lap, holding her tight while she shook. She woke to him settling her onto blankets on the floor. "Stay with me," she said. "Don't go." He lay beside her and wrapped his arms around her. She slept. She woke again to low voices, gentle hands, people leaning over her in snow-covered coats. "She'll be all right," said Raffin. Saf's voice said something about the snow. "Maybe you should stay here," he said. Pa's voice said something about horses, about it being too dangerous to draw attention. Po's voice. Po was holding her, kissing her face. "Keep her safe," he said. "I'll wait for her at the bottom of the bridge when the storm is over." Then she was alone with Saf again. "Po?" she said, turning in confusion. "He was here," Saf replied. "Saf," she said, finding his face in the dimness. "Do you forgive me?" "Shh," said Saf, stroking her hair, her falling-out braids. "Yes, Lady Queen, I forgave you some time ago." "Why are you crying?" "A lot of reasons," he said. She wiped the tears from Saf's face. She fell asleep. She woke from a nightmare of falling. Ashen, herself, bones, everyone, everything falling. She woke crying out and thrashing, and was astonished, then devastated, to find Saf there, holding her, comforting her, for this time she was truly awake, and with Saf, all the other truths of the waking world rushed back. And so she clung to him to push them away, pressed herself against him. She felt the length of his body against hers. She felt his hands. She heard his whispers. Let him fill her ears and her skin. She kissed him. When he responded to her kisses, she kissed him more. "Are you certain you want this?" he whispered, when it became clear what was happening. "Are you certain that you're certain?" "Yes," she whispered. "Are you?" What it did was return her to herself. For Saf reminded her of trust, of her capacity for comfort, her willingness to be loved, so that afterwards, when the pain came rushing back again, fresh and relentless, she had the strength to bear it, and a friend to hold her while she sobbed. She cried for the part of her soul that had been clinging to Thiel and had fallen with the water, the part of herself that had torn away when he jumped. She cried for her failure to save him. Most of all, she cried for what Thiel's life had been. "No more nightmares," Saf whispered. "Dream of something that will comfort you." "I want to think he was happy sometimes." Sparks, I'm sure he was. A picture of Thiel's room, stark and comfortless, came to her. "I never saw him happy. I know of nothing he enjoyed. Who did he love?" The question sucked her breath away. "My mother," she whispered, "and me." Dream of that love. She dreamed of her wedding. She couldn't see whom she was marrying. That person never entered the scene, and it didn't matter. What mattered was that there was music, played on all the castle's instruments, and the music made everyone happy, and she danced with her mother and Thiel. It was early morning when her growling stomach woke her. She opened her eyes to light and the strange comfort of the dream. Then memory, aches all over, from Thiel fighting her, Thiel pushing her, from crying, loss, from Saf. The snow had stopped and the sky shone blue through 3 tiny round windows. Saf slept beside her. It wasn't fair how innocent he looked when he was sleeping. The fresh bruising around his eye and the purple that showed through the linned markings of his arm were also unfair. She hadn't noticed those bruises in the dimness of the day before, and he'd certainly given her no indication of them. How loyal and gentle Saf had been with her, and without her asking it of him.
As quick to love as he was to anger, as quick to warmth as to foolishness, and he had a tenderness she wouldn't have expected from him. She wondered if you could love someone you didn't understand. His eyes flickered open, soft purples shining on her. When he saw her, he smiled. Dream something nice, he'd said to her that night in the shop, like babies, and she had. Dream of that love. Saf, she said. Yes? I think I know what your grace is. It was the thing about dreams. They were so odd by nature, and they left one with such a feeling of the unreal, that how was one ever to notice when they themselves behaved strangely? The grace of giving dreams was a beautiful grace for someone contrary and dear to have. She told him so as she strapped on her knives, and he tried to convince her to stay a bit longer. We need to experiment, he said. We need to test whether it's true. What if I can give you a dream by just wishing it and not saying a word? What if I can give you a highly detailed dream, like Teddy in pink stockings holding a duck? I have food here, you know. You must be starving. Stay and eat something. I'm not taking the food you need, Bitterblue said, stepping into her gown. And people will be worried about me, Saf. Do you suppose I could give you bad dreams? I haven't the slightest doubt. You'll stay in this room, won't you, now that it's daylight? My sister is sick. I know, she said. I'm told she'll be all right. I've sent her Madeline. I'll send someone to you with news as soon as we have it, I promise. You understand you've got to stay here, don't you? You won't risk being seen? I'm going to go out of my skull with boredom in this room, aren't I? Said Saf, sighing, then pushing his blankets aside, reaching for his clothing. Wait, Bitterblue said. What? He said, glaring at her. What Bitterblue had never seen a man naked, and she was curious. She decided the universe owed her a few minutes, just a few, to satisfy her curiosity. So she went to him and knelt, which shut him up. I'll give you a dream, he whispered to her. A wonderful dream. I won't tell you. An experiment? Said Bitterblue with the tiniest smile. An experiment, Sparks. She knew that the bridge would be more or less horrible. She pushed herself quickly to the middle, as far from the edge as possible. The wind had died down at some point in the night, and snow had accumulated, which was welcome. Pushing through it distracted her from focusing on where she was. It also helped to know that Saf was watching from the drawbridge tower and would come out into broad daylight to help her if she stopped or visibly panicked or fell. She would hide her panic from him and push on. Yes, as long as she was panicking, she may as well push on. A lifetime later, she was even with the staircase, and here she ceased to care what Saf saw. On her hands and knees, she approached the steps, then appraised them. The snow had drifted across them unevenly. A person stood at the bottom, his face and hair hidden behind a hood. He pushed the hood back. Poe. Bitterblue sat down on the highest step and began to cry. He climbed up to her, sat on the outer edge beside her, and put his arm around her. Such a relief not to have to talk or explain. Such a relief for her to remember and him to know. It's not your fault, sweetheart. Don't, Poe. Just don't. All right, he said. I'm sorry. What he did do was pull off her hat, wind up her loose hair, and stick the hat back on so that her hair wasn't visible. Then pulled her collar up and tugged the hat even lower. And then he stood at the outer edge as they climbed down, keeping his arm around her, and led her through empty alleys to a narrow door in a wall. Through the door was a very long, very dark, and dank tunnel. When they finally reached the tunnel's end and light seeped through the crack at the bottom of another door, he said, "Hang on a minute, there are too many people just now." "Are we about to step into the east corridor?" Bitterblue asked. "Yes, and cross over to the secret passage that leads up to your father's rooms." "Why are we sneaking?"
So that everyone believes that you came back to the castle yesterday, told us about Thiel, and have been in your rooms ever since, said Poe. So that no one will remember the existence of the drawbridge tower, she said. Yes. Or wonder how you all knew about Thiel. Yes. You've already told everyone? Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for taking that job from me. All right, said Poe. Let's move quickly. Brilliant light as they stepped into the corridor. They crossed to a hanging of a green wildcat, behind which they passed through another door and into more darkness. They had no lamp as they climbed the winding passage, so Poe warned her of steps in the path. Finally, they clambered out from behind another heavy hanging into Leck's rooms. Bitterblue stumbled up the stairs. At the top, Poe knocked. A key was heard to turn in the lock. When the door opened, Bitterblue fell into Helda's waiting arms. 40 the packets of Seabane were in a cabinet in her bathing room. She hadn't imagined that she would feel so lost the first time she swallowed those herbs down. Back in the corridor, she pushed toward the doors. A bath and breakfast would do you good, Lady Queen, before you face your staff, said Helda gently. Clean clothing, a fresh start. There's no such thing, said Bitterblue numbly. Do you need to see Madeline for anything, Lady Queen? Bitterblued to see Madeline, but she didn't need to see Madeline. I suppose not. Why don't I ask her here, just in case, Lady Queen? And so Helda and Madeline helped her soak away sweat and dirt in the bath, helped her wash her hair, took her soiled clothing, and brought her fresh, clean things to wear. Madeline chatted quietly, her familiar, strange accent grounding Bitterblue. She wondered if there were signs on her body of her night with Saf, if Helda and Madeline could tell. Signs of her struggle with Thiel? She didn't mind, as long as no one asked questions. She had a vague feeling that questions would shatter her shell. Are Bren and my guards all right? She asked. They're extremely uncomfortable, said Madeline, but they'll be fine. I'll go back to Bren later today. I promised Saf updates, said Bitterblue. Lord Giddon will check in on Sapphire after dark, Lady Queen, said Helda. He'll convey all the news we have. And is Death all right? Death is deeply depressed, said Madeline, but otherwise recovering. She didn't expect breakfast to do her any good. When it did, it was her first experience of a new kind of guilt. It shouldn't be so easy to nurture herself. Her stomach should not be so comforted by food that was filling. She shouldn't want to live when Thiel had wanted to die. In the infirmary, her 2 linned guards seemed grateful for her visit. Death sat propped up in bed with a lopsided bandage around his head. All those books, he moaned, lost, irreplaceable. Lady Queen, Madeline says I'm not to work until my head stops aching, but I believe it's aching from lack of work.
That sounds a bit unlikely, Death, said Bitterblue gently, seeing as you were bashed over the head. But I do understand what you mean. What work would you like? The remaining journals, Lady Queen, he said fervently. The one I was working on survived the fire, and Lord Giddon tells me that a very few others did as well. He has them. I'm dying to see them, Lady Queen. I was so close to understanding things. I believe that some of his odder and more particular renovations to the castle and city were an attempt to bring another world to life here, Lady Queen. Presumably the world he came from, with the colorful rat. I believe he was trying to turn this world into that one. And I believe that it may be a land of considerable medical advancement, which is why he was obsessed with his mad hospital. Death, she said quietly, have you ever gotten the impression from reading about his hospital that it was not him but his staff that did the hurtful things to the victims, that he often stood back and watched? Death's eyes narrowed. It would explain some things, Lady Queen, he said, his eyes widening again. He speaks sometimes of the few victims he kept for himself. That could mean, couldn't it, that he shared the others, presumably with other abusers. The abusers were also his victims. Yes, of course, Lady Queen.
In fact, he speaks of moments when his men come to realize what they are doing. It hadn't occurred to me until now, Lady Queen, he said morosely, which men he was referring to, or precisely what they were doing. At this reminder of her men, Bitterblue stood, grimly preparing herself. I've better go. Lady Queen, he said, may I ask you for one more thing on your way? Yes? He paused. You will think it unimportant, Lady Queen, in the face of your other worries. Death, she said, you're my librarian. If there's something I can do that will bring you comfort, tell me what it is. Well, he said, I keep a bowl with water for Lovejoy under the desk, Lady Queen. It will certainly be empty, if it's there at all. He'll be disoriented by my absence, you see. He'll think I abandoned him. He can manage feeding himself quite well on the library mice, but he does not venture outside the library and won't know where to find water. He's very fond of water, Lady Queen. Lovejoy was fond of water. The desk was a blackened, broken-down shell, the floor under it ruined. The bowl, green as a Monsean valley, lay upside down some distance from the desk. Carrying it out of the library and into the great courtyard, shivering, Bitterblue walked to the fountain pool. The bowl, once she'd filled it, was so cold that it burned her fingers. In the library, she considered the situation, then knelt behind the gutted desk and placed the water under its corner. It didn't seem kind to draw Lovejoy to such a smelly ruin, but if that was where he was used to finding his water, then perhaps that was where he would look for it. She heard a growl, in a feline voice she recognized. Peeking beneath the desk, she saw a lump of darkness and the dangerous flick of a tail. Cautiously, she slid her hand halfway under the desk toward him so that he could decide whether to approach or ignore. He chose attack. Yowling and swift, he swiped at her, then retreated again. Bitterblue held her bleeding hand to her chest, biting back her cries, because she didn't blame him, and she knew how he felt. On a stairway, as she approached her offices, Poe intercepted her. "Do you need me?" he asked. "Do you want me, or anyone else, to go in there with you?" Standing before the strange light of his eyes, Bitterblue thought about that. "I will need you," she said, "many times in the next few days. And I'll need your concentrated help at some point in the future, Poe. Your help with my court and my administration, and with Monsieur alone, undistracted, not while you're also contributing to an Estellan revolution. Once Estelle is settled, I want you back here for a short while. Will you agree?" "Yes," he said, "I promise." "I think I need to do this thing now, alone," she said, "though I have no idea what to say to them. I have no idea what to do." Poe tilted his head, considering her. "Both Teal and Runnamud are dead, cousin," he said, "and they were always in charge. Your men will be looking for a new leader." When she stepped into the lower offices, the room went still. All faces turned to her. Bitterblue tried to think of them as men who needed a new leader. What surprised her was that it wasn't difficult. She was struck by the need transparent on their faces and in their eyes. Need for many things, for they stared at her like lost men, mute with confusion and with shame. "Gentlemen," she said quietly, "how many of you have been involved in the systematic suppression of truths from Leck's time? The killing of truth seekers?" None of them answered, and many of them dropped their eyes. "Is there anyone here who wasn't involved, in one way or another?" she said. Again, no one answered. "All right," she said, a bit breathlessly. "Next question. How many of you were forced by Leck to commit atrocities upon other people?" All of them raised their eyes to her again, which stunned her. She'd been afraid that the question would cause them to break, but instead they looked into her face, with hope almost, and looking back at them, finally she saw it, the truth, hiding behind the numbness, at the back of the deadness, in all of their eyes. "It wasn't your fault," she said. "It wasn't your fault, and now it's over. No more hurting people. Do you understand? No more hurting even one more soul." Tears were running down Rude's face. Holt came to her. dropping to his knees. He took her hand and began to weep. "Holt," she said, bending down to him. "Holt, I forgive you." A breath went around the room, a silence that seemed to ask if it too was worthy of forgiveness. Bitterblue felt the question from all of them and stood there, scrambling for the answer. She couldn't sentence every guilty man here to a term in prison and leave it at that, for that would change nothing about the truer problem in their hearts. She couldn't dismiss them from their work and send them away because, left to their own devices, they would probably continue to hurt people, and some of them would hurt themselves. No more of people hurting themselves, she thought, but nor can I keep them on and tell them to continue with their work, for I can't trust them. She had thought of the Queen as a person who shaped big things, like bringing literacy back to the city and castle, like opening her high court to claims for remuneration from across the entire kingdom, housing the council while they assisted the Estellans with the overthrow of an unjust king, and dealing with whatever Katza found at the other end of that tunnel. Deciding, when Roar came with his navy, how much of a navy Monsian needed and how much it could afford. But it is just as important, she thought, to thaw these men who were frozen by my father, and to stand at their sides through the pain of their healing. "How can I ever take care of so many men?" she said. "We have a great deal of work to do and undo. I'm going to divide you into teams and assign each team to one aspect of the task. Each team will include new people, Monsians, from outside this administration. You'll report to them as they'll report to you, and you'll work with them closely. You understand that my reason for involving others is that I can't trust you," she said, pausing, allowing that small, necessary arrow to hit each of them. "They need me to trust them again, or they won't be able to be strong. But each of you has the opportunity now to regain my trust. I will not require any of you to revisit the abuses of King Leck. I'll leave that to others who weren't hurt by him so directly. I won't allow anyone to hold you responsible for or plague you with things you did then that you were compelled to do. I also forgive you, personally, for the crimes you've committed since," she said.
But others may not, and those people may not, and those people have the same right to justice that you do. The time ahead is going to be messy and difficult, she said. Do you understand that? Stricken faces looked back at her. Some of them nodded. I'll help each of you through it, however I can, she said. If there are trials, I'll testify on your behalf, for I understand that few of you were at the top of this chain of command, and I understand that you were forced, for years, some of you for decades, by my father to be obedient. Perhaps some of you don't know now how to be anything but obedient. That's not your fault. One more thing, she said. I've said that I won't make you revisit the time of King Leck, and I meant that. But there are people, lots of people, who see value in doing so. There are people who need to do so in order to recover. I don't begrudge you your own need to heal in your own way, but you will not interfere with other people's healing. I understand that what they do interferes with yours. I see the conundrum. But I will not tolerate any of you compounding Leck's crimes with more crimes. Anyone who continues with this suppression will lose every bit of my loyalty. Do you understand? Bitterblue looked into every face, waiting for an acknowledgement. How she'd worked with these men for so many years and never seen how much was in their faces was beyond her, and it shamed her. And now they were depending on her. It was in their eyes. And they didn't know that she was all talk, that the teams she talked about building had no foundation and no plan, nothing but her words. Her words were empty. She might as well have told them that they were all going to build a castle out of air. Well, she had better start somewhere. Demonstrating trust was perhaps more important than actually feeling it. "Holt," she said. "Yes, Lady Queen," he said gruffly. "Holt, look into my face," she said. "I have a job for you and any men in the Queen's Guard that you choose." This brought Holt's eyes to hers. "I'll do anything, Lady Queen." Bitterblue nodded. "There is a cave on the other side of Winterbridge," she said.
Your niece knows how to find it. It's the lair of a thief known as Spook, and her granddaughter, Gray, whom you may know as my servant Fox. Late tonight, when both Spook and Fox are inside, I want you to raid the cave, arrest them and their guards, and seize any items inside. Talk to Gideon, she said, for Gideon was the man pegged to talk next to Seth. He has access to information about the cave. He may be able to tell you how it's guarded and where the entrances are. Thank you, Lady Queen, said Holt, tears streaming down his face. Thank you for trusting me with this. Then Bitterblue looked into the faces of her two remaining advisors, Rude and Darby, and knew that she was about to make things just a little bit worse for herself. Come upstairs with me, she said to the two. Sit down, Bitterblue said. Darby and Rude slumped into chairs like defeated men. Rude was still crying, Darby sweaty and shaking. They were grieving, as she was, and Bitterblue hated that she had to do this. I said below that I believed very few people were at the top of this chain of command, she said, but both of you were, weren't you? Neither answered. Bitterblue was beginning to get a little tired of not being answered. You set it up from the beginning, didn't you? Forward-thinkingness actually meant suppression of the past. Danzel, before I killed him, intimated that the town charters were intended to keep me from digging into the truth of what happened in my towns, and I laughed at him, but that's exactly what they were meant to do, isn't it? Push the past under the rug and pretend it's possible to make a fresh start. The blanket pardons for all crimes committed in Leck's time, too. The lack of education in the schools, because it's easier to control what's known when people can't read. And worst of all, the specific targeting of anyone working against you. Right? She said. Gentlemen? Does that about cover it? Answer me, she commanded sharply. Yes, Lady Queen, Rude whispered. That, and flooding you with paper so that you'd stay in your tower and be too overwhelmed to be curious. Bitterblue stared at him in astonishment. You will tell me how it worked, she said, and who else was involved besides the men downstairs. And you'll tell me if anyone else was in charge. We were the ones in charge, Lady Queen, Rude whispered again. Your 4 advisors. We passed down the orders. But others have been deeply involved. Thiel and Runnemud were more culpable than we were, said Darby. It was their idea. Lady Queen, you said you forgave us. You said you would testify on our behalfs if there were trials, but now you're so angry. Darby, she cried in exasperation. Of course I'm angry. You lied to me and manipulated me. My own friends were singled out for killing. One is ill because you tried to burn her printing shop. We did not want to hurt her, Lady Queen, said Rude. She was printing books and teaching people to read. She had papers and strange letter molds that frightened and confused us. And so you set it all on fire? Is that part of your method too? Destroy anything you don't understand? Neither man spoke. Neither man seemed entirely present in his chair. Captain Smith, she snapped. Am I likely ever to see him again? He wanted to tell you the truth, Lady Queen, Rude whispered. It was a great strain on him to lie to your face. Thiel thought he'd made himself too much of a liability, you see. How could you be so careless with people, she said, furious. It is easier than you might think, Lady Queen, said Rude. It only requires a lack of thought, an avoidance of feeling, and the realization, when one does think or feel, that being careless with people is all one is good for. 35 years. Bitterblue wasn't certain she'd ever be able to comprehend what it had been like for them. It wasn't fair that nearly a decade after his death, Leck was still killing people. Leck was still tormenting the same people. People were committing appalling acts in order to erase the appalling acts they'd already committed. Ivan, she said, the mad engineer? What happened to him? Runnemud thought he was calling too much attention to himself, and hence to the state of the city, Lady Queen, whispered Rude. You yourself complained of his incompetence. And Danzel? Rude said, taking a breath. We don't know what went wrong with Danzel, Lady Queen. Leck did have a few special friends who would visit and find themselves drawn into his hospital. Danzel was one. We knew this, of course, but we didn't know he'd gone mad and intended to kidnap you for money. Thiel was so ashamed afterwards, for Danzel had asked him beforehand how highly your administration valued you, Lady Queen, and Thiel thought in retrospect that perhaps he should have guessed the purpose of the question. Danzel was planning to ransom me back to you? We think so, Lady Queen. No other party in the world would have paid so much for your return. But how can you say that, Bitterblue cried, when you've made a point of making me useless? You would not have been useless, Lady Queen, Rude said, once we'd eradicated all that had happened. You were our hope. Perhaps we should have kept Danzel closer and involved him more in the suppression. We could have made him a judge or a minister. Perhaps then he wouldn't have lost his mind. That doesn't seem likely, Bitterblue said in disbelief. Nothing you say is logical. I was right when I thought Runnamud was the most sane of you all. At least he understood that your plan couldn't work while I was alive. I will testify on your behalfs, she continued. I will testify as to the injury Leck did to you, and the ways in which Thiel and Runnamud may have coerced you. I'll do whatever I can, and I'll make absolutely sure that you're treated fairly. But, she said, you both know that in your cases, it's not a matter of if there will be a trial. Both of you must go on trial.
People have been murdered. I myself was almost choked to death. That was all Runnamud, Darby said, frantic. He went too far. You have all gone too far, said Bitterblue. Darby, see reason. You have all gone too far, and you know that I can't let you go free. How would that be? The Queen protecting advisors who conspired to murder innocent Monsians and who used all the parts of her administration to see it done? You'll be imprisoned, both of you, as will anyone else who was deeply involved. You'll stay in prison until I've isolated people who can be trusted to investigate your crimes, and judges who can be trusted to try them justly and with an appreciation for all you've suffered. If you're found innocent and returned to me, I'll honor the court's ruling, but I will not pardon you myself. Rude was breathing into his hands. He whispered, I don't know how we all became trapped in this. I can't understand it. I still cannot fathom what happened. Bitterblue felt as if her words were coming from a deep, hollow, unkind, and stupid core, but she pushed them out nonetheless. Now, she said, I want you both to write down for me how it worked, what was done, and who else was involved. Rude, you stay here at my desk, she said, handing him paper and pen. Darby, she said, pointing to Thiel's stand, you work over there. Separate reports. Take care that they match. There was no comfort in making her distrust so obvious. There was no joy in depriving herself of two people whose minds and bodies she needed, depended on, to run these offices. And how horrible to send them to the prisons. One man who had a family and, somewhere deep inside him, a gentle soul, and another man who couldn't even call upon the escape of sleep. When they were through, she arranged for members of the Queen's Guard to escort them to prison. Next, she sent for Giddon. Lady Queen, he said as he entered, you don't look good. Bitterblue, he said, crossing the room in 2 strides, dropping down beside her, taking her arms. If you touch me, Bitterblue said, eyes closed, teeth clenched, I'll lose my head, and they can't see me losing my head. Hold on to me, he said, and breathe slowly. You're not losing your head. You're just under a massive amount of strain. Tell me what's going on. She said, then stopped. She wrapped her hands around his forearms and took a slow breath. I'm facing a rather catastrophic staff shortage. I just put Darby and Rude in prison, and look at these papers. She indicated the papers on her desk, covered with the scribbles of Darby and Rude. 4 of the 8 judges on her high court had been involved in the suppression, convicting innocent people and people who needed to be silenced. So had Smith, of course, and the Master of Prisons. So had her Minister of Roads and Maps, her Minister of Taxes, various lords, and the head of the Monsian Guard in Montfort. So many members of the Monsian Guard had learned to turn a blind eye that it had been impossible for Rude and Darby to list them individually. And then there were the lowest of the low, the criminals and the lost individuals in the city who'd been paid or compelled to carry out the actual acts of violence. All right, Gideon said, that's bad, but this kingdom is full of people, you know. Right now you feel alone, but you're going to put together a team, a really magnificent team. Did you know that Helda has been making lists all day? Gideon, she said, choking on a slightly hysterical laugh. I feel alone because I am alone. People keep betraying me and people keep leaving me. And suddenly, it was all right to lose control, here for 2 minutes of being dizzy against Gideon's shoulder, because he was safe, and he wouldn't tell anyone, and he was good at holding on to her with steady, strong arms. When her breath had calmed, and she could wipe her eyes and nose on the handkerchief he gave her, instead of on his shirt, she thanked him. You're welcome, he said. Tell me what I can do to help you. Do you have 2 hours you could give to me, Gideon? Now? Gideon glanced at the clock. I have 3 hours until 2 o'clock. Raffin, Ban, and Posh, should I assume they're busy? They are, Lady Queen, but they'll put their work aside for you. No, that's all right. Will you get Teddy for me, and Madeline and Hava, and bring all of them here with Helda? Of course, he said, and ask Helda to bring her lists, and start thinking up one of your own. I know a lot of good Monsians who can be useful to you. That's why I called for you, she said. While I've been bumbling around these last few months making messes, you've been meeting my people and learning things. Lady Queen, he said, be fair to yourself. I've been creating a conspiracy while you've been the focused target of one. It's easier to plan than to be planned against, trust me. And from now on, that's what you'll be doing. His words were comforting, but it was hard to believe them after he'd gone. He came back with Teddy, Madeline, Hava, and Helda sooner than she expected. Teddy looked a bit harried and was also rubbing his behind. That was fast, Bitterblue said, motioning to the chairs. Are you all right, Teddy? Lord Gideon put me on a horse, Lady Queen, said Teddy. I haven't had much call for horses before this. Teddy, said Gideon, I've told you I'm no longer a lord. Everyone seems determined to forget it. My bottom is seizing up, said Teddy glumly. Bitterblue couldn't explain it, but once again, with people here, everything seemed less hopeless. Perhaps it was the reminder of a world outside this castle, where life ticked along and Teddy's bottom seized up, whether Thiel had jumped off a bridge or not. Lady Queen, said Helda, at the end of this conversation, your worries will be gone. Well, and that was ridiculous. Everything that worried her came rushing back. There are 1,000 things this conversation won't change, she said. What I meant, Lady Queen, said Helda more gently, is that none of us have any doubt that you'll be able to outfit a fine administration. Well, said Bitterblue, trying to believe that, I have some ideas, so we may as well start talking. Madeline and Hava, she said, I don't expect you to have strong opinions about how my administration should be run, unless, of course, you want to. I've asked you to join us because you're 2 of the very few people I trust, and because you both know, or have observed, or have worked with a lot of people. I need people, Bitterblue said. There's nothing I need more. Any recommendations any of you have are welcome to me. Now, she said, trying not to show how shy she was to speak her ideas aloud, I would like to add a few new ministries so that we can have entire, focused teams working on matters that have been grievously neglected. I want to start over from scratch with building a Ministry of Education, and we should have a Ministry of Historical Record. But if we're to continue searching for the truth of what happened, we must be prepared to be gentle and take care with knowledge. We've got to talk more about the best way to do it, don't you think? And what would you all think of a Ministry of Mental Well-Being? She asked. Has there ever been such a thing? What about a Ministry of Reparations? Her friends listened as she talked, and Bitterblue began to draw charts. It was comforting to write things down. Words, arrows, boxes made ideas more solid. I used to have a small list, on a single piece of paper, she thought, of all the things I didn't know. It's hilarious to think it, when this entire kingdom could be an actual-sized map of the things I don't know. Should we interview each person downstairs, she asked, to see where each of their interests and expertise lie? Yes, Lady Queen, said Hilda. Now? Yes, why not? I'm sorry, Lady Queen, said Gideon, but I've got to go. Bitterblue shot her eyes to the clock in amazement, unable to believe that Gideon's 3 hours were up. Where are you going? Gideon directed a sheepish expression at Hilda. Gideon? Said Bitterblue, now suspicious. It's council business, Hilda reassured Bitterblue. He's not going to do anything to anyone, Monsienne, Lady Queen. Gideon, said Bitterblue reprovingly, I always tell you the truth. I haven't lied, he protested. I haven't said a word. And when that didn't lessen Bitterblue's glare, I'll tell you later, possibly. This phenomenon, wherein you always tell Lord Gideon the truth, said Hilda to Bitterblue, might you consider extending that arrangement to others? I'm not a lord, said Gideon. Could we— Bitterblue was losing focus. Gideon, send one of my clerks or guards up on your way out, would you? Anyone who looks equal to an interview. And so the interviews of her guards and clerks commenced, and Bitterblue found the ideas growing in a way that began to challenge the expediency of paper. Ideas were growing in all directions and dimensions. They were becoming a sculpture or a castle. And then everyone left her to return to their own affairs, and she was alone and empty and unbelieving again. Raffin, Ban, and Poe came to dinner, late. Bitterblue sat quietly among them, letting their banter wash around her. Hilda is never happier than when she has young people to pester, she thought, especially handsome young men. Then Gideon showed up, with a report on Soph. He's bored to pieces and worried about his sister, but he gave me good information about Spook's cave to give to Holt, Lady Queen. After Spook and Fox are arrested, Bitterblue said quietly, her first contribution to the evening's conversation, I wonder if we can let Soph out of the drawbridge tower. It may depend on how much Spook and Fox talk. I still don't feel like I've got a handle on the Monsienne Guard just now. I'd feel a lot better if I had the crown. How did your council business go, Gideon? I convinced a visiting spy of King Thigpen's not to return to a still, said Gideon. And how did you do that? Asked Bitterblue. Let's say, by arranging for him to have a holiday in Leonid, said Gideon. This was met with a roar of approval. Well done, said Ban, slapping him on the back. Did he want to go to Leonid? Asked Bitterblue, not certain why she bothered. Oh, everyone loves Leonid, cried Poe. Did you use the nausea infusion? Asked Raffin, pounding the table so hard in his excitement that the silver rattled. When Gideon nodded, the others gave him a standing ovation. Quietly, Bitterblue took herself to the sofa. It was bedtime, but how was she to be alone in a dark room? How to face her own solitary, shaking self? If she couldn't have anyone's arms around her as she fell asleep, then she could have the voices of these friends. She would wrap the voices around her, and it would be like Soph's arms. It would be like Katza's arms when they'd slept on the frozen mountain. Katza. How acutely she missed Katza. How acutely sometimes the presence or absence of people mattered. She would have fought Poe tonight for Katza's arms. Of course, she'd forgotten that there might be a dream. She dreamed that she was walking from rooftop to rooftop the Bitterblue city. She was walking on the castle roof. She was walking on the edges of the parapets of the glass roof of her castle tower. And she could see everything all at once. The buildings of her city, the bridges, the people trying to be strong. The sun warmed her, a breeze cooled her, and there was no pain. And she wasn't afraid to be standing at the top of the world. 41 in the morning, she woke to the news that Darby had hanged himself in his prison cell. In her bedroom doorway, in her shift, Bitterblue fought against Hilda, who was trying to take hold of her. She shouted, yelling abuse at Darby, yelling abuse at the Monsienne Guard who'd let it happen, wild, savage in her grief, in a way that seemed actually to frighten Hilda, who stopped reaching for her and merely stood, quiet and tight-lipped. When Poe arrived and Bitterblue transferred her yelling to him, he wrapped his arms around her even though she hit and kicked him, caught her hard when she reached for one of her knives, held her tighter and pulled her to the floor, wedged with her in the doorway, forcing her to be still.
"I hate you," she yelled. Him. I hate all of them," she cried. And finally, her voice, worn to exhaustion, gave up fighting and began to sob. "It's my fault," she sobbed in Poe's arms. "It's my fault." "No," said Poe, who was also in tears. "It was his decision. Because I sent him to prison." "No," Poe said again. "Bitterblue, think about what you're saying. Darby did not kill himself because you sent him to prison. They're so fragile. I can't bear it. There's no way to stop them if that's what they have in mind to do. There's nothing you can threaten them with. I should have been more gentle. I should have let him stay on." "Bitterblue," said Poe again. "This was not your doing. It was Leck's doing," said Helda, kneeling beside them. "Still Leck's doing." "I'm sorry I screamed at you," Bitterblue whispered to her. "It's all right, my dear," said Helda, smoothing Bitterblue's hair. And Bitterblue's heart ached for Darby, who'd been alone, without friends like these to hold him or draw strength from. She said, "Somebody bring me Rude." When her slump-shouldered former advisor was shuffled into her rooms by the Monsian guard, Bitterblue said, "Rude, are you thinking of killing yourself?" "You've always been direct, Lady Queen," he said sadly. "It's one of the things I like about you. I do consider such things now and then, but the knowledge of the hurt it would do to my grandchildren has always stopped me. It would confuse them." "I see," said Bitterblue, thinking that through. "What about house arrest?" "Lady Queen," he said, looking into her face, then beginning to blink back tears. "Would you really allow that?" "From now on, you're under house arrest," Bitterblue said. "Don't leave your family's quarters, Rude. If you need anything, send word, and I'll come." There was another person in Bitterblue's prisons this morning that she wanted to see, for Holt had done well. Not only were Fox and Spook behind bars, but a number of items had been returned to Bitterblue that she hadn't even realized were missing. Jewelry she'd kept in her mother's chest, the picture book she'd put on her sitting room shelves so long ago, Leck's book of true things, with drawings of knives and sculptures, that made a sick sort of sense to her now. A great number of fine swords and daggers that had apparently gone missing in recent months from the smithy. Poor Ordick. He'd probably had his heart broken over what Fox had turned out to be. Of course, she would not see Fox in her rooms. Fox would never again be invited to Bitterblue's rooms. Fox was brought to her office, instead, flanked by 2 members of the Monsian guard. She didn't look any worse for wear, her hair, her face still startlingly pretty, her uneven gray eyes as striking as ever. But she snarled at Bitterblue and said, "You can't link me or my grandmother to the crown, you know. You have no evidence of that. We won't hang." She spoke it like a taunt, and Bitterblue watched her quietly, struck by the strangeness of seeing someone so changed. Was this, for the first time, Fox as she really was? "Do you think I want you to hang?" she asked, "for being a common thief, and not a very impressive one? Don't forget that we handed you your prize." "My family has been thieves longer than yours has ruled," Fox spat out. "There's nothing common about us." "You're thinking of my father's side of the family," said Bitterblue calmly, "and forgetting my mother's. Which reminds me, guards, see if she has a ring on her person, would you?" Less than a minute later, after a short, ugly struggle, Fox gave up the ring she wore on a band around her wrist, under her sleeve. One of the guards, rubbing a sore shin where he'd been kicked, passed it to Bitterblue. It was the replica of the ring Ashen had worn for Bitterblue, the ring all of Bitterblue's spies carried, gold with inset gray stones. Holding it in her hand, closing it in her fist, Bitterblue felt that some sort of order had now been restored, for Fox had no right to wear something of Ashen's against her skin. "You may take her away, Bitterblue," said to the guards. "That's all I wanted." Clerks, who'd hardly ever been up to her office before, climbed the stairs today to bring her reports. Whenever they left her again, she sat with her head in her hands, trying to loosen her braids. The sense of being overwhelmed slammed against her. Where was she to start? The Monsian guard was a great worry, for it was huge and it was everywhere. It was a net that spread itself across the entire kingdom, and she depended upon it to protect her people. "Frogget," she said to her clerk the next time he walked through the door, "how will I teach everyone to think things through and make their own decisions,
and become real people again. Frogget stared at a window, biting his lip. He was younger than most of the others, and, she recalled, recently married. She remembered that she'd seen him smile once. "May I speak freely, Lady Queen?" "Yes, always." "For now, Lady Queen," he said, "allow us to continue to obey. But give us honorable instructions, Lady Queen," he said, turning a flushed face to hers. "Ask us to do honorable things, so that we may have the honor of obeying you." It was as Poe had said then. They needed a new leader. She went to the art gallery. She was looking for Hava, though she didn't know why. There was something about Hava's fear that she wanted to be near, because she understood it, and something about being able to hide. Something about turning into something one wasn't. It was less dusty than it had been, and the fires were lit. Hava seemed to be trying to turn it into a habitable place. There was a kind of flicker in her vision that Bitterblue was becoming accustomed to whenever Hava was hiding in plain sight, but nothing in the gallery was flickering today. Bitterblue sat on the floor to the side of the sculptures in the sculpture room, watching their transformations. After some time, Hava found her there. "Lady Queen," she said, "what's wrong?" Considering the plain face of this girl, her strange copper-red eyes, Bitterblue said, "I want to turn into something I'm not, Hava, like you do, or like one of your mother's sculptures." Hava walked to the windows beyond the sculptures, windows that looked out over the great courtyard. "I remain myself, Lady Queen," she said. "It's only other people who think I'm something I'm not, which only reinforces, every time, the thing I am, which is a pretender." "I'm a pretender too," said Bitterblue quietly. "Right now, I'm pretending to be the leader of Monsieur." Said Hava, pursing her lips and staring out the window. "My mother's sculptures aren't about people being what they're not either, Lady Queen. Not really. She had a way of seeing truths about people and showing them with her sculptures. Have you ever thought of that?" "You mean that I really am a castle," said Bitterblue dryly, "and you're a bird?" "I knew how to fly away," Hava said. "In a sense, anytime anyone else came near. The only person I was ever myself with was my mother. Even my uncle didn't know, until recently, that I was alive. It was our way of hiding me from Leck, Lady Queen. She pretended to him that I'd died, and then, every time he or anyone else at court came near, I used my grace to hide. I flew away," she said simply, "and Leck never knew that my grace was the inspiration for all her sculptures." Bitterblue's eyes locked on Hava, suddenly wondering something. Unsettled, and trying to make a more focused study of Hava's face. "Hava," she said, "who is your father?" Hava didn't seem to hear. "Lady Queen," she said in a peculiar voice, "who is that person in the courtyard?" "What?" "That person," Hava said, pointing, her nose pressed to the window, speaking in the wondering sort of voice that Teddy used when he talked about books. Joining her carefully at the glass, Bitterblue looked down and saw a sight that was all comfort. "Katza," Bitterblue breathed happily. "Beyond Lady Katza," said Hava impatiently. Beyond Katza was a close-knit group of people that Bitterblue had definitely never seen before. At the edge of the group was a woman, an elderly woman. She leaned against a younger man who stood beside her. Her coat was pale brown fur. The hat on her head was pale brown fur. Her eyes, all at once, rose to meet Bitterblue in the high gallery window. Bitterblue needed to see her hair. Like magic, the woman pulled off her hat and let her hair tumble down, scarlet and gold and pink, streaked with silver. It was the woman from the hanging in the library, and Bitterblue didn't know why she was crying. 42. They were from a land east of the Eastern Mountains, called the Dells, and they came in peace, except that some of them were from a land to the north of the Dells, called Pikia, a land that occasionally bickered with the Dells, but was currently at peace with them. Or not. It was hard to follow, because Katza was explaining it badly, and none of them seemed to speak the Mansian language much at all. Bitterblue knew what language they must all speak, but the only words she could remember were cobwebs and monster. And she still seemed to be leaking tears. "Death," she said. "Somebody fetch Death."
Katza, just for a minute, stop talking, she said, needing quiet because something peculiar was happening here in the courtyard. The voices, the need to understand messy things, and all the nattering, all of it was keeping her from being able to focus. Everyone stood quietly. Bitterblue couldn't take her eyes off the woman from the hanging, and the strangeness was coming from this woman. Bitterblue realized that now. She was changing the air somehow, changing the way Bitterblue felt. She tried to breathe easily, tried not to be overwhelmed, tried to see the woman's individual parts instead of being invaded by her extraordinary whole. Her skin was brown, and her eyes were green, and her hair? Bitterblue understood the woman's hair, for she'd seen the rat pelt, but the pelt hadn't been a living, breathing woman, and it had not made her feel as if the top of her head were singing. The air was soaked with the feeling of power being used. "What are you doing to us?" Bitterblue whispered to the woman. "She does understand you, Bitterblue," said Katza, "though she doesn't speak our language. She can respond to you, but she'll only do so with your permission, for she does it mentally. It'll feel like she's in your head." "Oh," Bitterblue said, stepping back. "No, never." "All she does is communicate, Bitterblue," said Katza gently. "She doesn't steal your thoughts or change them." "But she could if she wanted to," said Bitterblue, for she'd read her father's stories about a woman who looked like this and had a venomous mind. Behind her, the courtyard had filled with servants, with clerks, guards, Gideon, Ban, Raffin, Helda, Hava, Anna the baker, Ornick the smith, Dian the gardener, Frogget, Holt, and others filing in, and all of them staring at a woman who was standing there, glowing with something. "She doesn't want to change your thoughts, Bitterblue," said Katza, "or anyone's here. And in your case, she tells me she couldn't, because you have a good, strong mind that is close to her interference." "I've had practice," Bitterblue said, in a small, hard voice. "How does her power work? I want to know exactly how it works." Poe broke in. "Beetle," he said, his voice hinting that she was, perhaps, being rude, "I understand you, but perhaps you'd like to greet them and bring them in out of the cold first. They've come a long way to meet you. They'd probably like to be shown to their rooms." Bitterblue cursed the tears that kept running down her cheeks. "Perhaps you've forgotten the events of the last few days, Poe," she said plainly. "It pains me to be rude, and I apologize for my rudeness."
"But Katza, you have brought a woman who controls minds into a castle of people particularly vulnerable to such a thing. Look around," she said, gesturing to the courtyard that continued to fill with people. "Do you think this is good for them, to be standing here, mindlessly staring?" "Maybe it is," she said bitterly. "If she truly comes in peace, maybe she can be their higher power and keep them from committing any more suicides." "Suicides?" said Katzen in dismay. "I'm responsible for these people," Bitterblue said. "I'm not going to welcome her until I understand who she is and how her power works." They went to the library to talk about it. Bitterblue, her council friends, the Delians and Pickians away from prying eyes and empty, captive minds. Passing Death's ruin of a desk, she remembered that Death was in the infirmary. The strangers seemed neither surprised nor offended by Bitterblue's lack of hospitality. But when she walked them into her alcove, they stopped, eyes widening, and gawked at the hanging, murmuring among themselves in words Bitterblue knew the sound of but couldn't understand. The woman with the power, in particular, exclaimed something to the others, then grabbed hold of one of her companions and motioned him to say something or do something to Bitterblue. The man stepped forward, bowed, and spoke in a heavy but somehow pleasant accent. "Queen Bitterblue," he said, "please forgive my poor speech, but Lady Beer remembers this." The man gestured to the hanging. "She is moved to—" He stopped in frustration. Katza interjected quietly. "She says that Leck kidnapped her, Bitterblue, and murdered one of her friends a very long time ago. She believes this is a scene from the kidnapping, for that is the coat he gave her to wear, and they passed through a forest of white trees. Afterwards, she escaped and fought him. In the fight, he fell through a crack in the ground, then presumably followed a tunnel that brought him to Monsi. She's moved to tell you how sorry she is that he found his way back here and did harm to your kingdom. The Dells only discovered the Seven Kingdoms 15 years ago, and the only tunnels they've known until now have brought them into far eastern Estil, so they were some time in discovering the problems in Monsi. She's sorry for letting Leck return and for not helping Monsi to defeat him. It was strange to listen to Katza interpret. It involved long, silent pauses on Katza's part, which gave Bitterblue time to gape and wonder and be boggled at some of the more astonishing things Katza said, which Katza then followed up with even more astonishing things. "What does she mean, return?" Bitterblue said. Katza squinted. "Lady Fire is unsure of what you're asking," she said. "That the tunnel brought him back here, to Monsi," Bitterblue said, "that she allowed him to return. Does she mean that Leck wasn't Delian? Does she know he was Monsian?" "Ah," said Katza, pausing for the answer. "Leck was not Delian. She doesn't know if he was Monsian, only that he was from the Seven Kingdoms. There are no Gracelings in the Dells," Katza added, speaking for herself now. "My arrival created quite a commotion, let me tell you. I'm from the Seven Kingdoms," Bitterblue thought, completely. Dare I hope I'm Monsian? And this woman, this strange, beautiful woman, my father killed her friend. They discovered the Seven Kingdoms 15 whole years ago? That man called her Lady Beer, Bitterblue said, but you called her Lady Fire, Katza. Beer is the Delian word for fire, said a worn and familiar voice behind Bitterblue. Era, or in our letters, BIR, Lady Queen. Spinning, Bitterblue faced her librarian, who was listing a bit to one side, like a ship taking water. He held the charred remains of the Delian Graceling Dictionary in his hands. Part of its back end was gone, the pages were warped, and the red cover was now mostly black. "Death," she said. "I'm glad you could join us. I wonder—" She was hopelessly confused. "Perhaps we should all learn each other's names and sit down," she said, after which there were introductions all around and hands taken and manuscripts cleared from the table and additional chairs found and wedged in among the others, and names almost immediately forgotten because there was too much else going on. They were a group of 9 travelers, 3 explorers, 4 guards, 1 healer, and the lady who served as ambassador, and also as a silent translator, and who invited Bitterblue to call her Fire. Most of the travelers were browner-skinned than the most sun-darkened Leonid Bitterblue had ever seen, except for a couple who were paler, and one, the man who'd spoken before, who was fully as pale as Madeline. Their hair and eyes were also a range of hues, ordinary hues, aside from Lady Fire. And still, there was something in the way they all looked, in their jaws, in their expressions, something they all had in common. Bitterblue wondered if they saw some sort of distinctive similarity when they looked at her and her friends too. "I don't completely understand this," she said, "any of it." Lady Fire said something, which the pale man made a move to translate in his nice, funny accent. "The mountains have always been too high," he said. "We have had stories, but no way across." Or, he made a motion with his hand. "Under," said Poe. "Yes, no way under," said the man. 15 years ago, he paused again, baffled. "A landslide," said Poe, "revealed a tunnel. And now the stories will no longer be mere stories." "Poe," said Bitterblue, disturbed that he was publicly displaying his own ability, even though she knew he was pretending that Lady Fire was talking to him mentally. Wasn't he? Or maybe she was talking to him mentally, and if so, did Lady Fire know what Poe was? Wouldn't that make her 1,000 times more dangerous? Or, Bitterblue grasped her forehead. Had Bitterblue, sitting here thinking about it all, revealed Poe's secret to Lady Fire? Poe's hand found its way around Katza to Bitterblue's shoulder. "Take a breath, cousin," he said. "This comes on the tail of too many horrible days. I believe this will seem like good news once you've had the time to absorb it. I remember the day we all sat in a circle on this library floor," she thought to him. "The world was far smaller then, and still too big. Every day is so overwhelming."
The pale fellow was trying to talk again, saying something about how they were all sorry to have arrived during horrible days. Bitterblue raised her eyes and peered at him as he spoke, trying to place something. "Whenever you talk," she said, "there's something familiar about it." "Yes, Lady Queen," agreed Death dryly. "Perhaps that's because it's a stronger version of the accent spoken by your healer, Madeline." "Madeline?" thought Bitterblue, staring at the man. "Yes, how odd that he sounds like Madeline, and how odd that he's pale with amber eyes, like Madeline. And my Graceling healer, Madeline. There are no Gracelings in the Dells. But Madeline has only one eye. Just like that, one of Bitterblue's anchors in this world turned suddenly into a perfect stranger. "Oh," she said, "oh dear." She thought of all the books in Madeline's room and found the answer to another question. "Death," she said, "Madeline saw Leck's journals on my bed. Then that dictionary appeared on your shelf. The dictionary is Madeline's." "Yes, Lady Queen," said Death. "She told me she came from the far east of a still," Bitterblue said. "Fetch her, someone fetch her." "Allow me, Lady Queen," Helda said, in a dark voice that made Bitterblue glad she was not Madeline at this moment. Helda pushed herself up and swept off, and Bitterblue stared at her guests. They'd all gone over a trifle sheepish. "Lady Fire apologizes, Bitterblue," Katza said. "She says that it's embarrassing to be caught spying, but regrettably, not spying is never an option, as no doubt you understand. I understand that it makes for an interesting definition of the piece they claim to come in," said Bitterblue.
Did they make Madeline take out her own eye? No, said Lady Fire emphatically. Never, added Katza. Madeline lost her eye as a child, doing an experiment with liquids and a powder that exploded. It made it possible for her to pretend. But how does she heal so well? Are all healers in the Dells truly so gifted? Katza translated. Medical knowledge is highly advanced there, Bitterblue. Medicines grow there that we don't have here, especially in the West, which is where Madeline is from, and science is paramount. Madeline has been kept supplied with the best Delian medicines during her time here to keep up her pretense. Science, Bitterblue thought, real science. I would like that kind of progress in my kingdom, in a sane manner, without delusion. Suddenly, she loved Poe for his stupid paper glider, because it was based on reality. Then Madeline came into the alcove. First, she went to Lady Fire and kissed the woman's hand, murmuring something in their language. Then she rounded the table to Bitterblue and fell to both knees. "Lady Queen," she said, bowing her head, speaking thickly, "I hope you'll forgive me for deceiving you. I have not liked to do so. At every moment, I've not liked it, and I hope you'll allow me to stay on as your healer." Bitterblue understood then something about how a person could lie and tell the truth at the same time. Madeline had made something of a fool of her, but Madeline's care of Bitterblue's body and of her heart had been genuine. "Madeline," she said, "I'm relieved. I was steeling myself against the possibility of losing you." The talk continued. Bitterblue's concept of the world had never been stretched like this before, and she was a bit lightheaded. The Delians described what it had been like to discover a world to their west. The Dells knew war, and the Delian king had no wish for it. And so, discovering a land of 7 kingdoms in which too many of the kings were warmongers, the Delians had chosen secret exploration rather than making themselves immediately known. They were exploring eastward as well. "The Piccians have a sizable navy," Katza explained, "and the Delians have been growing their navy slowly as well. They've been exploring their coastline and waters, Bitterblue." They'd brought maps. A squat, tough-looking woman named Midia did her best to explain them. The maps showed wide expanses of land and water and, in the north, unnavigable ice. "Midia is a famous naval explorer, Bitterblue," said Katza. "Does that make her Piccian or Delian?" "Midia has a Delian mother, and her father was Piccian," said Katza. "Technically, she's Delian, because that's where she was born. I'm told there's a great deal of intermingling, especially in recent decades." Intermingling. Bitterblue looked around the table, at these people who'd come together in her library alcove.
Monsians, Midlunars, Leonid, Delians, Picians, Gracelings, and whatever Lady Fire was. Lady Fire is what is called a monster, said Katza quietly. Monster, Bitterblue said. Azalig. Every Delian speaker at the table looked up. Excuse me, Bitterblue said, standing, walking away from the table. Pushing herself a good distance away, she found a dark place behind some bookshelves and sat on the rug in a corner. She knew what would happen. Poe would come to her, or send to her whoever he felt was the right person. But it wouldn't help, because no one was right. No one living, anyway. She didn't want to cry on anyone's living shoulder or be told bracing things. She wanted to be out of this world, in a meadow of wildflowers or a forest of white trees, not knowing about the terrible things happening around her. A baker girl with a mother who did needlework. Could she have that one back again? Could she have it for real? The person who came was Lady Fire. Bitterblue was surprised that Poe had sent her, until, looking at the lady, she wondered if perhaps she had been calling for Lady Fire herself. Fire knelt before Bitterblue. Bitterblue was suddenly frightened, terrified of this beautiful, old, creaky-kneed woman in brown, terrified of how much she wanted to look into this woman's face and see her own mother, knowing, suddenly, that this was why Fire had mesmerized Bitterblue from that first moment, because the love she felt when she looked into Fire's face was the love she had known once for her mother. And this wasn't right. Her mother had deserved that love, and her mother had suffered and fought and died because of it. This woman had done nothing but walk into a courtyard. "You have drugged me with false feeling for you," Bitterblue whispered. "That is your power." A voice came to her inside her head. It was not words, but she understood it perfectly. "Your feelings are real," it said, "but they're not for me. I feel them for you. Look closer, Bitterblue. You love fiercely, and you carry a queen's share of sadness. When I'm near, my presence overwhelms you with all that you feel. But I'm only the music, Bitterblue, or the hanging, or the sculpture. I make your feelings swell, but it's not me you feel them for." Bitterblue began to cry again. Fire offered her own furry, brown sleeve to wipe Bitterblue's tears. Gathering the softness to her face, allowing herself to sink into it, Bitterblue was connected, for a moment, to this singular creature who had come when she'd called and been kind when she'd made herself unpleasant. "If you wanted to," Bitterblue whispered, "you could go into my mind and see all that's in there, and steal it and change it to whatever you like. Couldn't you?" "Yes," said Fire, "though it would not be easy with you, for you're strong. You don't know it, but your unfriendly reception quite endeared you to us, Bitterblue. We hoped you would be strong. You say you don't want to take our minds, mine or my people's. It's not why I'm here," said Fire. "Would you do something for me if I asked you to? That depends on what it is." "My mother said I was strong enough," Bitterblue said, beginning to shiver. "I was 10 years old, and Leck was chasing us, and she knelt before me in a field of snow and gave me a knife and said that I was strong enough to survive what was coming. She said I had the heart and the mind of a queen." Bitterblue turned her face away from Fire, just for a moment, because this was hard. Saying this truth aloud was hard. "I want to have the heart and mind of a queen," she whispered. "I want it more than anything. But I'm only pretending. I can't find the feeling of it inside me." Fire considered her quietly. "You want me to look for it inside you?" "I just want to know," Bitterblue said. "If it's there, it would be a great comfort for me to know." Fire said, "I can tell you already that it's there." "Really?" Bitterblue whispered. "Queen Bitterblue," Fire said, "shall I share with you the feeling of your own strength?" Fire took her mind so that it was as if she were in her own bedroom, raw with crying and grief. "This doesn't feel strong," Bitterblue said. "Wait," said Fire, still kneeling beside her in the library. "Be patient." She was in her bedroom, raw with crying and grief. She was frightened and certain that she was incapable of the task ahead. She was ashamed of her mistakes. She was small and tired of being left, furious with the people who left and left and left, heartsore on account of a man on a bridge who betrayed her and then left, and a boy on a bridge who she knew somehow would be the next one to leave her. Then something began to change in the room. None of the feelings changed, but Bitterblue encompassed them somehow. She was larger than the feelings. She held the feelings in an embrace and murmured kindnesses to them and comforted them. She was the room. The room was alive. The gold of the walls glowed with life. The scarlet and gold stars of the ceiling were real. She was bigger than the room. She was the corridor and the sitting room and Helda's rooms.
Helda was there, tired and worried and feeling some arthritis in her knitting hands, and Bitterblue embraced her. Bitterblue comforted her too and eased the pain in her hands, and grew. She was the outer corridors, where she embraced her Leonid door guard. She was the offices and the tower, and she embraced all the men who were broken and frightened and alone. She was the lower levels and the smaller courtyards, the high court, the library, where so many of her friends were now, where people gathered from an entire other land. The most amazing thing, to discover a new land. And its people were in the library now, and Bitterblue was large enough to contain such a degree of wonder, and to embrace her friends among them, feel the complications of their feelings for each other, Katza and Poe, Katza and Gideon, Raffin and Ban, Gideon and Poe, the complications of her own feelings. She was the great courtyard, where water pounded and snow fell on glass. She was the art gallery, where Hava hid and where Bellamy's work stood as evidence of something that had transcended her father's cruelty. She was the kitchen, humming along with unending efficiency, and the stables where the winter sun burnished wood and horses whickered with hair in their eyes, and the practice rooms where men sweated, and the armory, and the smithy, the artisan courtyard where people were working, and she held all those people in her arms. She was the grounds, the walls, and the bridges where Sapphire hid, and where Thiel had broken her heart. She saw herself, tiny, fallen, crying and broken on the bridge. She could feel every person in the castle, every person in the city. She could hold every one of them in her arms, comfort everyone. She was enormous and electric with feeling and wise. She reached down to the tiny person on the bridge and embraced that girl's broken heart. Part 5. The Ministry of Stories and Truth, late December and January, 43. It was soothing, when so little else in the world lent itself to clarity, to make lists of tasks that needed execution, then choose a person to entrust with each task. It was comforting to meet the person and understand, finally, why Helda or Teddy or Gideon had recommended the person, and heartening to discuss the task with that person, then leave the meeting feeling as if the execution of the task was perhaps not one of the 5 most hopeless undertakings on earth. She knew they couldn't all be, for there were well more than 5 tasks. Hava had surprised Bitterblue with a few truly pertinent staff recommendations. The new master of prisons, for example, was a woman Hava had witnessed working on the Silver Docks, a Monsian graceling named Goldie who'd grown up on a Leonid ship and eventually become the commander of the Navy prison in Roar City. Upon returning to Moncia after Leck's death, she discovered that the Monsian Guard didn't employ women at all for anything, and certainly not to command its prisons. Goldie was graced, of all things, with singing. "My new prison master is a songbird," Bitterblue muttered to herself at her desk. "It's absurd." But it was no less absurd than women not being employed by the Monsian Guard. She could accept the one to change the other, and it was an exciting change. The Delians advised her on the matter, for they'd had women in their army for decades. "I feel just a tad better about the Estal business now that you've made an ally in the Delians, Bitterblue," said Poe, lying on his back on Bitterblue's sofa. "At least about the danger of war. They're a serious military power. They'll back you if there's trouble."
Does this mean you've let go of the certainty that I'm about to be attacked at every moment? No, he said. The existence of the council endangers you. I'm a queen, Poe, Bitterblue retorted. I'll never be safe. Also, when it comes to war, the Delians don't want to get involved. The Delians were pretending not to exist. Now they're behaving like neighbors. And you've charmed their mind reader, which is never easily done. It can't be that hard if Katsa charmed you. You don't find me charming? Katsa asked her from the sitting room floor, where she sat idly with her back to the sofa. Move over, she said to Poe, shoving his legs. Hello, he said. Would it kill you to ask nicely? I've been asking you nicely for at least 10 seconds, and you've been ignoring me. Move over. I want to sit down. Poe made a show of beginning to move out of the way, then flipped himself off the sofa and flattened her. So predictable, Bitterblue muttered, as the two of them began wrestling on the rug. Fire is the sister-in-law of the king and the stepmother of the woman who commands the Delian army, Bitterblue, yelled Poe, his face jammed into the carpet. She's a valuable friend. I'm right here, Bitterblue said. You don't need to yell. I'm yelling because I'm in pain, he yelled, his head under the sofa. I'm having a hard time with this letter, said Bitterblue vaguely. What do you write to the elderly king of a foreign land when your kingdom is in shambles, and you've only just discovered that he exists? Tell him you hope to visit, yelled Poe, who seemed somehow to have gotten the upper hand. He was now straddling Katsa, trying to pin her shoulders to the ground. Bitterblue sighed. Perhaps I should ask him for advice. Katsa, you've met him. How did he seem? Katsa now sat calmly on the stomach of her vanquished foe. He was handsome, she said. Poe moaned. Was he beat to a pulp handsome, or perhaps just pushed down a flight of stairs handsome? I would not push a 76-year-old man down a flight of stairs, said Katsa indignantly. I suppose I have that to look forward to then, Poe said. Someday. I've never pushed you down a flight of stairs, Katsa said, beginning to laugh. I'd like to see you try. Don't even joke. It's not funny. Oh, wildcat. And now they were hugging. Bitterblue was left to roll her eyes and struggle alone with her letter to King Nash of the Dells. I've met a lot of kings, Bitterblue, said Katsa. This one is a decent man, surrounded by decent people. They watched us quietly for 15 years, waiting to see if we could bumble ourselves into a more civilized state, rather than trying to conquer us. Poe's right. You should tell him that you'd like to visit, and it would be entirely appropriate for you to ask him for advice. I have never been so happy, she added, sighing. Happy? When I understood that the land I'd found was a land slow to war, with a king who was not an ass, and Pikia another peaceful nation above them, I'd never been so happy. It changes the balance of the world. One advantage of traveling by tunnel was that a tunnel made weather irrelevant. The Delians could return in the winter or wait until winter had passed. But I miss my husband, Fire admitted to Bitterblue one day. Bitterblue tried to imagine the kind of man who could be Fire's husband. Is your husband like you? Fire smiled. He is old like me. What is his name? Briggan. And how long have you been married to him? 48 years, said Fire. They were tromping across the back garden, for Bitterblue had wanted to show Fire the Bellemew of her mother, fierce and strong, turning into a mountain lion. Now Bitterblue stopped, hugging herself, letting the snow soak into her boots. What is it, my dear? Asked Fire, stopping beside her. It's the first time I've ever heard of two people being together that long, and neither dying, and neither being awful, she said. It makes me happy. Fire was missing 2 fingers, which had frightened Bitterblue the first time. Your father did not take them, Fire assured her, then asked her how much of a sad story she wanted to know. This was how Bitterblue learned that 49 years ago, the Dells had been a kingdom with no certain shape, a kingdom recovering from a great evil, like Mancia. My father was a monster too, Fire told her. You mean a monster like you? Asked Bitterblue. He was a monster like me, said Fire, nodding, in the Delian sense. He was a beautiful man with silver hair and a powerful mind, but he was a monster, the way you normally use the word here as well. He was a terror, like your father. He used his power to destroy people. He destroyed our king and ruined our kingdom. That's why I came to you, Bitterblue. Because your father destroyed your kingdom?
Bitterblue said, confused. Because when I heard about you, Fire said patiently, my heart burst open. I felt that I knew what you'd faced and what you're facing. Bitterblue understood. Her voice was small. You came just to comfort me? I'm not a young woman, Bitterblue, Fire said, smiling. I did not come for the exercise. Here, I'll tell you the story. And Bitterblue hugged herself again, because the story of the Dells was indeed sad, but also because it gave her hope for what Monsieur could be in 49 years, and what she could be too. Fire said something else that gave Bitterblue hope. She taught Bitterblue a word, Emker. Emker had been Leck's first true name. Bitterblue took this information straight to the library. Death, she said? Do we have birth records for the 7 kingdoms for the year Leck where you've been born? Will you review them for someone with a name that sounds like Emker? A name that sounds like Emker, Death repeated, peering up at her from his new desk, which was covered with smelly, scorched papers. Lady Fire says that Leck told her that before his name was Leck, it was Emker, which is a name she remembers from almost 50 years ago, Death said sarcastically, spoken to her, not spelled, presumably not a name from her own language, and conveyed to you mentally 50 years later? And I'm to recall every instance of a name of that nature in all the birth records available to me from the relevant year for all 7 kingdoms, on the extremely slim chance that we have the name right and a record exists? I know you're just as happy as I am, said Bitterblue. Death's mouth twitched. Then he said, Give me some time to remember, Lady Queen. When you visit us, Fire said, you will see the ways Leck tried to recreate the Dells here. I hope it doesn't distress you. Our kingdom is beautiful, and I would hate for it to cause you pain. They stood in Bitterblue's office, looking out at the bridges. I believe, Bitterblue said, giving it careful consideration, that if your home reminds me of mine, I will like your home. Leck was what he was, but he did manage, somehow, to make this castle beautiful and strange, and I'd be sorry to change some things about it. He accidentally filled it with art that tells the truth, she said, and I've even begun to appreciate the folly of these bridges. They have little reason to exist, except as a monument to the truth of all that's happened, and because they're beautiful. Bitterblue let Winged Bridge fill her sight, floating blue and white like a winged thing. Monster Bridge, where her mother's body had burned. Winter Bridge, glimmering with mirrors that reflected the gray of the winter sky. She said, I suppose those are reasons to exist. We will leave before too long, said Fire. Do I understand that you'll send a small party with us? Yes, Bitterblue said. Helda is helping me assemble it. I don't know most of them, Fire. I'm sorry not to send people I know more personally. My friends are absorbed with the Astillan situation and my own crisis here, and I fear that my clerks and guards are a bit too fragile right now for me to send with you. It was difficult to characterize the effect Fire had on Bitterblue's clerks and guards, or indeed on any of her more empty-eyed people. She brought a deep peace to some, she made others frantic, and Bitterblue wasn't certain that one was any better than the other. Her people needed practice sitting comfortably in their own minds. There's one who's asked to join us that I believe you know well, said Fire. Is there? A sailor. He wants to join us in our exploration of the eastern seas. I understand that he's been in some trouble with your law, Bitterblue? Ah, said Bitterblue, taking a breath through a rush of sadness, absorbing the inevitability of this news. You must mean Sapphire. Yes, Sapphire stole my crown. Fire paused, considering Bitterblue as she stood, small and quiet, in the window. Why did he steal your crown? Because, Bitterblue whispered, he loved me and I hurt him. After a moment, Fire said gently, he is welcome to join us. We will, of course. He can give you good dreams, Bitterblue said. Good dreams? The sleeping kind? Yes, the sleeping kind. It's his grace. He can make you dream the most marvelous, comforting things. Well, Fire said, it's possible I've been waiting to meet your thief all my life. 44.
On a January morning, the day before the Delians' departure, Bitterblue was reading Death's latest report on the journal translation. "Lady Queen," she read, "I believe this journal I've been translating all along is from Leck's final year and is the last journal he ever wrote. In the section I just translated, he finally does kill Bellamo, as he has been threatening to do for some time." Froggatt ushered someone into her office, and Bitterblue didn't even look up, because in her peripheral vision, the visitor looked like Poe. Then he chuckled. Her eyes shot to him. "Sky, you thought I was Poe," said Poe's gray-eyed brother, grinning. Bitterblue jumped up and went to him. "I'm so happy to see you. Why didn't anyone tell me you'd landed? Where's your father?" Sky wrapped her in a hug. "I decided to be the courier myself," he said. "You look wonderful, cousin. Father's in Monport, with half the Leonide Navy." "Oh, right," Bitterblue said. "I forgot." One of Sky's eyebrows jumped up, and his grin widened. "You forgot that you asked my father to bring his navy?" No, there's just been a lot going on. You've arrived in time to meet the Delians before they go." "The what?" "The Delians. They live in a kingdom to the east, under the mountains." "Bitterblue," said Sky hesitantly, "are you in your right mind?" Bitterblue took Sky's arm. "Let's go find Poe, and I'll tell you about it." It was a pleasure to watch Poe and Sky come together. Bitterblue couldn't explain why her heart swelled to see brothers kiss and hug each other, but it made her feel as if the world wasn't hopeless. The meeting took place in Katza's rooms, where Katza, Poe, and Gideon were doing some brainstorming about a still. After the appropriate round of greetings and explanations, Poe put an arm around Sky and took him into the adjacent room. "Shut the door." Katza watched them go. Then, crossing her arms tight, she kicked an armchair. After a bit more kicking of furniture, walls, and floor had transpired, Gideon said to her, "Sky loves Poe. This won't make him stop loving Poe." Katza turned to Gideon with tears in her eyes. "He'll be so angry." "He won't stay angry forever." "Won't he?" she said. "People do sometimes." "Do they?" he said. "Reasonable people. I hope that's not true." Katza gave him a funny look, but didn't answer. Resumed hugging herself and kicking things. Bitterblue didn't want to go, but she had a meeting with Teddy in her tower. She was going to ask him if he might not like to work in her newly formed Ministry of Education as an official representative advisor from the city. Part-time, of course. She wouldn't want to deprive him of the work he already loved. The Monsian Guard was in too much disarray at the moment to press Bitterblue on the matter of whether her crown was missing. And so, Seth had been allowed to go home, although Bitterblue was still nervous about it. The crown was missing, it was at the bottom of the river, and there had been witnesses. It did not seem the time in the High Court just now, while they were trying to restore a kind of honesty, for Bitterblue to lie or try to falsify evidence of a crown she couldn't produce. She had not seen Saf since the night on the bridge. He was leaving with the Delians in the morning. And so, just after sunset, Bitterblue ran through the snowy city to the shop. Teddy answered her knock, grinned, bowed, and went away to rustle up Saf. She waited in the shop, shivering. The front wall and part of the ceiling, which had burned, were covered over with rough-hewn planks that were not airtight. The room was very cold and smelled of burning. Much of the furniture was gone. Saf came in quietly, then stood there with his hands in his pockets, not saying anything, glancing at her with a kind of shyness. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said. "Yes," he said. "Saf," she said, "I have a question I need to ask you." "Yes?" She made herself watch his soft eyes. "If you weren't in trouble about the crown thing," she said, "would you still go away?" The question made his eyes softer. Yes. She had known the answer before she'd asked, but hearing it still hurt. "My turn," he said. "Would you stop being the queen for me?" "Of course not." "There, now," he said. "We've both asked each other the same question." "We haven't." "Have to," he said. "You asked me to stay, and I asked you to come with me." Thinking about that, she came closer and reached for his hand. He gave it, and for a moment she played with his rings, feeling the warmth of his skin in this cold room.
Then, obeying her body, she kissed him, just to see what would happen. What happened was that he began to kiss her back. Tears slid down her face. "It's one of the first things you told me about yourself," she whispered, "that you would go." "I meant to do it sooner," he whispered back. "I meant to do it when things started to get tricky with the crown, to save myself. But then I couldn't, not while we were still fighting." "I'm glad you didn't." "Did your dream work?" "I walk on top of the world, and I'm not afraid," she said. "It's a beautiful dream, Saf. Tell me what other dream you want." She wanted 1,000 dreams. "Let me dream that we leave each other friends," he said. "That's a true thing." It was late when Bitterblue returned to the castle. In her rooms, she held the fake crown in her hands, considering. Then she found Katza and said, "Will you team up with Poe on a certain matter for me? I have a special request." Even later, Gideon came to fetch her. "Did it work?" asked Bitterblue as they walked to Katza's rooms together. "It did. And is everyone all right? Don't be alarmed when you see Poe. His black eye is from Sky, not from this." "Oh no. Where is Sky? Should I talk to him?" Gideon rubbed his beard. "Sky has decided to join the party going to the Dells," he said, "as Linnet's ambassador." "What? He's leaving? He just got here." "I think he has a broken heart," said Gideon, "to match Poe's black eye." "I wish people would stop hitting Poe," whispered Bitterblue. "Well," Gideon said, "yes, I'm hoping Sky is following my model. Punch Poe, go on a long trip, feel better, come back and make up." "Well," said Bitterblue, "at least we have the crown." Inside Katz's room, Poe sat on the bed, soaked through, huddled in blankets, something like the world's most miserable clump of seaweed. Katza stood in the middle of the room, shaking water from her hair and wringing her clothing out onto the fine rug, looking like she'd just won a swimming competition. Ban's voice came from the bathing room where he was running a bath. Raffin sat at the dining table, trying to wipe muck off of Bitterblue's crown by applying a mysterious solution from a vial, then rubbing the crown with what looked like one of Katz's socks. "Where did you leave the fake crown?" asked Bitterblue. "A good bit closer to shore," said Katza. "Well, go make a big, noisy production of fishing it out in the morning, and Saf could leave Monsieur with his name cleared." For Bitterblue wasn't certain whether giving a fake crown to black market lords, stealing it back, then throwing it into the river was a crime or not, but it didn't seem like much of one, and at least it wasn't treason. Saf could come back someday, and he would never hang. The day had started with Sky walking into her office, though it seemed ages ago. Every day was like that, so full that she stumbled into bed once it was over. She'd been reading a report from Death when Sky had arrived. She was in her bed that night when she finally picked it up again. He does kill Bellameo, as he has been threatening to do for some time. He kills her because he sees her in an unguarded moment with a child that she has claimed has been dead for years. The child disappears from the room once he has apprehended her, Lady Queen, not surprisingly, as we can only assume that the child is Hava. Bellameo refuses to produce her. Leck takes Bellameo away to his hospital, furious with her for lying about the child, has her killed with much more expediency than usual, then goes to his bedroom and tries to destroy her work with paint. Over days and weeks, he searches for the child but cannot find her. And, simultaneously, his desire to be alone with you begins to grow. He begins to write of molding you into a perfect queen, and of both you and Ashen becoming increasingly unaccommodating. He writes of the anticipatory pleasure he feels in being patient. This is the sort of intimate and painful information I would not normally burden you with, Lady Queen, except that the implications, when one considers everything together, seem significant, and I thought you would like to know them. If you will remember, Lady Queen, Bellameo and Queen Ashen were two victims Leck claimed to have kept for himself, and his preoccupation with this child is striking, is it not? It was striking, but it wasn't surprising. It was a thing Bitterblue had begun to wonder about on her own. It was even a thing she'd asked Hava once, but they'd gotten interrupted.
Bitterblue climbed out of bed again and found a robe. In the art gallery, she sat on the floor with Hava, trying to stop Hava from being so frightened. "I haven't wanted you to know, Lady Queen," Hava whispered. "I've never told a soul. I intended never to." "You mustn't call me by my title anymore," whispered Bitterblue. "Please let me. I'm terrified of other people knowing. I'm terrified of you, or other people, or anybody, starting to think of me as your heir. I would die before I become the queen. We'll make some sort of provision, Hava, I promise, so that you'll never be queen." "I couldn't, Lady Queen," Hava said, her voice breaking in panic. "I swear to you I couldn't." "Hava," Bitterblue said, taking Hava's hand and holding it tight, "I swear to you that you won't. I don't want to be treated like a princess, Lady Queen. I could not bear people fussing. I want to live in the art gallery where no one sees me. Tears were streaming down Hava's face. "Lady Queen, I hope you understand that I mean none of this personally. I would do just about anything for you. It's just that it's too big, and everything is moving too fast," said Bitterblue. "Yes, Lady Queen," said Hava, sobbing. She flickered, once, into a sculpture, then came back as a sobbing girl. "I would have to leave," she cried. "I would have to hide forever." "Then we won't tell anyone," Bitterblue said. "All right? We'll swear death to secrecy. We'll sort out what it means slowly. All right? I won't push it on you, and you'll decide what you want. And maybe we'll never tell anyone. Do you see that nothing needs to change, except what we know? Hava?" Bitterblue took a breath to prevent herself from wrapping both arms around the girl. "Hava, please," she said. "Please, don't go away." Hava spent another moment crying against Bitterblue's hand. Then she said, "I don't actually want to leave you, Lady Queen. I'll stay." In her bed again, Bitterblue tried to wrap sleep around herself. She had an early morning with Delineans and Picedians to say goodbye to. She had Sky to find and reason with, and another big day of meetings and decisions. But Bitterblue couldn't sleep. She held a word inside herself that she was too shy to say aloud. Finally, she dared once, to whisper it. "Sister."
"Do you suppose it tells Delian time?" said Poe 2 days later, lazing lengthwise across one of Bitterblue's armchairs, dangling Saf's 15-hour watch on his finger and occasionally trying to balance it on his nose. "I love this thing. Its inner workings calm me." Saf had given Poe the watch as a parting gift, and as thanks for saving his neck. "It'd be a funny way to keep time, wouldn't it?" said Bitterblue. "1/4 would be 12.5 minutes past the hour. And, by the way, that's stolen property." "But doesn't it seem that that's why Leck did everything?" said Poe. "To imitate the Dells? Perhaps it's another one of his botched imitations," said Gideon. "Gideon," said Bitterblue, "what will you do after Estel?" "Well," he said, a quiet shadow touching his face. She knew where Gideon wanted to go after Estel. She wondered if the council would make a project of it. She also wondered if going to see something that was no longer there was a good idea, and if that mattered when it came to a person's heart. "I suppose it depends on where I'm needed," he said. "If there's no place you're urgently needed, or if you're undecided, or if, perhaps, you're thinking of visiting the Dells, would you consider coming back here for a little while first?" "Yes," he said, without hesitation. "If I'm not needed elsewhere, I'll come back here for a while." "That is a comfort," said Bitterblue quietly. "Thank you." Her friends were leaving, finally. In a matter of days, they were leaving for Estel, and it was the real thing this time. The revolutionaries and a few select Estelan nobles had agreed to come together, take their king by surprise, and change the lives of all Estelan people. Bitterblue was happy about her uncle's navy to the south and her strange new friends to the east. She knew she was going to have to be patient, to wait and see what would happen. And she also knew that she'd have to have faith in her friends, not dwell on thoughts of them in a war. Ban, her old sparring partner, Poe, who pushed himself too hard and was hurting now from the loss of a brother.
Katza, who would come apart if something happened to Poe. Gideon. It startled her how quickly tears came to her eyes when she thought of Gideon leaving. Raffin was staying behind in Mancia as liaison, which was a balm to Bitterblue's heart, even though he was inclined to long silences and staring moodily into potted plants. She'd found him in the back garden that morning, on his knees in the snow, taking clippings from some dead perennials. "Did you know," he said, peering up at her, "that in Nander they've decided they don't want a king?" "What?" she said. "No king at all?" "Yes," he said. "The committee of nobles will continue to rule by vote, alongside another committee of equal power that will be comprised of representatives elected by the people." "You mean like a sort of aristocratic and democratic republic?" said Bitterblue, plucking terms from the book about monarchy and tyranny. "Something like that, yes. Fascinating. Did you know that in the Dells, a man can take a husband and a woman can take a wife? Fire told me so." "Umph," he said, then focused his eyes on her quietly. "Is that true?" "It is. And the king himself is married to a woman who hasn't a drop of noble blood in her veins." Raffin was quiet for a moment, poking around in the snow with a stick. Bitterblue spent that moment in front of Bellemue's sculpture, looking into the living eyes of her mother, touching the scarf she was wearing and gathering strength. Finally, Raffin said, "That's not the way of things in the Midlands." "No," said Bitterblue, "but it is the way in the Midlands for the king to do as he likes." Raffin stood, knees cracking, and came to her. "My father is a healthy man," he said. "Oh, Raffin," she said, "may I give you a hug?" It was hard to say goodbye. "Do you think I could ever write you letters in embroidery that you could feel with your fingers, Poe?" Bitterblue asked him when you're away. He cracked a grin. "Katza scratches me notes now and then in wood when she's desperate. But wouldn't you have to learn to embroider?" "There is that," said Bitterblue, smiling with him, hugging him. "I'll come back," Poe said to her. "I promised, remember?" "I'll come back too," said Katza. "It's time I gave lessons here again, Bitterblue." Katza hugged her for a long time, and Bitterblue understood that this was always how it would be. Katza would come, and then Katza would go. But the hug was real and lasting, even though it would end. The coming was as real as the going, and the coming would always be a promise. It would have to be good enough. She went to the art gallery the night they all left, because she was lonely. And then Hava led Bitterblue downstairs to a place in the castle Bitterblue hadn't yet been. They sat together at the top of the prison steps, listening to Goldie sing a lullaby to her prisoners. 45. An uncle and king was waiting for Bitterblue in Monport, with a navy on display for her pleasure. Bitterblue would go to meet him. The day before she left, she sat in her office, reflecting. 30 of Leck's 35 journals had been destroyed in the fire Teal had lit. Terrified now of fire, Death was trying to read, decipher, and memorize the 5 surviving journals in one mad rush. Bitterblue understood the scope of such a catastrophic loss of information, but she couldn't make herself grieve. Her relief was too great. She thought she might like to read her father's 5 remaining journals, eventually, someday. 5 journals did not feel undoably awful. Maybe she would be able to read them, years from now, before a fireplace, wrapped in blankets, while someone held her tight. But not now. She'd asked Helda to take her mother's sheets away. They were also for some other day, some other time, when they weren't so painful. Maybe someday they would feel more like a memory of pain than like pain itself. And she didn't need them around to remember. She had her mother's chest and all the things in it. She had ashen scarves and the Bellemue sculpture. And she had her grief. Her new sheets were smooth and even. When they touched her skin softly, without the rough bumps of embroidery at the edges, she was startled, and a kind of relief eased its way through her, as if the sores in her mind and on her heart might begin to heal. My kingdom's challenge, she thought, is to balance knowing with healing. Her clerks and guards had taken to coming to her for confessionals. Holt had started it, appearing in her office one day and saying, "Lady Queen, if you're to forgive me, I'd like you to know what you're forgiving me for." It had not been an easy thing for Holt to do. He had killed inmates in the prisons for Teal and Runnymede, and he couldn't even begin to force into words the things Leck had made him do. He became confused and tongue-tied, kneeling before Bitterblue with his hands clutched together and his head bowed. "I do want to tell you, Lady Queen," he finally choked out, "but I can't." Bitterblue didn't know what to do for her people who needed to tell things but couldn't. She thought it might be something to ask Poe, who had a special insight into what would do people good, or fire. "I'll help you with this, Holt," she said. "I promise I won't leave you alone with this. Will you be patient with me, and I'll be patient with you?" She had one more ministry to build. Of all of her ministries, it would be the one with which she would take the most care. She wouldn't force it on anyone, but she would make its existence widely known. It would be a ministry for all the people whose pain could be acknowledged, maybe even eased, by the telling and recording of what their own experiences had been. It would have a space of its own in the castle, a library where stories were kept, and a minister and staff that her friends would help her choose. Some of the staff would travel to reach people who could come to the city. It would be a safe place for the sharing of burdens and the capturing of memories before they disappeared.
It would be called the Ministry of Stories and Truth, and it would help her kingdom heal. The sun was setting and a light snowfall had begun. Bitterblue looked up from her desk into the familiar, sharp, and weary face of Death. "Death," Bitterblue said, "how are you?" "Lady Queen," said Death. "A boy named Immaker was born on a riverside estate in northern Monsey 59 years ago, to a game warden named Larch and a woman named Micra who died in childbirth." 59, Bitterblue said. "That's the correct age. Is it him?" "I don't know, Lady Queen," Death said. "Possibly. There are other records of similarly named people that I must consider." "Could this mean I'm Monsian?" "It matches some of the particulars, Lady Queen, and we can go on looking for clues. But I can't imagine us ever being certain that this is him." "Regardless," Death said crisply, "I don't see that there's any question of whether or not you are Monsian. You are our queen, are you not?" Death dropped a small sheaf of papers onto her desk, turned sharply on his heel, and left. Bitterblue rubbed her neck, sighing. Then she pulled Death's papers closer. "I have completed the translation of the first journal, Lady Queen," she read. "It is, as I'd already surmised, the last journal he ever wrote. It ends with your mother's death, and with your father's subsequent search of the forest for you. It also ends with the details of his punishment of Thiel, Lady Queen, for on the day you escaped with your mother, it seems that one of Leck's knives went missing. Leck decided that Thiel had stolen it and passed it to your mother. I will spare you the details." At her desk, Bitterblue hugged herself, feeling very high in the sky and very alone. A memory, like a door opening onto light, unlocked itself. Thiel, bursting into her mother's rooms, where Ashen had been engaged in the insane enterprise of tying sheets together and lowering them out the window. Bitterblue had been shaking with fright for what she knew they were about to do. Thiel's face had been running with tears and blood. "Go," he'd said, rushing to Ashen and handing her a knife that was longer than Bitterblue's forearm. "You must go now." He'd embraced Ashen, said "now" in a forceful voice, then dropped on his knees before Bitterblue. He had pulled her into his arms and stopped her shaking with his tight grip. "Don't you worry," he'd said to her. "Your mother will keep you from harm, Bitterblue. Believe what she says, you understand? Believe every word she says. Go now and be safe." Then he'd kissed her forehead and run out of the room.
Bitterblue found a fresh sheet of paper and wrote the memory down to capture it because it was part of her story.